Comme il est 11h02.
As it is 11:02, the House will now proceed to private members' business, as indicated on the order paper. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-262. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, HoC.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be in the House today to talk about Bill C-262. And at the outset, I would like to thank the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU for his passion and his lifelong work to advance the causes of Indigenous peoples, both in his riding and across the country. He's a passionate defender of Indigenous rights. He's a passionate defender of Indigenous languages. And he's a survivor of the residential school system. And it was a pleasure to work with him when I was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs in the last Parliament. And we had discussions about this. He brought forward a similar bill where he called on the Government of Canada to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People into Canadian law. And at the time, I did say when I spoke to his bill that it must be said at the outset that our government is dedicated to protecting Aboriginal rights in Canada. Indeed, Canada already boasts a unique and robust legal framework through which Aboriginal rights are protected. More than just lip service, we have enshrined the rights of Aboriginal peoples in our Constitution, one of the only countries in the world to do so. And as my honourable colleagues will know, Aboriginal and treaty rights are recognized and affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution Act and reaffirmed in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Moreover, our government has also issued a statement of support for the principles of the very document at the core of the bill, and again, the core of this bill, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which are consistent with our own commitment to continue working in partnership with Aboriginal peoples to improve the well-being of Aboriginal Canadians. However, we have also been clear from the outset that while we support the general principles behind the Declaration, there are several portions of the document with which our government has grave concerns, and we have articulated those concerns clearly to Canadians and to the international community, particularly as they relate to the concept of free, prior, and informed consent. And that really, Mr. Speaker, is at the crux of this debate. Can the concept of free, prior, and informed consent, can that concept reconcile with Section 35 of the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Can we reconcile free, prior, and informed consent with the Canadian concept which has been developed by Canadian legislatures, by Canadian parliaments, by negotiations and through jurisprudence of the duty to consult and accommodate where necessary? Can the two be reconciled, or would the implementation of UNDRIP and FPIC, as they're called, would that supersede the work that has been done over the last 15 years, especially by the courts, by government, to create the duty to consult and accommodate, which is still a concept that is under constant refinement, but it's one that is uniquely Canadian, and it responds to the unique circumstances that Canadians have, which includes Section 35. We are one of the only countries in the world that specifically outlines Indigenous rights and has it enshrined in our Constitution. And there's grave concern that if we were to simply adopt a United Nations Convention, what would that do? How would that interact with our laws? And I think that is why our previous government supported the goals and the underlying principles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, but we said that it was an aspirational document, that it should serve as a guide, but not as a legal text. And I think that's a very significant difference between the vision of the NDP and now of the government. And this is where the real issue becomes, is where the government has now indicated that they will support the bill, which says that the Government of Canada must adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and make it compliant, or make Canadian laws compliant with it. One of the issues that the member took with my speech and my position in the last Parliament was the subject of whether or not free, prior, and informed consent constituted a veto. And there are specific examples, specific articles of the United Nations Declaration that speak to natural resource development, for instance, on traditional territories. And the member took great offense to me indicating that this would constitute a veto for Indigenous communities. But I'm not the only one who said that. Dr. Pam Palmater, an Indigenous activist and commentator, has said very clearly in the CBC interview, she said, "We have a legal right to free and informed and prior consent. First Nations aren't asking for anything. First Nations have the right to free, informed, and prior consent. That right is guaranteed in law and is, in effect, a veto. First Nations say no on their territory. That means no. And the Prime Minister said very clearly that no means no when talking to First Nations. His job is to try to find ways in which to go forward with a yes to make sure that the environment is protected and the economy goes forward, but not one at the expense of the other." She has gone on to say on February 8th, 2017, the Prime Minister has forgotten his promises to Indigenous Canadians. During the 2015 election campaign, the Prime Minister told First Nations that we elected him, he would absolutely respect our legal right to veto any development on our territories. And yet his government has approved 2 major pipelines. We have no choice but to challenge the Canadian government over its pipeline plans and to continue to fight. So clearly, there are some Indigenous scholars who believe that simply by agreeing to the principles of UNDRIP, that a right to veto has been already granted to Indigenous communities. And I think that we clearly, more work needs to be done here. We can't simply rush into a process where there is no agreement on what these articles mean and how they would be applied in Canadian law. And I want to quote from Frank Iacobucci, former Supreme Court Justice, who said, "An important tenet of UNDRIP is the consultation of Indigenous peoples in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent. Future legislation, government policy, and judicial interpretations will determine whether these principles differ significantly from Canada's existing jurisprudence on the duty to consult. Regardless, the principles of free, prior, and informed consent and the existing duty to consult share the same goal: to protect Indigenous peoples, remedy historical disadvantage, and provide a foundation for a more respectful and mutually beneficial relationship." Clearly, that's the goal, I think, of all parliamentarians. We want to find a way to make our laws, our system, work better for everyone in Canada, for Indigenous communities. We want to make sure that they see the benefits of responsible resource development. We've certainly seen in cases where this government has had no concern for the Indigenous communities that support natural resource development. We've seen government, the Eagle Spirit Pipeline, for instance, not consulted at all on the issue of the tanker moratorium in northern British Columbia. We saw the Northern Gateway Pipeline cancelled without having consulted Indigenous communities who stood to benefit by a $2 billion equity share in that project. So there's not even agreement yet in Canada as to who would grant the free, prior, and informed consent. Which group would grant that new concept that has been envisioned in UNDRIP? We all want to move together towards reconciliation. We've made efforts in that part. It was our government that launched the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But Conservatives believe that we should respect Canadian law, that we should respect Canadian jurisprudence, and that we should respect the duty to consult and accommodate, and that this bill goes down a path of uncertainty. It will create greater uncertainty in Canada, which does not lead to reconciliation. It leads to greater fear. It leads to greater discord. And we believe that we need to work together to come up with a Canadian solution to this issue and not simply adopt a UN declaration on the rights of Indigenous people, that we need to work together using the tools that are available with our Constitution and in our courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish at the outset to recognize the testimony of over 6,000 Canadians before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the many who have advocated for the enactment of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I particularly wish to pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, for his dedication and persistence in both the creation of the UNDRIP and its affirmation in Canadian law. It's truly an honour and a privilege to speak in support of Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The bill was tabled by the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU and NDP critic for reconciliation. It affirms the UNDRIP as a universal international human rights instrument with application in Canadian law. It requires that the government take all necessary measures to ensure that Canadian laws are consistent with the Declaration and to do so in consultation with and cooperation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. It also requires, through that same inclusive process, an action plan to achieve those objectives. As early as 2006, former NDP leader Jack Layton expressed our party's support for the UNDRIP, saying, in quotes, "It is our belief in social justice and equality that lead us to support the Declaration," end of quotes. Related bills and motions were introduced during past parliaments by former NDP MP Denise Savoy and the member for London Fanshawe. In the previous parliament, a bill similar to 262 was tabled by the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, but defeated at second reading by 17 votes. This declaration was overwhelmingly adopted by the members of the UN General Assembly in September 2007, following more than 25 years of deliberation and debate. This process included decades of dedicated work by a number of esteemed Canadian Indigenous leaders, among them the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU and Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild, esteemed Commissioner for the TRC. As my colleague has shared, this milestone in the enshrining of human rights was the first time that rights holder Indigenous peoples had been given a central role in the creation of a global rights instrument. The Declaration affirms the right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination across every matter touching their lives. It underlines the prohibition against discrimination and genocide in international law. Bill 262 will enshrine the UNDRIP into Canadian law. It's important to note that voting in favour of a UN declaration is just the first step in showing commitment as a nation. A next critical step is the enactment of a law to affirm those principles in law. Then an action plan must be developed and delivered to actually implement the principles. By way of example, the UN Convention on Biological Diversity was enshrined in Canadian law through the Species at Risk Law. But the struggle continues to ensure that the rights and benefits accorded under separate treaties are also observed in implementing that law. It may be noted that the federal court held that a previous federal minister of the environment had erred in law by failing to consider the rights accorded to Indigenous peoples under a treaty for recovery of woodland caribou. Sadly, little has changed, necessitating continued intervention by the courts and UN agencies. Indigenous leaders will closely be examining the coming bills regulating environmental assessment, major energy projects, fisheries, and navigable waters to verify that they are made consistent with the UNDRIP. We were encouraged that the current Liberal government has moved beyond the position of the previous Conservative government that the UNDRIP is, in quotes, merely an inspirational document, end of quotes. In May 2016, then Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs announced her government's full support of the declaration without qualification. However, confusion remained due to continued qualifiers to that support and continuing refusal to enact the declaration into federal law. The final breakthrough came in November last year when the Minister for Justice publicly announced, in quotes, "Our government will support Bill C-262. The bill acknowledges the application of the UN Declaration in Canada and calls for the alignment of the laws of Canada with the UN Declaration," end of quotes. In enacting the UN DRIP into Canadian law, what will this government be committing to deliver? The Declaration contains 46 articles specifying the rights to be accorded to Indigenous peoples to affirm self-determination and an end to discrimination and genocide. It provides a detailed framework for justice and reconciliation. Bill C-262 is consistent with the TRC call that any legislation be developed in consultation and collaboration with Aboriginal peoples. It's also important to recall the commitment made by the Prime Minister to deliver on all 94 of the calls to action issued by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Calls to action 43 to 52 specifically call on, in quotes, the federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to fully adopt and implement the UNDRIP as a framework for reconciliation, end of quotes. Bill 262 mirrors the TRC call for a national action plan, measures to ensure consistency between the UNDRIP and all federal laws, and government accountability through annual State of Aboriginal Peoples reports outlining plans to advance reconciliation. By this promise, the Government of Canada has therefore committed to, in quotes, develop a national action plan, strategies, and other concrete measures to achieve the UNDRIP goals, end of quotes, including to enact legislation to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. The TRC in its interim report recommended that all governments use the UNDRIP as the framework for reconciliation in Canada. The Council now established is led by former TRC Commissioner, now Treaty 6 Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild. And as he recently reminded me, the Declaration also clearly calls on all states to honour and respect the treaties and other agreements entered into with Indigenous peoples. In closing, I wish to share a message that Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild shared with me that he recently delivered to the leaders of Treaties 1 to 11, in quotes. As with the eagle that represents First Nations, one wing of the eagle represents the treaties we signed in good faith. The other wing represents the UNDRIP. It requires both wings to lift up and enable Indigenous peoples so they may soar. 40 years ago, Indigenous leaders came together because their treaties were being violated and disrespected. They worked together to develop and seek global commitment to the UNDRIP to ensure that these treaties were respected, end of quotes. By supporting Bill C-262, we can provide the assurance that the UNDRIP will finally be enacted in law. But we must remain vigilant in ensuring expedited action in delivering on those rights. Promises to respect land rights, rights to self-governance, access to safe drinking water, comparable education and services, and language and culture can no longer be considered adequate if delivered eventually. As the member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU has said, in quotes, the UN Declaration is a powerful assertion by Indigenous peoples that we have survived, that we will survive, and that we will insist in fair and just treatment by governments and communities. The implementation of the Declaration could be a world-changing development, end of quotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on the unceded and unsurrendered land of the Algonquin peoples to speak on Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I want to first thank my dear friend from Abitibi James Bay Nunavik EU for his leadership in bringing forward C-262. Indeed, when we traveled together across this country for our work on the Indigenous Affairs Committee, we heard a great deal from many Indigenous communities and leaders expressing support for this bill, and in particular, Canada's acceptance of UNDRIP. I want to thank and acknowledge our Indigenous caucus, our Ministers of Justice, Crown Indigenous Relations and Indigenous Services, as well as their parliamentary secretaries for their hard work and leadership. For me, the starting point of this debate is the mere fact that much of the laws are not in line with or respectful of or even acknowledge Indigenous peoples. As we concluded our 150th anniversary of Confederation, we had the opportunity to take stock of where we are and what this federation means to us. For many of us, Canada is a work in progress, and it is full of paradoxes. Settlers to this land, including me and my family, have benefited from this land and its natural resources and its laws. These laws have protected me and, in fact, gave me safety and refuge. Millions of others since 1600s share this experience. Concurrently, and in the simplest of terms, these laws continue to limit the rights of our Indigenous brothers and sisters, and in many cases continue to oppress them. In fact, the Indian Act, passed in 1876, remains one of the most regressive, racist, and colonial pieces of legislation in Canada's history, and I would dare say, in world history. While many advances have taken place in the area of human rights, the regressive legislation and practices that hold our Indigenous peoples back in virtually every barometer of social development is unacceptable. On December 10, 2018, we will celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Yet, during the first 35 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, very little progress took place relating to Indigenous rights in Canada. The Constitution Act 1982 enshrined Section 35 rights for our First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Asserting these rights over the past 35 years have led to some modest advances through a highly litigious process that resulted in incremental changes. Due to the work of so many Indigenous leaders from Canada, including Chief Willie Littlechild, and our friend from Abitibi, James Bay, and others, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was adopted by the UN in 2007. Regrettably, the previous government failed to adopt it. In 2016, our government accepted UNDRIP, and last spring, our Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, along with many of our colleagues, went to the United Nations in New York on the 10th anniversary of UNDRIP to assert our unconditional support of the Canadian government for the declaration. These pronouncements have been coupled with the following steps undertaken by our government. First, establishing the working group of ministers on the review of laws and policies and operations practices related to Indigenous peoples. Two, adopting and publicly releasing the 10 principles respecting the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. Three, creating 3 permanent distinctions-based policy forums with the Assembly of First Nations, ITK, and the Métis National Council and its governing members. 4, adopting new strategies for resolving disputes that prioritize negotiation over litigation. 5, pursuing environmental assessments in Indigenous language legislative initiatives. And finally, establishing over 50 recognitions of rights and self-determination tables. These have been important and necessary steps towards reshaping how government engages and partners with Indigenous peoples. That being said, our commitment to Indigenous peoples will not be measured by individual steps taken, but rather by a continuous and persistent effort to advance reconciliation in a way that is transformative. As such, our government intends to build on these initial steps and continue down a path that will see relations shift based on the recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination. The implementation of the UN Declaration is an important part of this work. Bill 262 calls for consistency between the standards set out in the UN Declaration and federal laws, as well as a national action plan and reporting mechanism to ensure its implementation. This is what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 43, which calls upon our government to implement the UN Declaration as a framework for reconciliation. Both call on our government to enact measures to recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples and to ensure Indigenous communities are able to thrive socially, economically, and culturally. And that is what reconciliation means. As a starting point, our government understands that reconciliation is not possible without recognition. Indeed, recognition must occur before reconciliation can truly begin to manifest itself in the lives of Indigenous peoples and all Canadians and in their relationships. This is why the fundamental next step is to address the legacy of denial that lies at the heart of federal laws and policies and replace it with the recognition of the rights of Indigenous peoples. When we speak of recognition of implementation of rights, including historic and modern treaties, we mean that Indigenous peoples have always meant by these rights, that the rights are inherent, that they are grounded in the reality that the Indigenous peoples had systems of government and laws and owned and used the lands which make up Canada prior to the arrival of the Europeans. The lack of recognition of rights and the patterns of relations based on denial of these rights has contributed to the unacceptable social and economic indicators for Indigenous peoples that were so starkly outlined by the Minister of Indigenous Services in January during the important emergency meeting on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation child and family services among governments, Indigenous leaders, and experts. These include life expectancy up to 15 years shorter for Indigenous peoples and the rest of the population, infant mortality rates 2 to 3 times higher for First Nations and Inuit, overdose deaths in Alberta and BC up to 3 times higher for First Nations people, and Inuit tuberculosis rates 270 times higher than the rest of the population. Implementing a framework for the recognition of rights is fundamental to closing the social economic gap, alleviating poverty, ending the scourge of youth suicide, building healthier families, communities, and nations, and ensuring that all generations of Indigenous children to come will live ever-increasing conditions of well-being, prosperity, and opportunity. It is imperative that we as a country have a long overdue conversation for the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights, not only because of our constitutional obligation to recognize those rights, but because the social and economic gaps that continue to exist between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities are a matter of national shame. Now is the time for action. Both turning the tide and shifting our laws, policies, and operational practices to recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples will require a range of measures, including legislative measures as those set out in Bill C-262, as well as many more steps to come. This is entirely consistent with Article 38 of the UN Declaration, which recognizes that implementation requires governments to take a range of appropriate measures, including legislative ones, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples to achieve the ends of this declaration. For this reason, in addition to supporting Bill 262, our government will continue to work with Indigenous peoples to bring forward further legislative and policy shifts that effect a change to relations based on a recognition of implementation of rights. Indigenous peoples and their leaders and communities must necessarily be part of effecting this shift. It is important to acknowledge that Indigenous peoples have long advocated for the recognition of rights here in Canada and internationally. Our government's commitment to renew its relationship with Indigenous peoples calls on us to hear and act on these calls at last. We look forward to continue our mutual cooperation and partnership. As I have stated, the many actions taken thus far do not represent the completion of our commitment, but rather the start of an evolving and continued commitment to true reconciliation. We are in the midst of an opportunity to build on current efforts, gather momentum, and to accelerate progress towards a better, more effective relationship. As the Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavut, EU noted when Bill 262 was discussed in this place back in December, the work required to achieve these objectives like reconciliation and the recognition of rights can only be achieved if we can all work together. Our government must and will be a leader in these efforts, as well as every First Nation, Inuit, and Métis community and organization, and indeed all Canadians, including youth, women, and elders. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to continuing this important work in collaboration and cooperation with our colleagues, Indigenous peoples, and all Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, and Ayu for bringing forward this private member's bill of C-262. I would also like to acknowledge the important contribution to the discussion on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Before addressing the private member's bill, I would like to echo the observations that were made by my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, in her remarks, and it's worth today repeating, Mr. Speaker. Section 35 of our Constitution and Canada's existing laws has in the past and will in the future ensure that Indigenous rights are protected in Canada. That's a profound statement. Today, I want to add my voice to the debate on this very important piece of legislation. Bill C-262 is important to Canada as a whole, and it is vital that we get this right. My hesitation on this stems from the fact that it is a private member's bill, and as such, will not be the subject to the same scrutiny and debate that a government-sponsored bill of legislation would be subject to. I would like to read to you from the UN website a question and answer which I think will prove my point. Here's the question. What is the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? The answer. A declaration is a comprehensive statement addressing the rights of Indigenous peoples. It was drafted and formally debated for over 20 years, Mr. Speaker. That's right, for over 20 years, prior to being adopted on the 29th of June 2006, during the inaugural session of the Human Rights Council. Now, this document emphasizes the rights of Indigenous peoples to maintain and strengthen their own institutions, their cultures, and their traditions, and to also pursue their development in keeping with their own needs and their aspirations. It is obvious that the member states recognized that this was an important declaration to be made and debated for over 20 years. And here we are, Mr. Speaker, in a country that is directly affected. And we cannot afford the time to question the minister herself on the legislation, not to mention the experts. As a member of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, I want the opportunity to ask questions and to give straightforward and complete answers to my questions. So let's give you an example, Mr. Speaker. In her address to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs stated, and I quote, "Today we're addressing Canada's position on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I am here to announce on behalf of Canada that we are now a full supporter of the Declaration without qualification. By adopting and implementing the Declaration, we are breathing life into Section 35 and recognizing it as a full box of rights for Indigenous peoples." End of quote. So I represent a riding in Saskatchewan. It's in Saskatoon-Grasswood. And as you know, Saskatchewan is home to a vast population of Indigenous peoples, both on and off reserves. I want to know from the minister what this full box of rights would look like. I want to know if the Indigenous community viewed the box at the same level of fullness as the minister did. Here's another question. If you took over 20 years for the 193 United Nations member states to debate and finally adopt this declaration, is it not incumbent of all of us, 338 Canadian legislators, to fully understand any and all possible outcomes adopting the legislation being asked before us to vote on? Yet another question comes to mind. In her address to the Assembly of First Nations on July 12th of 2016, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada called the adoption of UNDRIP into Canadian law unworkable. She said that on July 12th, 2016. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada said it was unworkable. She went on to say that a cut-and-paste approach to making UNDRIP compatible with domestic laws, an overly simplistic and untenable method of protecting Indigenous rights in Canada. But then on the following year, on July 25th of 2017, in my province of Saskatchewan, actually the capital, in Regina, she addressed the same group and said, "As many of you know, over the years I have attended the AFN Annual General Assembly in various capacities. She's been there with her father as a daughter and the Treaty Commissioner as an elected councillor on her Indian Act Band and a regional chief of BC, plus in the last couple of years, as we know, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. There is no doubt that the minister is very experienced, very well educated, and a very informed member of cabinet. She went on to say, and I quote, "Of course, if proper relations had occurred at a time of Canada's founding, the first 150 years of Canada's history would have been markedly different. So the challenge now, knowing the past and learning from it, is to make sure that today, for the next 150 years and beyond, is that we give life to a new and transformed era of Indigenous Crown relations." Further on, she states, "This is why in February of this year, our Prime Minister formed a working group of federal ministers to review laws, policies, and operational practices to ensure that the Government of Canada is fulfilling its constitutional obligations and implementing its international human rights commitments, including the UN Declaration. I was very pleased to have been asked to chair that working group. Never before has a federal government created a body of ministers with this unique flexibility and scope of action on a whole of government basis." So there we have the question. On July 12th of 2016, the adoption of UNDRIP into the Canadian law was simply unworkable for the minister. Then, a year later, on July 25th of 2017, she is very pleased to be asked to chair the working, reviewing laws, the policies and operational practices to ensure we are fulfilling our UNDRIP commitments. So what monumental change took place in that year to make this workable? I'd like a chance to ask her that. In fact, I'm sure all of us in this place would like to ask her. When the minister appeared at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee meeting on November 30th of last year, in her response to a question from my colleague, the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, she said, "I think we have been very clear that free, prior, and informed consent is not a veto. It means you have to work very hard at the earliest part of a project to try to work together and find an outcome that is mutually acceptable. That is the way Indigenous groups are seeing themselves in this project." How do we know that? It may be that the current national chief does not see this as veto power, as she suggests. But what about the next national chief? Is it our responsibility to have issues such as this debated and clarified before it comes law? Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of all these unanswered questions about UNDRIP, we have the dismantling of a very department responsible for Indigenous affairs in this country, and the so-called creation now of two departments to be responsible for Indigenous service and another for relations with the Aboriginal communities in Canada. I find it very disturbing that this government would go ahead and create this turmoil while supporting this legislation that could have far-reaching ramifications for the future of this country. I have serious reservations about the many unanswered questions and the prospect that they will continue to go unanswered until, Mr. Speaker, it's too late and all Canadians, Indigenous or not, are left with what the Liberals think is best for us, with absolutely no regard for input on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this is my first time to rise this session, I just want to say how pleased I am to now have the new role as Deputy Whip. It is an honour to continue my work on the behalf of the great people of North Island Powell River in this very place. Mr. Speaker, in December I was meant to be here to do my speech with the amazing member from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavut EU. Sadly, I had to rush home to be with my mother, who had a stroke. I apologize to the member for missing his important speech and thank him for his kindness during a very difficult time for my family and I. As my mother slowly heals, it makes me reflect on how often many of us are here away from our home and hope that we all take time to appreciate the people who love us most. Mr. Speaker, when I was 4, I was adopted after 2 years of my mother and I being part of my father's family. I did not find out I was adopted until I was almost 9. This is important today because this is how I am able to say my family is from Stilatin First Nation and my aunt is my hereditary chief, Hadasak-Kua, which means peace within the frame of a house. And I'm very honored to be a part of my family and all the great and courageous work that they do. My granny, Minnie Mold, went to residential school from the time she was 4 until she was 16. The impact on our family has been powerful due to the abuse that she suffered there. She has been gone for many years, but I can promise you, this was not the place she would have ever thought one of her granddaughters would be speaking. There are days when I literally feel her spirit sigh with relief because she told me many times, "No complaining, we are still here." The very reason that we are speaking today on this bill is because Indigenous people are still here after many, many attempts to assimilate them. Today we speak about how important Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This bill will provide clarity. Across my riding of North Island Powell River, communities and businesses are asking for clarity. They want to know how to move forward and continuously ask me about this bill and for a secure definition of what nation to nation means. This bill would move Canada in a direction by providing a legislative framework that would begin to harmonize Canadian laws with the UN Declaration. To repeal the Indian Act means we need a new legislative framework. On April 12, 2016, the Minister of Justice stated in the House of Commons, "It is not easy to remove the shackles of 140 years of life under the Indian Act. The Indian Act is not a suitable system of government. It is not consistent with the rights enshrined in our Constitution, the principles as set out in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or the calls of action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report." End quote. As Canada moves towards repealing the Indian Act, we require a new framework. In my riding, Tlaiamin recently signed a treaty. It was a difficult process with a very close vote that was hard on the community in many ways. However, there was a very clear celebration where the community burnt the Indian Act because it no longer applies to them. In a supportive movement of reconciliation, the wider community was invited and attended the community. The reality is, reconciliation is happening on the ground in many communities across Canada. I know of many in my riding, and it is well past time that the federal government get onto this pathway by passing this bill. There are concerns, and the biggest one that I have heard is the idea of Indigenous communities having the power of veto. I have to say that Grand Chief Ed John said it best, quote, "The bad thing about the media and those who don't support the Declaration is how could those Indians have a veto?" I think there's a misconstruction of the concept of free, prior, and informed consent. The better interpretation of free, prior, informed consent at the end of the day is a decision that's made after a process. So governments go through a process to come to some decision. First Nations governments are in that same place. First Nations governments will look at information ahead of time. They should be free from any coercion. It should be prior to the decision being made. There should be an extensive consideration. It may require an environmental assessment process or some other process that would help inform the decision-making process. Free, prior, and informed consent essentially at its core is about governments making decisions. When the province of British Columbia, the provinces, the national government, and the territorial governments or municipal governments are making decisions, that is what they are doing, end quote. This bill is not about giving power away power. It is about making sure that everyone is at the table. Currently, in my riding, a very long-term issue has been gaining momentum as several Indigenous communities have begun occupying fish farms. This has been a very divisive issue for many years. I want to be clear. There are some Indigenous communities who are in support of fish farms and some who are not. Within the communities themselves, there are people working for fish farms and some who are occupying them. The concerned Indigenous communities have been asking for a process of consultation. The federal government has not shown up. Just last week, there were discussions between Indigenous communities and the provincial government. The federal government was invited, specifically the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, but did not show up. In fact, 2 DFO staff did show up, but no one from the minister's office. My hope is that this government will take seriously the commitment of Bill C-262 and make sure everyone is at the table so the best decisions can be made. In my riding, the workers and the Indigenous communities are filled with uncertainty, and this is not good for anyone. I hope to see this government respect the rights of Indigenous leaders, to have a voice on what happens in their territory, to be part of the decision-making process. Across my riding, the process of nation-to-nation relationship is in action. A couple of summers ago, I went to Tassis for a flag-raising ceremony. The communities of Gold River, Tassis, and Mawachet-Muchelet signed an MOU on how to work together. The flag-raising was to add the Mawachet-Muchelet and Mawachet-Muchelet flag along with the Canadian provincial and town flags. The knowledge that they are all in this together has become a cornerstone of their economic and social decision-making. These are not the only communities who have signed these agreements. Liaman and Powell River, Comox and the town of Comox, the village of Alert Bay and Namgis are but a few of the examples across the riding. They know that together they can work for the betterment of all of their people. Like my granny always said, we are in this together. Last summer, I had the honor to participate in a discussion with a high school, the teachers and care people, in my riding on the issues of reconciliation. Many Indigenous teachers, non-Indigenous teachers were asking, how do we help when we are so worried we will cause harm without intending to? Beautifully honest questions from people who really care. What we came to is simply this. We have to be honest about what we know and what we do not know. That a safe place is created for conversation and that the guidance from elders is a must. This is reconciliation in action. Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, a young Indigenous man of 19 committed suicide successfully in one of our communities. The impact has been painful to say the least, but we know that in too many Indigenous communities across Canada, we are losing our young people. Many of these communities are calling for help. This bill will increase the attention on the realities that too many Indigenous communities face. These are ongoing impacts of colonialism, and with this bill, we would see a legislative framework that would begin to take into account the realities of intergenerational trauma, severe impoverishment, epidemics of suicide, and impairment of mental and physical health, and the profound loss of hope should receive finally the attention that they so richly deserve. We are all in this together, and it is time to face the history of Canada, to let go of blame and shame, and finally focus on working on healing. Our children deserve it, and they can no longer wait. Paulo Freire said, quote, any situation in which some individuals prevent others from engaging in the process of inquiry is one of violence. This means the means used are not important. To alienate human beings from their own decision-making process is to change them into objects. For too long, Indigenous communities across this country have been treated like objects that do not deserve the right to engage in the process of decision-making. This bill is a step toward reconciliation, a step in moving from words to action. Mr. Speaker, I must say, there is just so much that Canada and this place can learn from Indigenous communities. In my riding, I've been approached by many people, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, asking if we could not work together here to change the culture of this place. Wouldn't it be better if, rather than yelling at one another, we spoke to one another and listened and made decisions that were more balanced? I hope that this bill leads us in that very direction. I believe that reconciliation is also about learning from the First Peoples of this land. Mr. Speaker, there is much to learn. Thank you.
Before we recognize the honourable member for Vancouver East, I'll let her know that we're somewhat limited on time here, so I won't take too long to explain, but I may need to cut her off before the end of her 10 minutes, probably about 7 to 8 minutes worth, so we'll leave time for the honourable sponsor of the motion to have his remaining right of reply. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, was adopted by the UN General Assembly more than a decade ago on September 13, 2007. This declaration enshrines the rights that, quote, constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of the Indigenous peoples of the world. Passing and enacting Bill C-262 is a critical step for the government to take in order to fulfill its promise to implement all of the calls for action made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The TRC refers to the UN Declaration as, quote, the framework for reconciliation, and the declaration is included in 16 calls for action. Bill C-262 provides a legislative framework for implementing the UN Declaration and would affirm its central significance in the process of national reconciliation efforts. Its implementation would highlight the necessity of harmonizing federal laws so that they are consistent with the UN Declaration. It will affirm the Declaration has legal application in Canada. Bill C-262 calls for a national action plan to be created in collaboration with the federal government and Indigenous representatives to set a pathway for matters of implementation. And I would argue that, most importantly, it calls for a yearly report on how progress is being made. At its heart, Bill C-262 provides the foundation to move the UN Declaration from an aspirational document to an actionable one with accountability measures, and the importance of that simply cannot be understated. For far too long, successive governments have made aspirational statements after aspirational statements. But as we know, it's been a long succession of promises made, promises broken by successive governments, and we've all heard this government will be different, that this government will treat Indigenous people fairly, that this government will stop the discrimination, that this government will address the generational impacts of trauma, that this government will restore the important nation-to-nation relationship. Tragically, too many times, these statements have rung hollow and have not been met with action. And as we know, there are numerous examples of systemic discrimination and inaction to address ongoing historical wrongdoings perpetrated against Indigenous peoples. To be clear, as of October 31st, 2017, there were still 100 long-term drinking water advisories for First Nations community. Just imagine that it's not safe for them to drink their water. There are an additional 47 communities with short-term advisories. A disproportionate number of Indigenous people are homeless. We just heard from my colleague who talked about teen suicide. This was a crisis in this House when we discussed this issue, but yet the crisis continues. Instead of providing funding for these incredibly important initiatives, the government instead did things like spend $110,000 in court fees fighting against a young First Nations girl to block the payment of a $6,000 orthodontic treatment. It's these actions and inactions that highlight the systemic discrimination that is ongoing against Indigenous peoples in Canada and highlights the importance of passing Bill C-262 and taking the further actions of following through on the TRC calls for action. At the Standing Committee for Canadian Heritage, the Honourable Senator Murray Sinclair, formerly Justice Murray Sinclair, the chair of the TRC, stated his support for Bill C-262. He also provided valuable insight to the systemic racism that Indigenous peoples and others in Canada face when he said, quote, "Systemic racism is the racism that's left over after you get rid of the racists. Once you get rid of the racists, within the justice system, for example, you will still have the rules, procedures, guidelines, precedents, and laws that are inherently discriminatory and racist because those laws, policies, procedures, processes, and beliefs, including beliefs that direct individuals on how and when to exercise their discretion, come from a history of common law which comes from a different culture, a different way of thinking." Passing Bill C-262 alongside with the UN Declaration and the TRC calls for action will finally lead to the real action being taken to address that leftover racism. Another supporter of Bill C-262 that appeared at the committee was Dr. Cindy Blackstock. Dr. Blackstock is a fierce and unstoppable champion for the rights of First Nations children in Canada. She spoke to the chronic and discriminatory underfunding of First Nations child welfare in Canada. She noted that not 10 years ago, not during the 60s scoop, not during the height of the residential school system, but today, that there are more First Nations children in care than at any other time in our history. She further spoke to the chronic and simply unacceptable underfunding of First Nations education. She made it quite clear when she said, quote, "For those who say it's too expensive or too complicated, I ask you this. If we're so broke as a nation, that only way we can fund things like arenas or subway systems is through racial discrimination against children, then what are the children losing to? What does this country really stand for?" For those who ask, with the adoption of Bill 262, what does it look like? Bill C-262 lays the groundwork for funding for Bill 262 lays the groundwork to fundamentally examine and act on our aspirations to end this systemic discrimination. It is not an endpoint, but it lays a path to reach one. Let us get to work and stop asking, why do we have to do this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
En conséquence,
Accordingly, I now invite the honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, AU, for his right of reply. The honourable member will have up to 5 minutes. The honourable member. I just gave thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all members who took part in this very important debate on this very important bill. Even those who expressed concerns about this bill, I appreciate their comments. And I am definitely looking forward to this bill being studied in depth at committee, because I think some of the issues that were raised and concerns that were expressed deserve answers.
I know I only have 5 minutes, but I think there are a couple of things that are important to talk about in reply. It was said that the UN Declaration is an aspirational document. I've heard that before, and I heard it again today. I want to respond to that, that the UN Declaration is going to create some uncertainty in this country. I want to respond to that as well. But let me remind the members of this place that Bill C-262 is the first piece of legislation in this country that explicitly rejects colonialism. Yes. If we're going to move on to reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, then we have to reject colonialism. We cannot continue within that framework in this country. Second of all, Mr. Speaker, this is what former UN Secretary General said about the Declaration. Ban Ki-moon said, "The Declaration is a visionary step towards addressing the human rights of Indigenous peoples and a momentous opportunity for states and Indigenous peoples to strengthen their relationships, promote reconciliation, and ensure that the past is not repeated." End of quote. That's the former Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Speaker, speaking about the Declaration. The other thing that I heard in this place today, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the UN Declaration, Bill C-262, might be incompatible with our Constitution as it stands today. Well, back in 2008, in response to that very claim, back in 2008, over 100 experts, law professors, international human rights experts, and scholars replied to that by saying that the Declaration provides a principled framework that promises a vision of justice and reconciliation. In our considered opinion, it is consistent with the Canadian Charter, Canadian Constitution and Charter, and is profoundly important for fulfilling their promise. Mm-hmm. So that, I think it's important to remind people of that very fact, Mr. Speaker. And in closing, I think it is important, again, to remind people that it is not appropriate to try to read provisions of the Declaration in isolation. When you talk about free, prior and informed consent, well, you'll have to read those provisions alongside the other provisions. There are 46 provisions in the UN Declaration, and you have to combine them. But let me read Article 46, 3 of the UN Declaration, and it says this: the provisions set forth in this declaration shall be interpreted in accordance with the principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, equality, non-discrimination, good governance, and good faith. So I think one of the reasons why that article was drafted in that way it is because we needed to balance the rights that are enshrined of Indigenous peoples contained in the UN Declaration with the rights of others. And that's important to remember when considering the UN Declaration, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm running out of time, but like I said, thank you to all members that stood up and to speak to this bill. I'm looking forward to the work in committee over this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Saganash, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moves that Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient
All those who support the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Section 93 of the Standing Orders, the recorded division will be deferred until Wednesday, February 7th, 2018, just before the time for private members' business. Orders of the day. Resuming debate. Report stage. Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing. Resuming debate on the motions in group number 1.
Honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise today to speak on Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act in relation to political financing. The Government of Canada promised to set a higher bar on the transparency, accountability, and integrity of public institutions and the democratic process. We also said that we take steps to ensure that Canada's elections are run more fairly, and we promise to encourage more Canadians, and in particular, youth and Indigenous Canadians, to play a more active role in our democracy. Canada's Minister of Democratic Institutions has taken this role seriously. Since she received this mandate from the Prime Minister in January, she has been encouraging Canadians to become more involved, to expand their civic literacy. This isn't just about voting or volunteering for a campaign. Canadians can expand their civic literacy by simply engaging in discussions with their friends and neighbors at coffee shops or online or through public policy issues that matter to them. Participation can mean volunteering for a charity, joining a community organization, or signing a petition. Democracy has many wide open doors for those that want to enter and play a part. We want to make sure all voices are heard. One issue that has come up in the media and in the House relates to federal rules governing the funding of political parties. Political parties are, of course, fundamental to our system of the government. If Canadians have concerns about how the government regulates them, then I think those concerns must be addressed. The concerns raised in Parliament relate to private fundraising events. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of Canada's strong reputation in running elections. Our system is recognized as one of the most progressive in the world. Elections Canada, as we know, regularly hosts delegations from countries wanting to learn from our system. But the government recognizes that some Canadians want their government to do more to increase transparency. These Canadians have asked questions about fundraising activities. So we believe, Mr. Speaker, that steps are necessary. That is why the government is creating a new level of transparency. We want to empower Canadians, including opposition parties and the media, to take a much closer look at fundraising in Canada. As I mentioned, our current laws are relatively strict. Canadian citizens and permanent residents can contribute a maximum of $1,550 annually to each registered party. They can donate $1,550 in total to all leadership contestants in a particular contest. In addition, they can donate a total of $1,550 to contestants for nomination, candidates and/or riding associations of each registered party. These upper limits are among the lowest in the democratic world. In fact, some other democratic countries have no limit, which of course raises serious concerns about money influencing decisions. Here in Canada, contributions are reported to Elections Canada, and the name, municipality, province, and postal code of those that contribute more than 200 are published online. Bill C-50 builds on that solid foundation of transparency. This legislation would apply to all fundraising activities attended by cabinet ministers, including the Prime Minister, party leaders, and leadership contestants when a contribution or ticket price of more than 200 is required of any attendee. The name and partial address of each attendee, with certain exceptions, will be published online. The exceptions are youth under 18, volunteers, event staff, media, and support staff for the minister or party leader in attendance. Parties would be required to report the names and partial addresses of attendees to Election Canada within 30 days of the event. That information would then become public. These provisions apply to all parties with a seat in the House of Commons. Bill C-50 would require parties to advertise fundraising events at least 5 days in advance. Canadians would know about a political fundraiser before the event takes place, giving them an opportunity to inquire about the attending if they wish. Bill C-50 would also give journalists the ability to determine when and where fundraisers are happening. At the same time, political parties would retain the flexibility to set their own rules for providing media access and accreditation. The bill would also introduce new offenses in the Canada Elections Act for those who don't respect the rules and require the return of any money collected at the event. These sanctions would apply to political parties, parties' agents, and event organizers rather than the senior political leaders invited to the events. The government proposes a maximum of $1,000 fine on summary conviction for offenses introduced under Bill C-50, and if rules are broken, then contributions collected at the events would have to be returned. I should note, Mr. Speaker, that we have decided to limit the application of the new framework during the writ period. This is to avoid imposing an unduly heavy burden during elections when campaign organizers and their many volunteers and colleagues are working around the clock to get their message to Canadians. Reports on events that occur during the writ period will only be required following polling day. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, for us, we debate this legislation to collectively send a message to Canadians, and that there is nothing wrong with a legal campaign and its contributions. Political parties need to have access to adequate political funds so they can get their message to Canadians, to engage them, and in our democratic process. Candidates and their teams must be able to pay for the office rent, buy lawn signs, and occasionally order some pizza and pop for their dedicated and tireless volunteers. Making a contribution is also an important form of democratic expression in Canada. This is a big step many of thousands of Canadians take in order to show emphatically their support for a political party or candidate. The fact is, in every developed democratic country, parties are funded either privately, by the public sector, or quite often, a combination of both. We should also acknowledge there is nothing inherently wrong with someone trying to get their message through to decision makers. Politicians are solicited in numerous ways, at crowded town halls, gatherings, at meetings, in an MP's office, and at local skating rinks. I will conclude by returning to the initial focus of this address. The government has promised Canadians a new level of openness and transparency. At the same time, the government is determined to protect the Charter of Rights of all citizens to participate in our democracy. I believe the government has found the right balance with Bill C-50. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his remarks on Bill C-50. he talked about parties having to report the attendees at fundraisers within 30 days of the event and advance notice being provided 5 days in advance. I'd like to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, whether my colleague agrees that this bill simply validates and normalizes cash for access events, and that by simply providing notice of who was there, we have made no difference to the reality of fundraising of this kind, which in many people's mind undermines our democracy.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Now, we have a very robust system here in Canada. Our limits are modest, and we don't allow contributions from unions or corporations. But we also recognize that we have a protected right under the Charter, Section 2, I believe. But our government is striving to make sure we're very open and transparent. So we're changing the rules of reporting from the 6 to 9 months to 30 days. And we've actually front-end loaded this by allowing individuals to know who will be attending a fundraiser in advance. And I commend our government for taking these steps and initiatives. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And one of the aspects of the legislation that I'm actually quite proud of is the fact that within the legislation, we're going to now see whether you're the Prime Minister of Canada or ministers of Canada, but in particular also opposition leaders. Opposition leaders, whether you're the leader of the New Democratic Party or the Conservative Party, that there is an obligation also to be indicating who it is that you're meeting with when they're paying $250 to attend these fundraisers. The commissioner, ethics commissioner, is actually on the record, the former commissioner, Mary Dawson, indicating that this legislation is in fact a step forward. And I'm wondering if my colleague would just provide his thoughts in regards to how this legislation will ensure more transparency and accountability when it comes to electoral reform.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As he stated, the revisions have been reviewed and received quite positively. In fact, C-50 was studied at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and most witnesses responded positively. And the acting CEO actually indicated that the bill was an effective and measured tool to increase transparency. Both the Ethics and Lobbying Commissioner also said the bill would help them do their investigation. So I too am quite proud that we've added these revisions, and we've also tightened up the reporting time so that the transparency actually occurs in an expedited manner. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Honourable Member if he doesn't see a difference between fundraisers that attract the decision makers of a government, ministers and parliamentary secretaries, and indeed the Prime Minister, and opposition members who aren't in a position, Mr. Speaker, to give contracts for this or that or provide jobs to people. Is there not a pretty significant difference between that? So isn't the talking points that the government uses for this bill a little misleading? And secondly, why is it, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd ask the question that none of the recommendations of the Ethics Committee on this bill were accepted?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. This isn't about talking points. This is about striving to be more accountable to Canadians. Now, I'm sure my colleague can agree that the NDP have made mistakes. $2.7 million had to be returned for certain offices, $1 million back to the Canada Post. The previous government has made mistakes. The fact is, our government's open about it, and we're striving to do better and be accountable to Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to talk about democracy in Canada today, and more specifically, about political fundraising, which is an important part and an important reality of the political system in which we operate. Bill C-50, which I'm proud to lend my support to, is designed to enhance the transparency of political financing in Canada. It does a number of things, but I'll focus my remarks on just a few, particularly the scope of application of this bill to not just cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister, but to opposition leaders and contenders for the opposition leadership as well. The necessity to report attendees of fundraisers to Elections Canada, and the need to advertise publicly the fundraising activities involving one of the individuals affected. But before I get into that point-by-point analysis, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just spend a little bit of time talking about why transparency is an important value in our democracy and in our political financing in particular. It's a trend around the world where people, rightly or wrongly, believe that their governments can be bought. This is something that I don't believe is true in Canada. We do have a phenomenally strong electoral system that has a number of institutional safeguards to prevent this kind of phenomenon from taking place in our country. But the fact is, everyone deserves to benefit from the decisions of their government, and not just the wealthiest members of society who are able to buy influence. Now, I wouldn't suggest for a moment that there is a single member of Parliament in this House whose integrity is for sale. But I think it's important to build public confidence by demonstrating that our institutions prevent that possibility from ever arising. Because we know that a system where only the richest can dictate policy decisions is not the kind of society in which we want to live. Governments have a duty, in my mind, to serve the public interest and not the personal interest of either politicians or their donors. Now, the perception of politicians peddling influence is also a very important point that we need to make. Because when members of the public believe, even without grounds to reasonably believe it, but when the perception is that politicians will sell themselves and their values to have a donation made to their riding association so they can stay elected in perpetuity, it undermines faith in the system and would be a heck of an inspiration to cause a citizen to become disengaged with the work of their government and disengaged with the electoral process more generally. Now, we can't ban donations altogether. Realistically, campaigns do cost money. Every member of this House knows this. And I value greatly the small donations that members gave to my campaign, citizens gave to my campaign to put up election signs on my neighbours' yards. And some of the larger donations that maybe went to a communications plan to let the public know about some of the work that I planned on doing locally and that perhaps our party was campaigning on across the nation. The fact is there's real value in this form of civic engagement, and I believe that citizens should be able to contribute to political parties or candidates of their choice in order to help get that message out during a campaign. But we do need safeguards, because gone unchecked, members of society with capacity to pay have the potential to influence the activity of their elected officials. And I don't believe that that is fair or just, and it's not the kind of Canada that I want to live in. And thankfully, some of the safeguards that we have in place are some of the strongest that the world has to offer. We have spending limits for campaigns. You can't exceed a certain value depending on the length of the campaign in Canada, which keeps it reasonable. So the party or the campaign with the most amount of money doesn't necessarily have the loudest megaphone. We've got individual donor limits in Canada. I believe it's $1,575 annually. And again, I could not in good faith stand here and say a member of any political party, no matter their persuasion, would sell their integrity for that figure, or any figure for that matter. I trust my colleagues on all sides of the aisle. We also, importantly, do not allow corporate or union donations in Canada. This is important because we know that the donations coming into campaigns, to candidates and to parties are made by Canadians. And that's who we have a duty to govern for. We're not pursuing merely corporate interest or unions that can afford to pay. This is about serving people. But we do have some improvements needed. Of course, people who aren't familiar with the political process, the electoral process, and maybe have never donated to a campaign in their lives, I can imagine the thought process that they may have when they hear about a campaign fundraiser that's maybe costing $500. That's a lot of money for most of the people that live in my riding. The median income in the riding I represent is about $21,000. The idea that some of these people are going to contribute $1,500 or a more modest amount, even $200, is not something that they can reasonably afford. And they don't want to believe that their neighbors who may have that kind of money lying around are able to walk into a fundraiser with a politician or perhaps a future politician and dictate what that person will campaign on in the future. Because at the end of the day, what forms the idea and the basis of a campaign can't be what has been demanded by a donor. There can be no quid pro quo. We can't have the sense that because I donated to a campaign, I'm owed some kind of an obligation. That isn't right. We need to ensure that the politics of our country are dictated by what serves the public best and not what the richest donors can afford. That's why I believe Bill C-50 adds certain important elements that will enhance the transparency of our political financing system. If I look specifically at the need to report attendees to these fundraising events, to Elections Canada, where the cost of the fundraiser is over $200, which is the same threshold for publishing through Elections Canada today. I know that this is going to let the public know who came to one of the fundraisers of the Prime Minister, a minister or leader of the opposition, or candidate for opposition leadership. If I see 100 donors making maximum donations to a person's campaign, and the next day they come out with a new policy designed just to meet the needs of that donor base, I'll know something's up, and when I go to the ballot box, that's going to inform my decision-making. I also note that we're required under Bill C-50, assuming it passes, to report at least 5 days in advance that there will be a fundraising initiative. This gives the public the opportunity to inquire about the nature of the fundraiser and potentially attend if they are so inclined. It prevents the opportunity for the person or party hosting the fundraising event from sequestering the attendees and burying the message to ensure the public never finds out who was there. Transparency is of extraordinary importance, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to just perhaps preemptively answer a question that I heard given to the last speaker about the need to ensure that Bill C-50 applies both to government and opposition sides of the House. I would only suggest it would be appropriate to limit the scope of this legislation to the government if I didn't believe that individual members of Parliament have the ability to make a difference. And I reject that notion as strongly as I possibly can. I know, as someone who's not a part of the Cabinet, not sitting as Prime Minister, not an opposition leader, and not campaigning to be the leader of a party, that I still have the opportunity to make a difference. And I can tell you my integrity is worth more than $1,500 donation to my riding association. It's not fair for the wealthiest members of my community back home in Nova Scotia to have additional influence on me than my neighbour who might earn $21,000 a year, like the median person in my riding, as I explained, Mr. Speaker. Because I and every member of this House I trust is in it for the right reasons. We're here to serve the public, not just the wealthiest members of it. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to stand in support of Bill C-50 today, because I know it's going to make one of the strongest political financing systems in Canada even stronger. It's going to strengthen our democracy, and it's going to enhance the public perception of our electoral system more generally, and give faith that politicians are here for the right reason, and that's to serve the public interest. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair there. Listened to the member's speech and appreciated his intervention. But certainly, when I look at this particular piece of legislation, what we see here is essentially Liberals trying to basically just provide cover for the fact that they're taking cash for access. That's really what it boils down to. It doesn't change that. It doesn't stop them from doing it. It just simply allows the Prime Minister and his cabinet to continue to do it and make sure they put it up on a website somewhere and a few things like that, but it doesn't prevent it from happening. I started to think a little bit about that and this Prime Minister and his sort of pattern of not being accountable, and that extends to, of course, this recent ruling we saw by the commissioner, where he was found guilty in 4 occasions, but really there's been no consequence of that, and he's kind of refusing to repay that money. And I just was thinking about that, and I parallel that back to 2012 when the Prime Minister at that time as a Member of Parliament took some inappropriate travel expenses and was found to have done that, and then decided that maybe he needed to make it right and repay that. So I wonder if this member feels that maybe it would be more proper for the Prime Minister to repay the money this time as well. What was good in the past, why couldn't it be good now?
The member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to answer the question, although it was a bit of a mixed bag, and I would question the relevance of the second two-thirds of the question, really. I believe it started on whether this was an opportunity to legitimize cash for access events, and it had a very partisan slant against the Liberal Party on this. I note that this is actually non-partisan in its very nature. By definition, it applies to the government and the opposition parties, no matter who is in government. On the issue of the Prime Minister's accountability, I can't help but note he's currently on a town hall visiting residents and giving them access for free with no opportunity to stack the room with partisan supporters of one kind or another. What I come down to here is the honourable member would seemingly suggest that there should be a higher standard for the Liberal Party than there is for the opposition party. This should apply to every party in the House with an opportunity for somebody who has the chance to influence the decisions today or in the near future. And I believe it's a perfectly fine approach. And I note the person he referenced, the former Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, has actually suggested that this legislation is a good thing because it strengthens our democratic institutions.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I was wondering, when it comes to the substance of the issue, we're dealing with cash for access events, which would lead us to believe that there may be access to the Prime Minister or ministers in exchange for large amounts of money. That's really the essence of the issue. So I wonder if my colleague is okay with this practice. Because today, all that C50 does is make the process more transparent and sort of formalize it and give information to citizens. But that doesn't change the essence of the issue. This practice will continue. So what is his opinion fundamentally about this cash for access system in exchange for donations to political parties? Does he agree with that practice?
Honourable member for Central Nova.
Merci, Monsieur Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to my colleague's good question.
I sort of address squarely the question. I think we have to ask ourselves, do we want to recognize a political reality that campaigns cost money? I would suggest that we do. The answer in my mind then is not to prevent certain people from raising money and meeting the people who are donors to their campaigns, but to ensure that there's transparency so the public understands what's going on. As I mentioned over the course of my remarks, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't underestimate the intelligence of the public. If the public sees that there are 100 people making maximum campaign donations that are part of a particular lobby organization, and the next day the recipient of the funds from those donors comes out with a new policy that is catered to the interests of those people, Canadians will know that that was a ploy to get elected, not to serve their interests. I would suggest that the right approach is to put all the information out there, mandate that those serving in government or those campaigning to be the leader of government, the Government of Canada, are subject to rules that ensure Canadians know who their donors are, who was in the room when they were donating the $200 or higher amount, so they can make the decisions for themselves at the ballot box. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to be able to have this opportunity to speak today on Bill C-50. I think kind of in a unique position, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that I'm a member of Parliament from Ontario and having seen what went on with the provincial Liberals, I can certainly speak to the issue of cash for access and how that relates here federally, given the examples that happened in Ontario. As I was going about the last election, meeting with residents of my riding, engaging as well in town halls and all candidates debate, I remember warning those who would consider voting Liberal of the fact that the same players from Ontario would be involved not only with the election campaign for the Liberals, but also within the Prime Minister's office, and that certainly has shown itself to be true. The Cash for Access scheme started. It was originated in Ontario. It was ground zero, Mr. Speaker, for cash for access. And what does that mean? That ministers, the Premier, parliamentary secretaries would sell access to themselves to those stakeholders who were willing to pay up to the maximum amount. Now, in Ontario, there was no maximum amount at that time. I recall that, some people in small, intimate settings were paying in excess of $5,000. So you can imagine what a fundraiser that would be. If I was a minister in Ontario, having the opportunity to sit in a private setting and sell access of my time for $5,000. In some cases, it was more than that. It was a heck of a fundraiser for the Ontario Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, and some nights getting upwards of $50,000 to $100,000. So fast forward to after the election, those same players who came from Queen's Park come to the Prime Minister's office, Gerald Butts and Katie Telford, who formalized and legitimized the plan in Ontario. And the first thing they do is concoct the same plan here federally. A plan that, in fact, saw the Prime Minister, saw ministers of the Crown engaging in these private cash for access fundraisers. The difference is that there was a limit here, and the limit was $1,500, a little bit more above that. And so in Ontario, they called this the system, Mr. Speaker, where ministers would go out, presumably with stakeholders, in most cases with stakeholders, sell access to themselves to these stakeholders, be able to bend the minister's ear for whatever project, whatever dealings, whatever issue you had with the government, you would pay them and that money would go directly into the Liberal bank account. And it was the same plan that happened here. And if you really want to know what this amounts to, Mr. Speaker, it's about political extortion. It's about extorting money from those who have business dealings with the government so that you can gain access to those ministers, and in the case of the Prime Minister. And the issue was really one of hypocrisy on the part of the government, and that's why we're in this position right now with Bill C-50. The Liberals are trying to correct a problem that they created, and a problem that I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister said to his ministers in their mandate letters about perception, real or otherwise, about undue influence. And cash for access provides undue influence. And I know the member from Central Nova was talking about the fact that he can't see how $1,500 can actually influence a minister of the Crown. It's not just the $1,500, Mr. Speaker, it's the multiples of $1,500. And we certainly saw examples of that during the height of this cash for access scheme, the height of the public awareness of this, when the Prime Minister was at a private event with some stakeholders from the Chinese community, and there was a gentleman there, Mr. Shenglin Li, who donated the maximum amount. The people that were there donated the maximum amount. Mr. Li had business in front of the government. His business was to want to open a bank. Well, the bank was opened, Mr. Speaker, shortly after this meeting, and he received approval for it. And it's important to understand that ministers of the Crown are very powerful. They control multi-billion-dollar budgets. With one fell swoop of a pen, a minister, the Prime Minister, and the government can approve whatever business those people have. And that money, I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, is going into Liberal bank accounts. It's not going into the coffers of the government. These are people who are paying for access to put money into the Liberal bank accounts. And we've seen examples of this happen with other ministers, the Minister of Justice, held a meeting at a Bay Street law firm. There were lots of lawyers there. I can't think that they were talking about the Blue Jays, or they weren't talking about the Maple Leafs and how they were doing. They were talking government business. And in some case, some of these lawyers who would pay the $1,500 perhaps had applications for the bench. So this is why this is wrong. And so what they're proposing now, Mr. Speaker, is to take it out of the shadows where it was, put it public, but it legitimizes and formalizes it. And why are they doing this? So they can hide behind it, Mr. Speaker. So if there's any further complaints, anybody else that has a problem with cash for access, they can say, hey, we changed the rules. The rules are clear. Well, in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, there was so much public backlash that they actually banned cash for access. They made it so that no more ministers, no more members of provincial parliament, for example, could even go to these cash for access fundraisers. So if you are truly showing some virtue on this, just ban them all together and go back to the donation process that exists today. And of course, the Liberals, they want to use every advantage they can to try to extort as much money as they can from these stakeholders, because they know from a fundraising standpoint, they lag far behind the Conservatives and our grassroots donors who support our party year in and year out, because they agree with the policies and the principles and the values of conservatism. So they want to extort people. They want to say, perhaps to the marijuana industry, perhaps to more lawyers, give us money, you can have access to us, and bend our ear. And how is that going to apply to middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it? It won't, Mr. Speaker, because most of the people in my riding cannot afford to go to one of these Liberal fundraisers. The other interesting part about this, and this is the thing that really concerns me, is that it doesn't include parliamentary secretaries. They said that the reporting mechanism will happen for the Prime Minister, it'll happen for cabinet ministers, but it won't happen for parliamentary secretaries. And why not? I think that's a fair question. In fact, when I talked to the member from Banff Airdrie, this was one of the amendments that was put forward. In fact, it was a recommendation of the Ethics Commissioner. And I know I've heard the argument that the Ethics Commissioner agrees with most parts of this, but this is the one area that she doesn't agree with. So why not include parliamentary secretaries in Bill C-50? And one can speculate that perhaps the reason is, if the Prime Minister can't do it, cabinet ministers can't have a cash for access event in private with stakeholders and people have business in front of the government, let's send the parliamentary secretary, because they, through the line, will have the ear of a cabinet minister who will eventually have the ear of the Prime Minister with respect to those people that are involved. So, Mr. Speaker, there are significant challenges with Bill C-50. The fact that this government wants to legitimize and formalize this cash for access scheme so that they can use it as a shield later on if something comes up to say, hey, we changed the rules, right? Everybody knows the rules are, we're applying the rules. Well, if they were going to apply the rules in this case, they certainly should have done it when the Prime Minister wrote his mandate letters to say that the perception, real or otherwise, of undue influence should not happen within his government. They changed that. There's no reason to believe that they're going to follow the rules that are in and the legislation that's in C-50, Mr. Speaker. This is hypocrisy at its best. They're formalizing and legalizing what will continue to be political extortion on the part of this government for stakeholders and those having business with the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by saying how disappointed I am that the opposition is not supporting this legislation that I think is a tremendous move in terms of having greater openness and transparency, which is something they're asking for. But I'm just wondering what's at the root of them not supporting it. And is it, in fact, that they don't want the opposition to have to disclose the information that's being asked for in Bill C-50. So, you know, this is about openness and transparency. It's about ensuring that the website shows on it what events are going to be held. It's about ensuring that the attendees for events that have paid over $200 are noted and there's a list so that people know. I don't understand. So I guess my direct question to the member is he not supporting this legislation because they don't want to provide lists of who attends their fundraisers for over $200 and more?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, the fact is that we do follow the rules, Mr. Speaker. They didn't follow their own rules. They didn't follow their own rules. You know, the honourable member wants to talk about openness and transparency. There is an open and transparent process, and that's donations from the grassroots of Canadians who support political parties. Openness and transparency doesn't mean that I extort people for $1,500 to come to a fundraising event that I'm at so that they can bend my ear, if I'm the government, to make a decision that perhaps favors or benefits them. And as I said earlier, it's not just the $1,500, it's the multiples of those $1,500 and what that represents in terms of influencing government policy that is still troublesome on this. What they're doing is formalizing and legitimizing cash for access. If they have a problem with it, why don't they just cancel it altogether, just like the Ontario Liberals did?
And comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my friend, the member for Barrie Innisfil, on an excellent speech. This Prime Minister has a record of saying one thing and doing another. And I was wondering if my honourable friend could comment on how the hundreds of cash for access events hosted by the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers square with open and accountable government, the standards of conduct by which the Prime Minister and ministers are supposedly bound by, which provides for, among other things, quote, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for his question. It became very clear from the onset that the words that the Prime Minister wrote on his mandate letter weren't worth the paper they were written on. And I say that as an example because the first thing that they started doing on that side of the House was the same thing that happened in Ontario. They started engaging in cash for access events, and many of them were in the shadows. If it wasn't for the media, if it wasn't for, in some cases, those people who attended those events, none of this would have become transparent. In spite of all the platitudes and all the words about openness and transparency, this government and this Prime Minister is anything but, Mr. Speaker. So I say again, those words that the Prime Minister wrote to his cabinet ministers in those mandate letters are in fact not worth the paper they were written on, and it's concerning that they're still legitimizing and formalizing cash for access, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we witnessed in the times leading up to the election in 2015 hermetically sealed government events where people came, Lord knows who they were, Lord knows what they talked about, and Lord knows what they left behind in terms of donations to the Conservative Party of Canada. And I wanted to ask my colleague across the way whether he believed that if somebody attended an event that Mr. Harper held, whether they were there to talk about what was happening in Calgary heritage, or whether perhaps it was that member's position in government that attracted their attention.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly liberal modus operandi to blame somebody else or accuse somebody else without accepting responsibility for their own action. And we see here another example of this accusational tone from the member opposite. But I will say that when you have that example of a Chinese millionaire, I assume, attending a private event with the Prime Minister because he's got business in front of the government, of opening a bank, and there are multiples of people there who are donating, and then all of a sudden that bank gets opened, I think that's that's a problem, Mr. Speaker, and it will continue to be a problem under this piece of legislation because they're not stopping the problem. They're just formalizing and legitimizing the issue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act respecting political financing. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-50, more particularly, would require certain public notification and reporting in respect of certain political fundraising events. In that regard, Bill C-50 would require that where a cabinet minister or party leader or leadership candidate attends a political fundraising event and where the ticket price for the event is more than $200, that public notification would be required and that a report would be sent to Elections Canada on the event. Now, the government has sold this bill as a bill to increase transparency, accountability, and to strengthen Canada's political financing laws. I say that one should not buy into the bill of goods that this government is trying to sell Canadians because, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about increased transparency. It's not about increased accountability. It's not about strengthening Canada's political financing laws. Rather, what Bill C-50 is about is legitimizing and sanitizing this government and the Liberal Party's sordid cash-for-access racket. That's what Bill C-50, Mr. Speaker, is about.
That's right.
Now, why would the government, by way of legislation, seek to legitimize cash for access? Well, as my colleague, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie, has pointed out, this government has found its hand caught in the cookie jar one too many times. This government has been caught with their hand in the cookie jar inasmuch as the Prime Minister has said one thing and then done another. We have a Prime Minister who, after all, more or less disavowed cash for access fundraising and then proceeded to engage in cash for access fundraising. And not only engaged in cash for access fundraising, but perfected cash for access fundraising. You know, Mr. Speaker, to understand the degree to which the Prime Minister broke his word with the Canadian public, one need look back to the 2015 election, when he's told Canadians, elect me, and I will deliver the most open, the most transparent, and the most accountable government in Canadian history. And to try to demonstrate that he meant what he said and said what he meant, the Prime Minister, upon appointing his cabinet, unveiled a document called Open and Accountable Government. Open and accountable government was the code of conduct, the standards of conduct by which the Prime Minister said he and his ministers and parliamentary secretaries would be held to. And open and accountable government actually did deal with sets of standards of conduct for cabinet ministers, for the Prime Minister, and for parliamentary secretaries, specifically relating to political fundraising. And I think it's important to speak to and review some of what open and accountable government said, just to understand, just again, how blatantly and how flagrantly this Prime Minister has broken his word with the Canadian people. Open and accountable government says, among other things, quote, ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest the appearance of conflict of interest and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest, unquote. But it gets better, Mr. Speaker. It says further, quote, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access. And moreover, open and accountable government states that department stakeholders, including lobbyists, should not be targeted for the solicitation of political funds. That's what open and accountable government said. That's the standard the Prime Minister set for himself and his cabinet. And so it begs the question, what did the Prime Minister do following issuing that standard? The answer is that the Prime Minister ignored open and accountable government. It was as if open and accountable government had never been written. He, as my friend, the member for Barrie Innisfil, said, it wasn't worth the paper that it was written on, because almost immediately the Prime Minister doubled down with cash for access event after cash for access event after cash for access event. Indeed, in 2016, the Liberal Party held more than 100 cash for access events. Cash for access events, like one held in May of 2016 in Toronto, with none other than Mr. Sanctimony himself, the Prime Minister, who was there with, at the residence of a Chinese billionaire. There were other Chinese billionaires, each of whom paid $1,500 to the Liberal Party of Canada, and there they had an evening with the Prime Minister making dumplings and having the ear of the Prime Minister, and I'm sure spending a wonderful evening with him. Among those in attendance was none other than the chief investor in the Wealth One Bank, a bank that was seeking a banking license in Canada at the time of the Cash for Access fundraiser. What a sweet deal, Mr. Speaker. $1,500 to the Liberal Party and an opportunity to spend the evening with the Prime Minister to talk about Wealth One Bank. And sure enough, the license got approved. At the very same event, there was a Chinese communist official who wasn't a Canadian citizen, so he couldn't send the money directly to the Liberal Party. But the Liberal Party said to him, don't worry about it. And so 2 weeks later, that very same individual wrote a $200,000 check to the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation. I guess we're supposed to just assume that it was a coincidence that he spends the evening with the Prime Minister and 2 weeks later, just out of coincidence, decides to write a $200,000 check to the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my friend for Barrie Innisfil says you can't make it up. Well, you really can't, because it's just incredible. It speaks to the hypocrisy. It speaks to the lack of ethical conduct on the part of this government. And so here we are today with Bill C-50. What does it do? Well, it requires public notification 5 days before an event. I say big deal to that, Mr. Speaker. It goes on to require reporting to Elections Canada of an event. I don't know if it occurred to this government, but every single political contribution is already reported to Elections Canada. So in terms of substantive improvements to political financing laws in Canada, this bill falls short. It is nothing more than smoke and mirrors so that the Prime Minister can pretend that he is doing something about political financing, all the while giving himself a blank check to engage in the most sordid types of political fundraising activities. Mr. Speaker, this is a cynical bill, and Canadians deserve more than a cynical bill from a cynical and ethically challenged government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I can absolutely say that, this is not a cynical bill. This is a bill that is making a substantial difference. And, it's unfortunate to hear from my colleague across the way on this topic in such a cynical manner. Because to be perfectly honest, fundraising is activities that all political parties undertake. And I want to make one correction. The first one is we know that no foreigner can make a contribution. It's against the law, and that's something that all political parties uphold. The second thing is that it's actually reporting of who attended events, when they took place, and where they took place. And this is important because this is information Canadians didn't have before. C50 aims to make fundraising events more open and transparent, and all I was hearing from the opposition is that they don't believe in more openness nor more transparency. We know for a fact the leader of the official opposition was, of course, holding fundraising events in secret this summer and refused to provide details. So my question to my honourable colleague is, does he not believe more openness and transparency about fundraising is a good thing? Because that's exactly what this bill aims to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think we have absolutely no lessons to learn from this government, because the consistent record of this government is to say one thing and do another. It's they who issued open and accountable government, and it is they that almost immediately flagrantly violated their own ethical standards. I remember standing in this House day in and day out in April of 2016 asking the Minister of Justice about the pay-to-play fundraiser at Tories LLP in Toronto, an event that was attended by lawyers and lobbyists, an event that was advertised as an opportunity for attendees to engage with the minister on matters that pertain directly to her role as Minister of Justice. Right. That's called pay-to-play. That's called giving preferential access. That is called giving the perception of a conflict of interest. It was right in open and accountable government, and instead of taking responsibility for it, the minister wouldn't stand in her place and defend herself, leaving it to the then government House leader, and she was given forewarning about the fact that she was breaching the standard that the Prime Minister set, and she went anyway. So she thumbed her nose. And that's what the Prime Minister has done. He's thumbed his nose because he believes he's above the rules. Right. They don't apply to him. Right. They apply to everyone else, but he and his ministers, it's absolutely
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton, St. Albert, for his usual eloquent speech today. He was accused of cynicism. I think one can do better, Mr. Speaker. I called this the Bait and Switch Act, where it looks like they're going after cash for access, but no, we're going to go for transparency. And now we all can know that there's cash for access. And I also called it the Lobbyist Despair Act, because now why would you have to hire a fancy lobbying firm in Ottawa when you can go right to the minister, right to the Prime Minister, and ask about that job for your brother-in-law or that contract for your firm? So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague whether he would agree with me that the government's claim that somehow that's exactly the same for government members who actually give contracts and opposition members who don't is, in fact, a joke.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, I thank the member for Victoria, and I would simply agree. It is an absolute joke. And for the government to try to conflate the power vested in ministers with a leader of an opposition party is simply a very, very different context, a very different set of circumstances. I see the member for Beaches East York is in the House, and it reminds me, in terms of how this government operates, when he had a fundraiser with the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice, the point man on marijuana. Lobbyists for the marijuana industry showed up. One of them was quoted in the Globe and Mail as saying that she really would have preferred if she could have sat down with him, but if you have to pay a few $100s to be there, I guess that's what I have to do. This is how the Liberal Party operates. It's a real shame.
While it will be apparent in a moment or two, I will remind honourable members that they stay away from referring to either the absence or presence of members in the chamber. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin my speech, I would just note that the fundraiser I held, we agreed on ground rules, myself and the parliamentary secretary, we agreed that we would not talk about cannabis despite a mutual interest of ours in discussing it. And we also, just so the record is clear, the cost of that event was $150 or $20 for monthly supporters, which might make it the cheapest cash for access in the history of Canadian politics. And I would also note that that individual who was quoted in the Globe bought a ticket under a different name, and we refunded the money as soon as we found out who she was. Mr. Speaker, C50 improves our political financing rules, already some of the strongest in the world. Our stable democracy, yes, including our open and fair elections, in many ways depends on these rules, enforced as they are by a truly independent watchdog in Elections Canada. Of course, while the rules that underpin our elections are fair, our electoral system more generally remains less fair than it could or should be. Under first past the post, there will always be a significant gap between election outcomes and voter intention. I do not think it fair for the Harper administration to hold 100% of the power in government, including complete control in this House, with less than 40% of ballot box support, and I do not think it is any fair for us as Liberals to do the same. As our lives have moved online, we've seen communities of people from different geographies coalesce together around different issues and common experiences. Yet our electoral system largely ignores this reality and these communities. I recognize that this government does not intend to revisit this issue, but I want to lend my voice in support of current efforts in British Columbia. I hope that BC shows us a way forward, bringing the same leadership to our country on electoral reform that they have brought on carbon pricing. In contrast to the sweeping change of electoral reform, C50 is a series of tweaks, thankfully, in the right direction. We already have political financing rules to be proud of here in Canada. No one can buy an election here. We ban corporate and union donations. We cap annual personal donations at $1,550 with a set escalator of $25 a year, and we have strict spending limits. In a traditional writ period, expenditure limits for local candidates is around $100,000. I played baseball in Oxford for a year, Mr. Speaker, while completing my Master of Laws. I was a pitcher, and my catcher was from Mississippi. He had volunteered on the Obama campaign on the West Coast, perhaps because it was lonely in Mississippi. We talked about our mutual interest in politics and about the idea of elected office. When I explained the hard cap on riding spending, he couldn't stop laughing. He joked that that same amount of our spending limit is one bad radio spot for us. As a member of the board of Young MPs for the Interparliamentary Union, I helped to organize a conference of young MPs here in Ottawa this past November. We were joined by 120 MPs from over 50 countries. In between sessions, we compared notes on political financing rules. And if our rules were emulated around the world, Mr. Speaker, the ideal of democracy would be significantly strengthened in practice. A fair and participatory democracy depends on the rough equality of the strength of our voices in the political process. Or as Ronald Dworkin put it in calling for a more ambitious conception of democracy, one that understands democracy as a partnership and collective self-government in which all citizens are given the opportunity to be active and equal partners. Or, as our Supreme Court has put it, the advancement of equality and fairness in elections ultimately encourages public confidence in the electoral system. We need only look south of the border to see what can take place absent such rules. And unfortunately, we are unlikely to see positive and lasting change in our American ally until Citizens United is revisited. Again, in the words of Dworkin, the most effective way to prevent money from dominating politics and to prevent powerful corporations, unions, and other groups from receiving favors for contributions is to lessen politicians' need for money. And the most effective way to do that is to limit what politicians may spend. Now, given the importance of our strict political financing rules, it is necessary to revisit them on occasion with a view to strengthening them further. Such is the case with C50. C50 rightly addresses public concerns about large donors receiving preferential access. It improves transparency. For political fundraising events at over $200 a ticket, C50 requires the attendee list of the event to be disclosed publicly. It ensures that fundraising events will no longer be held informally or privately where a minister or leader is concerned, as C50 requires that all such events be posted publicly in advance of the event's scheduled date. This is as it should be. Not a major change, but C50 makes a set of strong rules even stronger. Now, having listened to the debate here in the House and read the testimony at committee, I am struck by how lucky we are to live in Canada. In Iran, thousands of protesters have recently taken to the streets. Women have been arrested for defying a law that requires them to wear headscarves. Now, I stand with all defenders of democracy around the world, including in Iran, who exercise the basic human right of free speech in the name of democracy. The right of political participation is, as Jeremy Waldron notes, the right of rights. We should defend such participation at every opportunity and equally defend demands for such participation where it is currently absent. I just received an email this morning from a constituent who has been involved with the elections in Kenya. He writes that a senior political leader in the Kenyan opposition was arrested last Friday after administering the presidential oath of office to the opposition leader. Later in the day, a court ordered that he be released on bail, but to date, the Kenyan government has failed to do so. This morning, it defied a court order that he be brought to court, and as a consequence, the Inspector General of Police has been found in contempt and ordered to produce him tomorrow. This, Mr. Speaker, is outrageous, and the Kenyan government should act expeditiously to respect the rule of law and the separation of powers. Again, we must stand firmly in support of these ideals and in support of activists around the world who are demanding a voice in the political process, the right to vote, and other core rights and freedoms. And here we are, debating, among other things, the difference between a $100 or $200 ticket price threshold for public disclosure of attendee lists. It is not a trivial debate by any means, Mr. Speaker, but it is a luxury of living in Canada. Of course, we shouldn't turn down an opportunity to improve our rules simply because the rules and the enforcement of the rules are worse elsewhere. So let me add my own suggestion for improving political financing for our government to consider. We should cancel all political tax credits and direct all such funds to restoring the per-vote subsidy. The Department of Finance estimates that the total tax expenditure for political tax credits is $30 million per year. As we remind our supporters every December and in every over-the-top email blitz, political tax credits are incredibly generous, exceedingly and unnecessarily more generous than the credits available for charitable donations. Meanwhile, the federal cost of restoring the per-vote subsidy to its pre-phase-out level, adjusted for inflation, is estimated at $39.2 million as of 2017, according to a Library of Parliament analysis conducted at the request of my office. So the simplest solution would be to restore the per-vote subsidy in an amount equal to that saved by the cancellation of the political tax credit. Our balance sheet remains the same, but political financing becomes fairer. And while it is not electoral reform, Mr. Speaker, it would, in its own way, make every vote count. Thanks very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found it interesting the comments from the member from Beaches East York concerning the per-vote subsidy and the tax credits available for political donations versus charitable donations. I found it particularly interesting since there was a private member's bill before this place from the member from Provencher, which would have brought charitable donations up to the level of political donations. Unfortunately, the Liberal Party voted against that. But I do want to ask the member from Beaches East York whether or not his party does support the return of the per-vote subsidy.
Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
So I would say two things. First, the Parliamentary Budget Office, I think, conducted an analysis that was pretty clear that the cost of that private member's bill would have been quite large, and I think the answer isn't necessarily to increase charitable donations up to where political tax credits are, but to reduce the exceedingly generous nature of political tax credits, though I would add that I did support that bill at second reading, so it would be studied at committee further. And the second thing I would say is I certainly support the per-vote subsidy. I do not speak for the government, as the member may know, and sometimes I do. On this occasion, though, I think it's something the government should seriously consider, but I can't say that the government plans to do so at this time.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'd ask my colleague to provide his thoughts in regards to what I believe is a very progressive part of the legislation, where for the first time, not only are we saying that ministers and the Prime Minister is subjected to having to provide details of those that are attending the fundraisers, but we're now also saying that there's still a responsibility for opposition leaders of other political entities. So the leader of the Conservative Party and the Democratic Party would be also obligated to be transparent in terms of those that are attending their fundraising. These are individuals with incredible amount of influence politically, and Canadians do have a right to know who is meeting with these individuals that ultimately want to become Prime Minister someday too. Would he not agree with that, or if he could provide some of his thoughts on the issue?
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
I thank my colleague for the question, and certainly I agree that leaders should be subject to these rules. And I would say three things. It's not only the power that leaders have, and no question they have power. Obviously, there's a difference between a leader and a minister or prime minister where taxpayer funds are being allocated. But I would say leaders will come into power in the future in all likelihood. We're not going to be in government forever. It will be the leader of the Conservative Party, perhaps the leader of the New Democratic Party down the road. And so it's very important that leaders be subject to these rules regardless of their party. And it's also about the culture, Mr. Speaker, that it's important for leaders to abide by these rules, because if they do sit on this side of the House one day, they've instilled in themselves and in their office a culture of transparency.
Questions and comments? I guess they come on file. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not starting by sending a text message. I'm starting by turning on my phone, which also has a timer on it, so that I can make sure that I don't run over. Speakers are always very generous and helpful, but about signaling the time. But sometimes, in our enthusiasm, we have trouble seeing the speaker signaling to us that time is up, and so this is my way of helping myself. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to address Bill C-50 by articulating what I believe is its central purpose. Its central purpose is not to remedy an absence in the law that has resulted in unlawful behavior. Its purpose is to deal with an issue that was never unlawful. It was something that did not pass the sniff test, that was not considered acceptable by Canadians. So the goal of this bill is to put in some new, I would argue completely insignificant reporting requirements about who attends cash for access fundraisers or pay-to-play fundraisers. It puts some limitations, minimal limitations on where they can be held. And it has a few other little bells and whistles of that sort. And it does so for the purpose of saying, see, we've done something to address a problem that the Canadian public regards as an ethical problem, even though, strictly speaking, it's not a legal problem. The goal here is to normalize or legitimize a practice that Canadians have said is not normal and is not legitimate. And that is the practice of holding fundraising dinners at which individuals pay up to $1,500 a pop to meet someone as eminent as the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance, people who have a direct impact on issues of immediate importance to their enterprises. Sometimes you'll see multiple people from the same company buying tickets, effectively grouping together as a way of maximizing the potential interest that the Prime Minister or the Finance Minister would have in talking to them. And saying, this practice, once we report on it, will all become legitimate. Or at least we hope that Canadians will regard it as legitimate. Well, I want to make the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians' rejection of this practice as illegitimate is well-founded. It's quite deep, and that this legislation will not overcome, and I certainly hope it will not overcome, the concerns Canadians have. Let me just read to you a little bit about, this is an article from the Hill Times a few months ago, talking about a particular event held at a prominent law firm in Toronto where the Justice Minister was present. Attendance was over $1,000 a ticket. And the way the Hill Times described it was saying, and I quote, "So the Justice Minister wasn't breaking any rule by being the guest of honor at the pricey fundraiser organized by a Bay Street law firm. It just smells really bad and violates the spirit of the government's own code of conduct." So Canadians think it's illegal. They're surprised to learn that it's not illegal. And now by going through this process of requiring some reporting, the government can say it is explicitly legal. And you know what else, Mr. Speaker? They're already saying it. You saw it in the minister's response. And those sneaky opposition leaders are out there having their own fundraisers where the same sort of things occurring. Because, Mr. Speaker, the minister who raised this earlier apparently believes, or wants us to believe, that leaders of the opposition or of third parties are capable of delivering favors and that people would buy tickets based upon that. Well, that, of course, is nonsense, Mr. Speaker. It's diversion from the fundamental ethical problem, which is that ministers can deliver favors. I'm not saying that these ministers have delivered favors. How would I know? But clearly, some of the people who've been buying tickets believe it's a possibility, and the Canadian public emphatically believes it's a possibility. Maybe the Canadian public is all wrong and stupid. That's certainly a very prominent theme in Liberal policy or policy adjustments in this government. I mean, the Canadian public was all wrong about electoral reform, for example. But let me tell you what those stupid, poorly thought out Canadians think. A Nanos poll, I'm quoting here again, Nanos Public Opinion Survey conducted by the Globe and Mail for November 26th to 30th of 2016 shows that 62% of Canadians disapprove of the Liberal Party's practice of charging people $1,500 a ticket to meet in private with the Prime Minister and senior cabinet ministers who oversee major spending or policy-making decisions. So, I don't know, maybe Canadians, maybe 62% of Canadians are wrong again, but maybe the other possibility is that the people are not wrong, that they are upset, and that this exercise of pulling the wool over their eyes is inappropriate, illegitimate itself. Why does this fail the sniff test, Mr. Speaker? Why is it that Canadians think this is not the right way of doing your fundraising? Well, the answer to that, I think, is illustrated by a number of examples that I can offer of specific Liberal fundraisers. These were the source of the ethical conundrum. Things like this: a Chinese billionaire attending a Liberal fundraiser, even though, when I say Chinese, I mean someone who's a citizen of the People's Republic of China, not a citizen of Canada, attending Liberal fundraisers even though they're not allowed to donate because they're not Canadian citizens. One such individual was Zhang Bin, who was also a Communist Party apparatchik. He attended a May 19th, 2016 fundraiser at which a cabinet minister was present. And we're told that Mr. Zhang and a business partner, just to sweeten the deal, donated $200,000 to the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation and donated $50,000 to build a statue to the current Prime Minister's father. Another example, November 7th of 2016, a BC multi-billionaire, Michael Pan, hosting a fundraiser in his mansion in West Vancouver. And this was going on at the same time that the federal government was in the process of reviewing the $1 billion bid by Angban Insurance Group to purchase one of British Columbia's largest retirement nursing home chains, which they did. You have to give me the time. My phone, the timer went off, and it tells me that Siri is ready to take a command, Mr. Speaker. Oh, here we go. Mr. Speaker, the government's behavior also fails to live up to the highfalutin rhetoric from their 2015 election platform, which I'd like to quote. They said, it's not enough to follow the law. Well, let me read what they said in their election platform in 2015. To be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act with integrity. This is not merely a matter of adopting the right rules or of ensuring technical compliance with these rules. As ministers, you and your staff must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. I'm making an error here, Mr. Speaker. This is not their 2015 platform. This is, in fact, the mandate letters for all ministers. These are publicly available. You can read it in every single mandate letter. Clearly, having these fundraisers does not achieve that target. So we see the Liberals completely failing to achieve their targets, so let's misdirect. Let's say we have a new set of rules that make it all okay. I don't know. Maybe this is going to work. Maybe it's not going to work. The question is, why are they trying in the first place? And the answer is this. The answer is this is the backbone of Liberal fundraising. Mr. Speaker, attendance figures suggest that the party brings in somewhere between $50,000 and $120,000 per event when the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance is in attendance. The Liberal Party needs these events if it's to keep its fundraising up. It hasn't developed successfully a mechanism for going after a large number of smaller donations or of getting this size of donation in the absence of this kind of event. Now, that's a problem for the Liberal Party. I grant that. However, may I suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friends in the Liberal Party through you, that developing a grassroots appeal will not be done by holding this kind of event and then trying to cover it up. On the contrary, a kind of populist appeal necessarily involves trying to reach out at the grassroots level. That they're doing better than they did in the past, in all fairness. But that's where they should be concentrating. They should not be concentrating on trying to legitimize pay to play, cash for access, something that Canadians have spoken against so very strongly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. And I just want to express through you that I'm saddened that he's no longer the critic for democratic institutions. I have tremendous respect for him, and I know that one of his colleagues or the colleague that will replace him has big shoes to fill, but I'm sure will do a good job. My question with regards to his remarks is, if these measures are so insignificant, I would pose to my colleague why the leader of his party is refusing to disclose where, when, and who is attending fundraisers that he is happening. And if they are so insignificant, why are they not willing to abide by these measures in the interim? So it just seems to me that, the opposition is speaking a lot about why these aren't important, yet, they are not willing to participate in these measures themselves. And so it seems to me that openness and transparency with regards to fundraising is actually significant, because otherwise they wouldn't be so remiss to participate in what we're proposing here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, first of all, thank you to the Minister for her kind words. I'm confident that my colleague who's taken over the role will perform as well, possibly better than I did. Some might say that's an easy bar to clear. But at any rate, I think I'd respond to the substantive question this way. I do remember when that story came out about a fundraising dinner, the leader of the opposition. I remember this. I heard about this before anybody else did, and the reason is that I got a call from Marie Danielle Smith from the National Post. I think she's at the Post. Called me up and said, I want to ask about a fundraising dinner, not that your leader was at, a fundraising dinner that you held in violation of this new, not yet in effect rule, at which Giant Tiger executives all gave donations of $1,500 each. As you may know, Mr. Speaker, my family runs Giant Tiger. I'm now the vice chair of Giant Tiger. That is the reason why I'm no longer the critic for this file. Anyway, she raised that. And if you'd been there, you'd have seen my head explode. I was furious. I said, there's no way you figure this out on your own. Liberal opposition research is in there digging around, and they've noticed that a bunch of checks came through on the same day, and they've concluded this must be the result of a fundraising dinner. And they're trying to feed you this story so that you can put it out there and create a make-believe scandal. I pointed out the obvious thing. Surely you don't think I have to go and hold a dinner to get encourage people from a company that my family owns to contribute. Mr. Speaker, if they want to say that having your business contacts give money to you is a scandal, then say that. It would have a major impact on a whole group of people over there on the government side. But going out there and getting your research department to try and feed stories to reporters to create make-believe scandals in order to draw attention away from your own government's scandalous behavior, Mr. Speaker, that is abominable, and that is the way in which this government acts more and more and more and more.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I heard correctly. Did I just hear my honourable colleague say that it's obvious that business people in a certain business are obviously giving to his party? That is precisely what bringing greater transparency and accountability to political fundraising is all about. And I'd like him to either correct himself or explain how he's legitimizing exactly what we are here to oppose.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the idea that people don't go to people they know, people who are friends with them, people who they've done business with, who have a high regard for them, to seek donations would be one that would exclude anybody who has a business background from either making a donation or receiving a donation. As for the suggestion that multiple members of the same board of directors will give money, you take a look at any number of companies, Apotex, for example, where multiple members have repeatedly made board donations to the Liberals. Or one of the examples I cited earlier, was multiple directors of a company making donations to the Liberal Party. Maybe that's a terrible thing, but if it is, it's a terrible thing in which the Liberals are full participants.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act around political financing. This bill proposes to amend the Canada Elections Act to bring unprecedented openness and transparency to federal political fundraising. The legislation is the latest step the Government of Canada is taking to improve upon transparency, accountability, and integrity in our public institutions and towards strengthening the democratic process, and I would like to thank the Minister and her Parliamentary Secretary for their work. In 2017, Canadians celebrated the 35th anniversary of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Charter is a model for democracies around the world. Section 3 of the Charter guarantees every citizen the right to vote and to run in an election. This fundamental democratic right, guaranteed to all Canadians, is central, obviously, to our democracy. It's critical to ensure that when candidates for federal elected office engage in raising funds to run a campaign, and when donors contribute, that the processes are open, transparent, and accountable. The integrity of our political system depends on being vigilant and on continuous improvement in recognition of the fact that the public trust is earned and re-earned every day. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms also enshrines the freedoms of association and expression. Section 2 of the Charter has been interpreted to include the right of Canadian citizens and permanent residents to make a donation to a political party and to participate in fundraising activities subject to reasonable limits. Political parties are a vital part of our democratic system. They unite and mobilize people from different regions and with a variety of different perspectives, backgrounds, and experiences to volunteer, to champion policies, to have new ideas, and to foster and engage in public debate. Voting in an election for a candidate is one of the ways we play an active role in our society. Volunteering for a political party or a campaign is another way. And certainly, making a financial contribution to a political campaign is a way to play a direct role in the democratic process. Upholding and protecting the integrity of the political campaign contribution process is our collective responsibility as members of Parliament. We must continue to ensure that Canadians are free to contribute to political parties and candidates. Canada is known around the world for the rigor of its political financing regime, and this comes from our constant attention. Donations from corporations and unions are prohibited under existing legislation, and there are strict limits on the contributions an individual can make. Canadian citizens and permanent residents can contribute a maximum of $1,575 annually to each registered party. They can donate $1,575 in total to all leadership contestants in a particular contest. And they can donate a total of $1,575 to contestants for nomination candidates and or riding associations of each registered party. Contributions are reported to Elections Canada, and the name, municipality, province, and postal code of those who contribute more than $200 is published. Bill C-50 builds on the existing rules. When a fundraising event requires someone to contribute or pay a ticket price totaling more than $200, the name and partial address of each attendee, with certain exceptions, will be published. The exceptions are young people under 18, volunteers, event staff, media, someone assisting a person with a disability, and support staff for a minister or party leader in attendance. Canadians take political fundraising seriously. There are significant consequences for disobeying the law, and that's why currently the Canada Elections Act provides tough sanctions for those who break the rules. Though Canadians can be proud of our already strict regulations for political financing, we recognize that they have the right to know even more when it comes to political fundraising events. Bill C-50 will provide Canadians with more information about political fundraising events in order to continue to enhance trust and confidence in our democratic institutions. If passed, Bill C-50 will allow Canadians to learn when a political fundraiser that has a ticket price or requires a contribution of $200 or more is happening and who attended. This legislation would apply to all fundraising activities attended by cabinet ministers, including the Prime Minister, party leaders, and leadership contestants that meet the criteria. It also applies to appreciation events for donors to a political party or contestant. This legislation would only apply to parties with a seat in the House of Commons. It would require parties to advertise fundraising events at least 5 days in advance. Canadians would know about a political fundraiser before the event takes place, giving them an opportunity to participate and even to observe. Bill C-50 gives journalists the ability to determine when and where fundraisers are happening. And at the same time, political parties would retain the flexibility to set their own rules for providing media access and accreditation. Parties would be required to report the names and partial addresses of attendees to Elections Canada within 30 days of the event. That information would then become public. The bill would also introduce new offences in the Canada Elections Act for those who don't respect the rules and require the return of any money collected at the event. These sanctions would apply to political parties and event organizers rather than the senior political leaders invited to the events. We propose a maximum $1,000 fine on summary conviction for offences introduced under Bill C-50. This new level of transparency requires that the public trust always be built and delivers on the government's promise to bring greater transparency to Canada's political financing system and strengthen our democratic institutions. And we are taking action to increase voter participation and enhance the integrity of elections through Bill C-33. The government has partnered with the Communications Security Establishment to protect Canada's democracy from cyber threats. While we know that Canadians have every reason to be proud of our democracy, which together we build every day, we recognize there's always room for improvement. Shining a light on political fundraising activities builds upon our already strong and robust system for political financing in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to C-50, excluded within the legislation are parliamentary secretaries. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, would she go to a Cash for Access event if she was invited?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
It's interesting that he should raise that point because, of course, parliamentary secretaries are also members of the government. The rules strike me as being eminently fair, and the community is also very ready for that. I am entirely transparent. I ran for 12 years before I entered federal politics, and my fundraising rules at the local level were always published. Everyone who contributed was always known. I think that is the very basis of an open government that people can have confidence in.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, that's the member is to be commended for her record of transparency prior to running for this party to this chamber. So I would like to ask her then how she reconciles her understanding of conflict of interest and need for transparency with a party that, until caught, systemically ran a program of secret fundraisers using search engine protocols to bury these types of events, and to answer the previous question that my friend from Barrie Innisfil had asked about whether as parliamentary secretaries should attend or will attend Cash for Access fundraisers.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much. I don't accept the terminology that my honourable colleague is using. Any event that we attend, if the tickets are $200 or more, every single person there is going to be known for having attended. Certainly, this government is already applying the rules that we propose under Bill C-50, and we look forward to the support of each and every member of Parliament. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to just quickly ask my colleague across the way what her thoughts on the question of conflict of interest, the unethical conflict of interest that goes on at these Cash for Access events versus the transparency. They're two very different things, and I would argue that the conflict of interest is the biggest problem, and this bill only tries to solve a smaller problem and does nothing for the elephant in the room. I just wondered if she could comment on that through you. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The intent of this bill is to move in a step-by-step way continually toward greater transparency and accountability. And the way that that should work in a democracy is that we are all holding one another accountable. So whether you're volunteering, whether you're a donor, whether you're a candidate, doesn't matter. We're all citizens of Canada, and we are all responsible for the integrity of this system. I would like to note that the acting chief electoral officer in October 2017 said, "The bill offers a calibrated approach. Not all parties will be subject to the new requirements, and that's a good thing. Similarly, the rules will not apply to all fundraising activities, but only those for which a minimum amount is charged to attend and where key decision makers are present." And it occurs to me that that's something every member of Parliament can agree to.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The official opposition has paradoxically exercised themselves with great vigor to decry the elements of transparency and openness proposed in Bill C-50, while they themselves are practicing a closed style and opacity. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could share any first-hand experience that she has with how open and transparent our Prime Minister truly is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I certainly can. Speaking about today, actually, the Prime Minister's open town halls are an open invitation to all Canadians to bring all points of view to him. I have never experienced something as open as this, and it is a stark contrast to what we experienced with the previous government. That's why Bill C-50 is part of also increasing participation, also increasing access, also being available to journalists and ask questions. I can't count, actually, the number of times with the previous government being so let down because of not being even able to ask, as a public office holder myself, the former Prime Minister, a question about things that matter so much to Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the previous speaker said off the top, and I'll repeat what she said, elections are central to our democracy, and through them the people of Canada give us here in the House of Commons the huge privilege and responsibility of representing them. If people feel that elections are not fair, if they feel that elections are biased in any way, it erodes the confidence they have in us and in all the work that we do here. So this bill is about political financing. It arose in response to the Cash for Access fundraisers that Liberal cabinet ministers were organizing. And there's a lot of things wrong about these events. First and foremost, I think, is the conflict of interest. Lawyers paying to lobby the Minister of Justice. Bankers paying to lobby the Minister of Finance. And they're paying the Liberal Party. It would be bad enough if you had to pay a government user fee to gain access to cabinet ministers to recoup the cost of their salaries or whatever. But this money went directly to the Liberal Party. And finally, the secrecy. Events were usually private. The public didn't even know about them, so couldn't attend them if they'd wanted to, or if they were wealthy enough. And we didn't find out who donated until the year-end reports. And this bill only fixes the last problem, and I think it entirely misses the point on the most serious aspect of Cash for Access. I think if you asked a reasonable person on the street about what they find troubling about the Cash for Access problem, they wouldn't single out the lack of transparency. They wouldn't say, gosh, if I only knew the names of the people involved, I'd feel okay. Or, boy, if I'd only been invited, it would be okay. No, I think they would say the problem was the conflict of interest, asking people to pay big bucks to the Liberal Party if they want access to cabinet ministers. Now, I know that lobbying happens every day on Parliament Hill without money changing hands. I was talking to one of my Liberal colleagues the other day, and he was saying how busy he was in his office with lobbyists, and that's great. He's working hard. That's his job. But Cash for Access is a different kettle of fish, and this bill should have put an end to it. Instead, it actually legitimizes Cash for Access with a dollop of transparency. Now, because of that added transparency, that extra step, the NDP will reluctantly support this bill, but we'll keep reminding the Liberals that the conflict of interest aspects of these events has to be dealt with. The Liberals say they're fighting inequality in our society, but Cash for Access entrenches inequality. It gives more power to the powerful. No wonder many Canadians are cynical about politics and politicians. And if anything increases cynicism in politics, it's when politicians break promises. Now, people are smart. They know the governing is difficult, and sometimes you can't fulfill every little promise you made during the election. But when you break a big, juicy promise, one promise that got you elected, people feel completely betrayed. Last weekend, a constituent emailed me about an issue, so I called her back and we talked about that issue. And at the end of the conversation, she said how happy she was to hear directly from her MP. She said that she had felt that she'd lost confidence in politicians after the last election. She said that during her campaign, she and her husband had engaged their children in discussing the party platforms and issues and figuring out which of those issues were most important to them. And in the end, they actually let their children decide who they were going to vote for. In the end, they decided that electoral reform was one of the most important issues. They didn't want Canada to elect another parliament where a party with 38 or 39% of the vote held 100% of the power. They were deeply disappointed in the Conservative government for taking us down a path that 2/3 of the country disagreed with. So they were excited to see that 3 of the other parties made electoral reform a central plank in their party platforms. They were happy to hear those leaders, including the present Prime Minister, repeat time and time again that this would be the last election held under first past the post. And that's what I saw at all candidates' forums during the election. The Liberal candidate stood beside me to repeat that mantra that this would be the last election run under first past the post. The government would ask Canadians and ask the experts what the new best system would be, and they would implement that. And the audience would stand up and cheer. Those people aren't so happy now. The woman I talked to was devastated. She told me her children were so disappointed with the Liberals for going back on this promise that they might not vote in the next election when they're old enough. This betrayal is going to breed cynicism across Canada. And all of us here knock on doors throughout our ridings, and some people are happy to see us, and some people don't agree with our party. But the big disappointment to me was when I began door knocking was the number of people who told me they don't vote. And they told me, don't even try to tell me to vote or tell me why I should vote. That changed in the last campaign. Most people were engaged in issues and were, and were going to vote. I think they were energized by the feeling of change sweeping across the country, the chance they had to make a difference. 3 of the parties had pledged to change their electoral system, Mr. Speaker, so that every vote would count. Some people want to change our electrical system as well, but strategic voting would be a thing of the past. You could vote for your favorite candidate and your favorite party and know that you would make a difference in the final result. Unfortunately, they elected the only party that would break that promise. It started out well. The minister asked MPs to hold town halls to talk to Canadians about electoral reform, find out what they thought. And NDP MPs answered that call. We held multiple town halls, asked people their opinions at the end of the meetings. We wrote down the numbers on what the kind of systems they wanted. We sent out questionnaires to every household in our ridings and tallied those numbers. 80% of those responses were in favour of proportional representation. Liberal MPs held town halls as well, but few, if any, actually asked people what system they favoured. NDP MPs started going to some of those meetings to find out if our results had been biased. So they asked the crowds at the Liberal town halls for a show of hands on what system they would like. But no, about 80% of those people wanted proportional representation as well. The Electoral Reform Committee met through the summer, asking experts from across the country and around the world what the best system for Canada might be. Almost 90% of those experts said that proportional representation would be the best system. The Prime Minister says that he broke his promise because he couldn't find a strong demand for Canadians for change and thought that changing it would be bad for Canada. He's ignoring those experts. He didn't ask Canadians. Instead, the government sent out a laughable survey that asked ridiculously biased questions around the margins of electoral reform. There was no question asking, do you want change? Do you want seats in the House of Commons to reflect the proportion of the vote? But despite the silly questions, the survey did find that 70% of respondents wanted a government where several parties agree before a decision is made. and almost 2/3 agreed that it's better for several parties to govern together, even if it might take longer for government to get things done, as the question said. You know, Canadians want political parties to work together in Parliament. And despite the way that last question was asked, things will actually get done faster if that happens. Just look at the snail's pace in this government's action, brought on by their uncooperative attitude with the opposition that has brought the system to periodic halts. Canadians want a fair electoral system that produces results that accurately reflects the faces of this country. Canadians want more women representing them in this House. And all this could be achieved with a new electoral system that uses some form of proportional representation. We must work constantly to maintain a healthy democracy in Canada, and we must fight everything that breeds cynicism about our work here in this place. Many Canadians feel they have no voice, that their votes don't count, and they don't have an equal opportunity to voice their concerns to the government. Real electoral change would do that. Finding out sooner which lawyer paid $1,500 to the Liberal Party to get access to the Minister of Justice doesn't help much. Finding out in advance that there's an event on Bay Street where you can meet the Minister of Finance, admission fee only $1,500, that doesn't help. We need strong laws banning unethical conflicts of interest, and we need true electoral reform to keep our democracy strong. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his remarks. I like the first part especially where he went through a number of the problems with this bill. And I'm going to ask him the same question I asked the member for Victoria on Friday. Given how poor this bill is, how little it does to really address any of its stated purposes, the fact that it's really a bill designed to give cover to the practice of cash for access, why lend it any credibility at all, even by holding your nose and voting for it?
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that great question. And I was here in the House for that question on Friday, and so I can only repeat what my colleague from Victoria said, and that is, you know, we don't want to be seen to be against openness and transparency, because that's what the government will say if we vote against it. We like openness and transparency. This is a tiny step in that way forward, but we are fighting to get the real problem, the elephant in the room, as I said, this problem of unethical conflict of interest back on the table. We couldn't make amendments to that in committee because it would be adding to the scope of the bill. This bill was very restrictive when it was brought in. So we want to keep fighting for that. We'll go for the openness and transparency. We like that, but it's just a very minor part of the problem. The big problem is conflict of interest, and we have to do something about that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'm glad to hear that he is acknowledging, at least in some part, that this is a step towards openness and transparency. I can tell you, as a member of the PROC committee who had the opportunity to discuss this and listen to witnesses, I'm very proud and very happy about this legislation, and I think it's a big step that we are taking with respect to openness and transparency. So two of the things that I'd like to focus on and ask the member is the political party's website having to advertise or make known to everyone that the events are taking place 5 days ahead of time. I think that's a fantastic step. So people have awareness ahead of time. We're open as to what fundraisers we're having and what members of cabinet ministers or the Prime Minister is attending. He mentioned it as a little step, but I think it's significant. I think people want to know, including media and everyone else. The second thing is about reporting the attendees within 30 days after the event. Again, a step towards openness and transparency, ensuring that every person that attended the fundraiser is going to be listed so that the Canadian public knows. Would my colleague not agree that these are two very significant positive steps?
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, as I just said in my previous comments, I think they're positive steps, but tiny positive steps. The Prime Minister has never come to any one of my fundraisers, so you know, my fundraisers are very different things. And I think it's very important to make that distinction between fundraisers where you have a federal minister who's regulating a part of our Canadian system. Who is attending those fundraisers? Yes, that's important. We find out who donates to the Liberal Party at the end of the year anyways. This just moves that up. But I think the important thing is it's very different when you charge $1,500 for a fundraiser with the Prime Minister or with a cabinet minister than, say, one of my fundraisers, where if I charge $100, people complain. I'm just not worth it. So I think we have to make that decision. And yes, this legislation does move us in a very small way towards that. But just to follow on what I said to the previous question, I think it does risk forgetting about the big question around the unethical conflict of interest that has to be fixed and should have been fixed with this. We should have made it illegal for cabinet ministers to take money to be lobbied by any group that they deal with directly.
Before we recognize the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge and resuming debate, I'll let him know that we'll have to interrupt him before his 10 minutes is up in order to start with the statements by members. We'll give him the usual signal, of course, and that'll be just about 2 minutes, 1 to 2 minutes before the hour. Of course, he'll have his remaining time when the House gets back to debate on the question. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what have I got, about 7 minutes to go, roughly? Okay, thank you. Well, as many remember, today we are debating Bill C-50, and this is a bill that some of my Conservative colleagues, I believe the member from Barrie Innisfil might have been one of them, called this bill yet another Seinfeld bill, a bill about nothing. This is a bill that really doesn't do much other than from the government's side, try to give some type of legitimacy to their practice of exchanging cash for access. These steps toward transparency are really, given the existing law, are very, very minor in nature, and they do nothing to address what the previous speaker had characterized as the elephant in the room, which is the exchange of cash for access. So for the benefit of those that have not followed the debate or aren't aware of some of the background, it's really necessary to understand the background to grasp just how really almost meaningless this bill is. The current laws on election finance already limit financial contributions to those from individuals only. They limit them to just over $1,500 per person. They expressly ban donations from corporations and from unions, and they ban anonymous contributions of over $20, and they require public disclosure of any contribution over $200. So, Mr. Speaker, all of these transparency messages that are transparency pieces that we hear from the government in debate on this bill that they congratulate themselves for exist in the current law. We're just changing the dates. We're going to make you report a little bit sooner than you otherwise would find out. But already, Mr. Speaker, anybody that contributes $200 or more to a political party is subject to disclosure. So this transparency piece that they speak of already exists. Everybody is already going to be disclosed if they give over $200 to a political party. So these rules all came into place early in the previous Parliament. The previous Parliament had a mess of ethical and scandal to clean up when it came into government, and the new and current electoral fundraising laws are a part of that. In the previous Parliament, under the existing rules that came in, cash for access was not an issue. It was understood by members of the previous government that their Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, wouldn't tolerate it. I've spoken to my colleagues on this side who were ministers in the previous government, and they are absolutely appalled by the cash for access system that the Liberal Party and its government have, because they knew that it was wrong. The ministers in the previous government knew they'd be cut off at the ankles if they tried to shake down their stakeholders and their lobbyists for money by doing cash for access fundraising. So it was a practice that was not done under the current law and only began when this government took office. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill purports to be a solution to a problem that only exists for one party, for the Liberal Party of Canada. So this bill is really unworthy of support because it is simply designed to give cover for a practice that will still then carry on. And they will no doubt later congratulate themselves for passing this bill and claiming then that there's nothing wrong for cash for access because they changed the date with which the reporting has to happen and compelled themselves to start holding their events more publicly and to not, for example, use search engine protocols to bury results when people go to look for Liberal fundraisers. So, as has been remarked in some of the previous speeches, the Liberals did run on a grand platform and promised a number of things, including electoral reform. Some members in some parts of the country ran on a sort of pro-pipeline agenda. Others in other parts of the country were anti-pipeline, sort of promising different things in different parts of the country. They promised limited deficits. They promised a balanced budget within 2 years after running a maximum $10 billion deficit. They promised access to information reform. They also boldly declared, and the Prime Minister himself promised to lead the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. And, you know, that's now the punchline really of a bad joke in the wake of his own conduct, his own findings of having been in conflict of interest and violating 4 sections of it on his vacation, as well as the whole cash for access system, which took form very quickly after they came into office. So it was really through the media that Canadians came to understand just the scope and breadth of cash for access fundraising that was taking place. We heard about episodes that the member from Frontenac-Kingston spoke of earlier when he talked about how Chinese nationals who are not allowed under the existing law to contribute to political parties are meeting privately in private homes to lobby the government, to lobby the Prime Minister directly. We've heard about the Minister for Justice having a cozy fundraising event at a Bay Street law firm among other lawyers and perhaps judicial applicants, future ones. We've heard about the Finance Minister and his cash for access fundraising, the Industry Minister. This is widespread, Mr. Speaker, and this was a central part of the Liberals' fundraising apparatus that only came to a halt, sort of, when it came to light through media reports beginning in the later spring of 2016. And so here we have today this bill before us, which the Liberals will, I'm sure, congratulate themselves on having dealt with this criticism, but leaving the elephant in the room. Cash for access fundraising is wrong, Mr. Speaker, and this bill will not make it right. And I see that my time is up, and I'll continue after question period.
Thank the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, and he will have 3 minutes to complete his remarks following the question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
I rise today to commemorate World Cancer Day. All of us have a friend or family member that has been affected by cancer, especially in my home riding in Cape Breton. Today I'd like to honour a very special constituent of mine, Aaron Richard, who's fighting breast cancer but also standing up for those affected. Aaron was diagnosed last August with stage 4 triple-negative breast cancer. Aaron had to leave her job to undergo chemotherapy, radiation, lymph node removal surgery, and mastectomy. Among all those procedures, Aaron is standing up for all cancer patients to advocate for changes to EI-sick legislation. She recently submitted a petition to this Parliament with hundreds of signatures on it. I challenge all members in this House to get regular cancer screening, make healthy lifestyle choices, quit smoking if you do, learn about the warning signs, educate and support others. Together with courageous people like Aaron, we can make a difference.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, our society has yet to grasp how extensive and far-reaching child sexual abuse is. 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 5 boys are sexually abused in Canada. That's millions of Canadians who have experienced or currently experience the destruction of their well-being, their health, their lives. We must not allow this to be the status quo. To turn the tide of Canada against sexual abuse, we have to address rape culture that fosters it and enables it. We have to combat violence and degrading online sexual material. We have to learn to recognize the signs of sexual abuse and have the courage to speak up, call 911, and stop the abusers. Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraged that MPs from all parties will co-host an event tonight at the Sir John A. Macdonald Building at 6:30 p.m. to equip all of us to stop predators and protect children from sexual abuse. But we cannot be satisfied with tonight's event. We must stand with the Me Too movement and do everything we can to make the invisible visible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, as we mark the 70th anniversary of Sri Lanka's independence, I rise to highlight the long and checkered history on the island. For so long, Tamils on this island faced an abysmal human rights situation. They were excluded from the nation-building process, rendered second-class citizens from its inception. Government-mandated discrimination, denied employment, education, citizenship, and fundamental rights on the basis of being Tamil. The UN estimates approximately 40,000 Tamil Canadians were killed during the last months of the 26-year armed conflict. In addition, 18 to 20,000 men, women, and children went missing, and Tamil-owned land continue to be in the arms of the Sri Lankan military. Mr. Speaker, I stand with our Tamil Canadian community to call on the current government in Sri Lanka to honor its commitment to fully implement UN Resolution 30-1 and ensure there's a process of accountability that will have the trust and confidence of its victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Weeks after forming government, BC Premier John Horgan came to Nanaimo to keep an election promise. The province would waive tuition fees for children who'd been in foster care. RCMP's security detail at the back of the press conference wiped away tears as he talked about how he himself had been unable to get to university, to Trent, without the help and support of his family. And he said, you parents, do any of you kick your kids to the curb when they turn 18? You don't. And BC is the responsible government for children who've been in foster care, and we are going to help them get to college or university. And then Premier Horgan passed the mic to Ruby Barkley, a young woman from Nanaimo who had gone through Vancouver Island's tuition waiver program. They were the first ones to ever offer this. She's now the spokeswoman for this fantastic way to address the epidemic of children in care and give them a better start. It's a good investment, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
I rise today as a proud alumnus to celebrate the 200th anniversary of Dalhousie University. Dalhousie educates more Nova Scotians than any other Nova Scotian university, and yet over half of its students come from elsewhere, with its student body representing over 110 countries. When Dalhousie was established in Halifax on February 6, 1818, it was the only non-denominational school in Atlantic Canada. These founding values of diversity and inclusion still serve as a guiding force. Today, Dalhousie is the only Atlantic Canadian member of Canada's U15, our country's most powerful research universities, and Dal's faculty members have won Canada's top science prize 3 out of the last 4 years. Further, Dalhousie is a global leader in advancing our understanding of our oceans to better protect them for future generations, and in 2016, our government supported this work by awarding Dalhousie $94 million to launch the Ocean Frontier Institute. The list of distinctions is long, and so at the dawn of its 3rd century, I invite all Canadians to congratulate Dalhousie University on its remarkable contributions to Canada and the world. Here, here.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, many members of this House talk about the sacred obligation we have to veterans, and I think we all agree that we have that. Those words were first used by Sir Robert Borden before the fight at Vimy. But our biggest obligation to our veterans, Mr. Speaker, is to be truthful with them. Because if you're injured physically or mentally from service to Canada, you look to your government to provide service and support to you and your family. So that's why last week when the Prime Minister of Canada said to an injured veteran that you're asking for too much, It was shameful, Mr. Speaker. Why is that? Because in the last election, the Prime Minister, along with the member from Orleans, the now Defence Minister and other veterans in that caucus, made a promise to return to the Pension Act and lifetime pensions for our ill and injured. They've broken that promise, Mr. Speaker. No matter how they try and spin it, they've broken it, and they've broken the sacred obligation to our veterans.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Bert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the 28th National Suicide Prevention Week started, which runs from February 4th to the 10th. Its theme is Talking About Suicide Saves Lives. This event, which raises awareness and promotes mobilization, is well known throughout Quebec, and it is essential. I would like to highlight the work of Ms. Linda Poirier, General Director of the Quebec City Suicide Prevention Centre, and her entire team. Founded in 1978, Quebec Suicide Prevention Centre is celebrating its anniversary, and I salute their ongoing work, and I would like to highlight the work of the organization and its volunteers who are working to fight the taboo around suicide and mental health. One does not commit suicide because one has a wish for death, but out of a desire to end suffering. It should never be the solution. We all need to be aware of the importance of talking about this. Let us all understand that it is human to suffer, and that being vulnerable is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. To all those who suffer, there is help. 1-866-APPEL.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to honour my friend, Oakville resident Madhu Nagaraja, who recently became the first Canadian to successfully swim across the Strait of Magellan. Madhu completed the swim on November 29th, becoming only the 23rd person in the world to complete the 3.9-kilometre swim through the strait, famed for its strong winds, high waves, and frigid waters. Madhu attempted the same swim in 2015, but was unsuccessful. Rather than feel defeated, Madhu gathered his team around him and tried again. He often says, it's not about the swimming, it's about building a strong team. An experienced open-water swimmer who has crossed the English Channel and Lake Ontario, Madhu said he wanted to attempt the swim across the strait again in honour of Canada's 150th birthday. Congratulations, Madhu. We're also very proud of you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are imposing an ideological values test on the Canada Summer Jobs program that will result in many faith-based charities being denied funding. In short, what we see is an alarming attack on religious freedoms in this country. Hundreds of summer camps run by religious organizations across Canada will be denied funding, putting an end to unique opportunities for many children and summer jobs for thousands of young people. Many food banks and services to those who are poor or housing insecure will also lose their funding. Several faith-based charities in my riding of Lethbridge who have done a remarkable job at caring for the needs of refugees will also be denied. Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects a long list of fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief. To compel organizations to agree to a government-dictated value statement not only infringes on their charter rights, but also stands in direct opposition to democracy. Today, on behalf of people of all faiths across this country, I am calling on the Liberal government to back down from their changes and respect our charter rights.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, this week is International Development Week. 2017 was a milestone for Canadian international development. After a year of consultations attended by more than 15,000 people in 65 countries, we launched our new feminist international assistance policy that forms a substantial shift for Canada's international assistance. We did it because focusing our assistance on the full empowerment of women and girls is the most effective way to make a difference in the world, the most effective way to reduce poverty and create a world that is more inclusive, more peaceful, and more prosperous. The primary objective of this policy is to contribute to international efforts to eradicate extreme poverty around the world. This week is the perfect time to celebrate Canada's contribution to this positive change. Please follow hashtag IDW2018 and have a great International Development Week.
The honourable member for La Prairie. No one remains unaffected, Mr. Speaker. In the agricultural sector, mental health problems have been revealed through alarming statistics. Requests for help and suicide are 2 times higher among farmers. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share my own experience. In 40 years, I have had to face many crises. In 1981, hail ruined my harvest. My flock suffered from embryonic mortality. That same flock was poisoned by the mistake of a feedstock provider, and there were many other trials. But I have to admit to you, Mr. Speaker, that the most difficult trial of all was the separation from my spouse, which left me bereft. I needed help. Alone, I could not overcome it. I turned to a local farming family support organization, Au Cœur des Familles Agricoles, which put me back on my feet. Persuaded of the necessity of this service, I later became its president. Mr. Speaker, I am but one example among thousands of farmers who still need help. That is why I wish to call attention during Suicide Prevention Week to the specific needs of farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the 28th National Suicide Prevention Week is being held from February 4th to the 10th. This year's slogan is "Talking about suicide saves lives." It is crucial to talk about it for the good of our loved ones, of vulnerable persons, and all those who suffer in silence, especially since the risk of suicide is 3 times higher among men in Quebec. It is important to raise awareness about resources available, including helpline 1-866-277-3553. I recommend visiting the website of the Quebec Association of Suicide Prevention, commentparlerdusuicide.com. I'd also like to salute the excellent Facebook initiatives launched by CI3S and the Chaudière-Appalaches United Farmers Association. There are 2 videos that explain how to detect psychological distress among farming men and women. Together, let's talk about suicide to save lives.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to acknowledge Yukon Days. An annual opportunity for Yukon's Premier and ministers, as well as Yukon chiefs, to come to Ottawa and meet with their federal counterparts, build relationships, and advance important issues for our territory. I also want to note that February 14 will mark an important anniversary. In 1973, a delegation of Yukon First Nation chiefs presented Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau with our historic document, Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow. This was one of the first land claims accepted for negotiation in Canada and became the basis for negotiating the modern treaty, the Umbrella Final Agreement, signed in 1993, followed by 11 Yukon First Nations land claim and self-government agreements that are in place today. I invite all my fellow members of Parliament to come out tonight at 5 p.m. to the Chateau Laurier to a great Yukon Bash and welcome the Yukon delegation.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the late Dave Barrett, the first NDP Premier of British Columbia, a former Member of Parliament, and an impassioned advocate for social justice. Dave brought truly enduring change to our province. No future right-wing government in BC dared to undo his legacy. Public automobile insurance, the Agricultural Land Reserve, higher minimum wage, and enhanced pensions for the elderly. When I first met Dave, I was amazed at his energy and at his wicked sense of humor. He truly made politics fun. Dave was a happy warrior. He riveted crowds with his eloquence and crusaded for social justice with a mixture of passion and charm. I bet that of all former BC premiers, Dave is the one British Columbians would most like to have joined for a beer. On behalf of the federal NDP, I offer our condolences to Shirley and to their 3 children. Thank you, Dave, for your memorable wit, your inspirational oratory, your passion for public life, and for reminding us to have fun while working hard for lasting change.
Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in this House as the new member for Battleford Lloydminster. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family, my friends, and the many volunteers whose dedicated support and encouragement has brought me here today. I would also like to thank the constituents of Battleford Lloydminster for putting their trust in me to be an effective voice for our communities. I am proud to represent a riding that cherishes and promotes Canadian values, including freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief, all of which are fundamental freedoms guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights. Mr. Speaker, the government has a responsibility to protect these rights for all Canadians, yet the Liberal government is holding taxpayer funds hostage from those Canadians who don't share their beliefs. Asking applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program to disavow their personal beliefs is completely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I call on the government to put aside party politics and to remove the Liberal values test from the Canada Summer Jobs application.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was World Cancer Day. Like all Canadians in this chamber, we know a close family member, relative, or friend who has been diagnosed with cancer. This year's theme, We Can, I Can, inspires us to take action in the fight against cancer in Canada and around the world.
Speaker, unfortunately, we all know the devastation that cancer diagnosis can have on family and friends. This is why I'm proud that our government supports organizations like the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer with close to $50 million annually and more than $1.6 billion invested over the last decade. I firmly believe that we can reduce cancer rates, improve treatments, and better outcomes for communities across the country by supporting research, working with all of our partners, and by living a healthier lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, as with all great challenges, by working together and through dedication, we can and will beat cancer.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner's report has been out for over a year. We have been asking questions to the Prime Minister in this House for the last week, and he's always refused to do the one thing that needs to be done, which is pay back Canadians for this illegal trip. Can the Prime Minister end this bad series of decisions and finally reimburse the over $200,000 that were illegally taken from taxpayers? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, following the tabling of the Commissioner's report, I immediately took responsibility publicly. In the future, I will be following all of the Ethics Commissioner's recommendations and advice about the Aga Khan, about my personal trips, and I'm pleased to assume responsibility for everything associated with the Ethics Commissioner's report. Honourable Leader of the Opposition. But he continues to refuse to accept the consequences, Mr. Speaker. When the Commissioner's report came out, the Prime Minister played the man who regretted what happened, and he even apologized. But now he's playing the man who is avoiding his responsibilities. Despite calls from taxpayers and despite common sense, he is continuing to refuse to pay back this $200,000. Will he finally play the role of the responsible man and pay back the money? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the Ethics Commissioner's report, there were a number of recommendations. For example, having a screen as far as my engagement with the Aga Khan is concerned. And also she said that I should ensure that in any personal or business trip that I should work with the Ethics Commissioner's office to ensure that everything is done according to the rules. I am following all of the recommendations from that office.
The opposition.
Someone with good judgment doesn't need to be found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner to understand that accepting gifts from someone who does business with the government is wrong. Now, for over a year, he tried to dodge and hide the cost of his illegal travel. He promised a higher standard of accountability, but he's failed to even reach his own minimum. When will he repay taxpayers for the extra costs associated with his illegal trip?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, folks watching Question Period, folks here in the gallery for Question Period, know that there's an awful lot of back and forth that happens on a partisan basis, happens on the basis of personal attacks. But what Canadians at home and watching can know and be confident about is there is a place that goes beyond partisanship, looks objectively at behavior of people in the House, makes determinations, and gives paths forward. That is exactly what happened with the Ethics Commissioner. We were happy to follow all her recommendations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
The Ethics Commissioner came to the objective conclusion that he broke the law.
Hear, hear.
The Ethics Commissioner came to the conclusion that he should have known better. And Canadians have come to the conclusion that he should repay the money back that he cost him for his illegal trip. If he accepts the findings of the report, will he accept responsibility, do the right thing, make amends, and pay the money back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing for the opposition to fall into mudslinging and personal attacks. It's another thing for Canadians to be able to have confidence in the work that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner does. She made findings that we fully accept, and she made recommendations that we are fully following. That, Mr. Speaker, is what Canadians expect in an issue like this, and that takes us above the kind of partisan attacks that we see all too often in this place.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Only a Liberal would think that an opposition party pointing to an objective finding by an ethics commissioner that the Prime Minister broke the law is mudslinging. Only a Liberal thinks that that would be some kind of unfair partisan attack. But what Canadians understand is that when the Prime Minister breaks the law and imposes extra costs on taxpayers, that he should do the right thing and pay the money back. Will he?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we've fully accepted the I fully accepted the responsibility of the behaviour and of what the Commissioner proposed. We followed her advice. But as I've pointed out a number of times, as has been the case for previous Prime Ministers, there are significant costs assumed by the Prime Minister's travel in any circumstance, wherever he goes, across the country or around the world.
Order. I have to remind members that even if they don't like what's said on one side, their side will get their chance. Even if it's the last question of the day, they'll get the chance tomorrow. So let's be a little patient, including all members.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lévesque. Mr. Speaker, what do you do when a mining company, a Canadian mining company, uses the tax system to avoid paying nearly $700 million in taxes here in Canada? Common sense says that you should at the very least wrap them on the knuckles, but instead they gave more than $1 billion in loans for their operations abroad. This is a company that is using tax havens to avoid using taxes. At the very least, they shouldn't have access to subsidies and grants. So does the Prime Minister agree with this principle? And if so, will he cancel that loan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a Crown corporation that is working independently of the government. It supports Canadian exporters in order to create high-quality jobs and to support the middle class and grow the economy. The provisions concerning confidentiality under the Income Tax Act prevent us from commenting further on this particular case. However, we will continue to fight base erosion and profit shifting, which is a strategy used internationally, which we condemn.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, they should take responsibility for this action. Yes. This economy simply isn't working for everyday Canadians. Now, reports now indicate that a mining company received a loan from this government for $1 billion. That's after this company apparently avoided paying nearly $700 million in Canadian taxes. That's just not fair. Canadians are tired of one set of rules for them and another set of rules for the wealthy and well-connected. When will the Prime Minister stop this game of letting the wealthy get away without paying their fair share?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from lowering taxes on the middle class to raising them on the wealthiest 1% to aggressively going after tax avoidance and evasion, this government is working very hard to make sure that our tax system is fair. We recognize that EDC is a Crown corporation that operates independently from the government, but we're committed to the base erosion and profit shifting project which addresses aggressive international tax avoidance strategies used by some multinational companies.
The member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Canadians deserve a straight answer, Mr. Speaker. As simple as that. And speaking of letting the wealthy off the hook, this government seems more than happy to let web giants continue to make huge profits without contributing to the Canadian economy. While the rest of the world is trying to make these companies pay, the Liberals are doing the opposite. They're making deals with Netflix and other companies and offering massive tax breaks. Canadians pay their taxes and expect companies to do the same. When will the Liberals start making web giants pay their fair share?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The DP is proposing to raise taxes on the middle class, something we've promised we would not do. We haven't done. We explicitly promised in the 2015 election campaign we would not be raising taxes on Netflix. People may remember Stephen Harper's attack ads on that. They were false. We actually moved forward in demonstrating that we were not going to raise taxes on consumers who pay enough for their internet at home.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Timiscotale-Basque. It's a question of fairness. Now, Netflix, Facebook, and other web giants are not paying taxes when the Canadian companies working in the same area have to do that. Now, globally, countries are trying to ensure that internet giants have to pay their fair share, like Australia and the European Union. These are giants that monopolize the advertising world and control the content of our media. But instead of ensuring that everyone is treated fairly, the Liberals are giving these people a pass. When are they finally going to stand up and insist that everyone be treated fairly? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will not increase taxes on taxpayers. That's what the NDP is calling for. We recognize that the media universe and the telecommunications world is changing, and that's why we went to look for historic investments from Netflix to invest in our content creators here in Canada and in Quebec so that we can succeed in this new ever-changing world. We know that we can trust our content creators, and that is exactly what we've demonstrated with our approach.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on page 20 of the Objective and Nonpartisan Ethics Commissioner's report, we learned that while he was taking this illegal vacation, the Prime Minister received an additional gift from the AgaCon in December 2016. Can the Prime Minister explain the nature of the gift that he received?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Minister has clearly said, as has been said numerous times in this place, immediately after.
I get the feeling members didn't hear what I said earlier. Each side will get its chance, and they should wait patiently and listen to the answers as well as the questions. Not just one, but both. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as I was trying to say, immediately after the report had been tabled, the Prime Minister accepted responsibility and accepted the findings. It's interesting because it was the opposition that was asking for the Commissioner to investigate. Now that the Commissioner has investigated, the Commissioner has tabled the report, they, just like they did when they were in government, refused to accept its findings. We on this side respect the work of the office. We respect the work that she did. We accept the findings, and we will continue to work with her office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I have to ask the member for Banff Airdrie to remember what I said a moment ago and keep it in mind. The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just point out that it's shameful that the Prime Minister can't answer these questions for himself when it comes to his agenda. So perhaps the Prime Minister can explain to the House Leader, who can then inform the House, why he failed to report that gift from the AgaCon as he was required to do so by law.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I respect officers of Parliament, as do all members of the government. We will continue to do that good work. Immediately after the report was tabled, the Prime Minister accepted responsibility, accepted the findings. We know that the Commissioner did important work to investigate, as the opposition demanded, for weeks, for months, for a year even. They demanded the report be tabled. Now that it's been tabled, they refuse to accept the conclusions of it, Mr. Speaker. We thank the Commissioner for the work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, during the last election, the Prime Minister claimed that no veteran would be forced to fight their government for the support and compensation that they have earned. The Prime Minister has broken that promise. Last week, he said that veterans were asking for more than we are able to give. Now, the Prime Minister has managed to find money for convicted terrorists. He's managed to find billions of dollars for infrastructure banks funded by wealthy investors. And he's managed to find a way to bill taxpayers for the cost of his illegal trip. When will the Prime Minister apologize for his insulting and demeaning comments to our veterans and apologize for breaking his promise?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, we are committed to the well-being of veterans and their families. We promised to deliver a pension for life, and we are delivering on that promise. It is designed to help veterans live a full and productive life post-service. It is monthly. It is a payment for life to recognize pain and suffering. It is a payment that is tax-free. It streamlines 6 existing income-related benefits to a single benefit payable at 90% of a veteran's pre-release salary. The Conservatives had 10 years to make changes that veterans were asking for, and they did nothing. They did nothing but ignore the voices of
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that question was for the Prime Minister to answer for his insulting comments. Why is it that every time he makes a mistake or says something stupid, he has to leave it to other ministers to defend his answer?
Members should understand the distinction between when someone says something about someone's words as opposed to that person. There is a distinction to be made. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A wounded Canadian hero that they didn't have enough money to keep their promise. Yet he finds millions for an Asian infrastructure bank to build projects in other countries. He found $10.5 million for a convicted terrorist. And when his friends at Bombardier asked for a bailout, he says yes. So why does he say no to Canada's veterans?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I relish every opportunity that I can get to stand in this House and compare this government's record over 2.5 years to our veterans than the 10 years that the other side had. Let's take, under our pension for life option, let's take a young corporal who served for 6 years before becoming severely injured with mental and physical injuries. He or she would receive nearly $6,000 in financial support each month, partly in recognition of pain and suffering, and partly in income replacement. However, Pension for Life is about so much more than just money. It's about respect. It's also about receiving up to $40,000 in financial assistance. I could go on.
Order. Order. Member for Durham knows the rules, what not interrupting, and I'd ask him not to interrupt.
Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told veterans that he didn't have any money for them, but when it's time to find money for a minister's office that needs renovating at a cost of over $1 million, no problem. Or a temporary skating rink on Parliament Hill that costs $8 million, no problem. For an illegal holiday worth over $200,000, recognized as the Ethics Commissioner as a flagrant violation of the Conflict of Ethics Act, no problem. Can the Prime Minister do the right thing and finally pay back the $215,000 that he took from honest, hard-working Canadians? Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the tabling of the Ethics Commissioner's report, the Prime Minister took responsibility. He accepted the Commissioner's conclusions and committed to submitting his personal travel plans to the Commissioner in advance in the future. It was recognized that his spending was incurred under his functions as Prime Minister, and he will be approving future travel plans. Thank you. Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. The Prime Minister was found guilty of 4 violations of the Conflict of Interest Act. That's unprecedented in Canadian history. If the Prime Minister is aware of what he did, then he should pay the consequences of his actions. He should pay back that money to hard-working Canadians, the $215,000 that he took from these hard-working people. And if the Prime Minister isn't convinced, maybe we should look at this survey. 94% of people who answered a survey recently said that the Prime Minister should pay the money back. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, The Prime Minister accepted responsibility and accepted the conclusions. It was the opposition that was calling for the report for a long time, and now that it's been tabled, they are refusing to accept the conclusions of the report. On this side of the House, we respect the work of the Commissioner. We accept her conclusions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, now in their third year in office, the Liberals have finally given notice they'll bring forward legislation for the assessment and approval of major energy projects. They promised to immediately review Canada's environmental assessment processes and introduce new, fair processes, ensure decisions are based on science, facts, evidence, and serve the public's interest. After approving major energy projects using Harper's gutted assessment process, will these laws actually strengthen the rights of communities and Indigenous peoples to have a voice in decision-making?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. We are absolutely committed to rebuilding trust in our environmental assessment processes. We understand that the environment and the economy go together. The previous government gutted the environmental assessment process, gutted the Navigable Waters Act, gutted the Fisheries Act, and as a result, they lost the trust of the public and couldn't get projects through. Projects stalled and there was polarization. We understand that we have an opportunity to bring people together, and in the 21st century, that the environment and the economy go together. That is the only way that we will move forward and get major projects going ahead.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. On Friday, the Prime Minister didn't exactly get a West Coast welcome in Nanaimo. People were not happy, and I understand. They're not just getting railroaded, they're getting pipelined after this pipeline project was authorized under Harper's old system. But now the Liberals are waking up and they want to review the environmental assessment process. But it's too late. Why were the Liberals asleep at the switch for 2 years? Did they just want more time to make bad decisions? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the opposition member for his new position as environment critic. I'm looking forward to working with him to protect the environment and also to help grow our economy.
Go together. We know that we need to get our resources to market in a sustainable way. The party opposite, the previous government, gutted environmental assessments, and as a result, no projects went ahead. The NDP don't understand that we need to get our resources to market in a sustainable way. We are going to do what Canadians expect, which is protect.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in the former Ethics Commissioner's report, we learned that the Prime Minister's family requested 2 trips through email exchanges with the Aga Khan's family. Mr. Speaker, this is a flagrant case of conflict of interest. The Prime Minister and his family sought out advantages from people who do business with the Government of Canada. When will he pay back this illegal spending? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the former Commissioner, in the report and in committee testimony, answered a number of questions concerning the report. We accept the conclusions of the report and respect the work. On this side of the House, we respect the work of all officers of Parliament, unlike the opposition. When senior officials make recommendations, we take them seriously, and we work to ensure that we follow those recommendations. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is good at spending other people's money. Taking an illegal vacation at taxpayers' expense? Well, that doesn't weigh on his conscience. Because if there's one thing that the Prime Minister thinks of as exceptional, it's himself. This is according to the former Ethics Commissioner's report. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister do the right thing and pay back the $215,000 that he took from Canadian taxpayers for his illegal trip? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, immediately after the report was tabled, the Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted the recommendations. The former Commissioner recognized that these expenses were incurred in the Prime Minister's operation as Prime Minister. The opposition has asked the same question over and over. We've given the same answer. We are here to work for Canadians and the real challenges that they are facing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister requested and took a trip from someone who had business with the government. A clear conflict of interest, and the Ethics Commissioner has confirmed that he broke the law. We teach our children that if they take something that doesn't belong to them, they give it back. The Prime Minister seems to think there are one set of rules for him and another for everyone else. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his illegal actions and pay the Canadian taxpayers back?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to once again remind this House and to remind Canadians that immediately following the report being submitted, the Prime Minister accepted responsibility and he accepted the findings. Excellent. I have answered that question on numerous occasions. While the Conservatives will continue to focus on this Prime Minister and this government and this Prime Minister will continue to focus on Canadians. And that's exactly why the Prime Minister has been available at public town halls across this country. That's exactly why we are listening and engaging with Canadians. Canadians have created 422,000 jobs in 2017, jobs for Canadians, by Canadians. Our plan is working, and that's exactly why the Conservatives don't want to talk about the economy. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister broke the law. In doing so, Canadian taxpayers paid more than $200,000 for his illegal behavior. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister recently told a veteran in Edmonton that he was fighting veterans in court because they were asking for too much. Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has no problem spending money, but only money on himself and his friends. The taxpayers should not be on the hook for the $200,000 the Prime Minister used for his illegal holiday. When will he pay it back?
Yeah. Honourable Government House Leader.
I have answered this question on numerous occasions, but I welcome the opportunity to answer it once again. The Prime Minister has accepted responsibility and he has accepted the findings. More so, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has taken the recommendations, including putting a screen in place. The Prime Minister will continue to work with the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to ensure that future family vacations, personal vacations are cleared ahead of time. The former Commissioner also acknowledged that these costs are incurred as part of the role of the Prime Minister, which was the case for former Prime Ministers as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture has repeatedly stood in this House to proclaim that his government supports supply management. But the Liberals are signing a deal that will threaten this very system and put thousands of Canadian farms and families at risk. If the Canada-EU Free Trade Agreement created a breach, the CPTPP threatens to blow wide open our supply-managed sectors to foreign market access. Let's stop this charade. When will the government stop making false promises to Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Our government will create significant opportunities for farmers all across the country. We're aware of the importance of supply management, and we are committed to consulting to find the best way forward. We immediately began discussions, and I was involved with the supply management sector, and we consulted, and we will consult in the future as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This government is so secretive when it comes to trade negotiations that Canadians are forced to learn about them through media leaks. Now we have the government saying it will sign a new deal next month with 10 other countries without releasing the text. The CPTPP might just take the cake as the most secretive trade negotiation under this Liberal government. Enough with the excuses. When will Canadians get to see what is in the deal, or will we read about it in leaks to the media before implementing legislation is rammed through this Parliament?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. The text will be made available as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. We will publish it. But let's remind Mr. Speaker what happened. The member is on the Trade Committee. She knows that we've consulted with thousands of Canadians. But let's focus on what's in this deal, Mr. Speaker. Small and medium-sized businesses across this country will have access to one of the largest markets, 500 million people, 14% of the world economy. And thanks for this Prime Minister, we stood up for Canadians. We got a better deal for the auto sector. We got a better deal for the cultural sector. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with our ambitious trade agenda.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, northern communities are at the forefront of dealing with the negative impacts of climate change. We know that clean, reliable, and efficient energy sources supporting sustainability are crucial to mitigating these effects for Northerners. Can the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs update the House on how our government is supporting local efforts to confront these challenges?
Honourable Minister.
Vaughn for her hard work and excellent question. Budget 2017 committed more than $53 million to the Northern Reach program to support renewable energy and energy-efficient community-driven projects. Last month in Iqaluit, we announced support from this fund for an innovative project to heat Iqaluit's aquatic centre using waste heat from the power system. This is an excellent example of how community-led innovation can help tackle climate change while addressing the needs of Northerners.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, is there anyone in this country who doesn't understand the difference between someone who wants to immigrate to Canada and Islamic terrorists who want to kill Canadians? I didn't think so, but I was wrong. At a town hall, the Prime Minister compared returning Islamic terrorists to European immigrants, a patently absurd comment. Does the Prime Minister realize that refugees fleeing from Europe during World War II were not the same as ISIS terrorists?
The Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, our government is proud of our record with respect to refugees. We have redoubled the number of resettled refugees that we accept on a yearly basis. We have almost quadrupled the number of privately sponsored refugees that the previous party had when they were in government, because we realized the important outcomes that privately sponsored refugees have in terms of making a contribution and restarting their lives in Canada. We're proud of the fact that we've resettled over 1,000 Yazidi women and children who are in need of protection, and that is an improvement over the 3 Yazidi refugees that they brought in their entirety.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I'm sorry, the immigration minister didn't understand my question at all. I'll try another one. The Prime Minister sees no difference between immigrants and Islamic traitors, and his minister is not completely forthcoming with Canadians. He said he was using every tool at his disposal to protect Canadians against Islamic combatants returning to Canada, but the Association of Chiefs of Police reports that there are currently no peace bonds in effect. Why are the Prime Minister and his government so complacent about Islamic combatants coming back to Canada?
Safety. Mr. Speaker, there is no bigger priority for this government than to assure the safety and security of Canadians. And despite the overheated rhetoric on the other side, we make sure every single day that those individuals who are extremists are brought to justice, that wherever possible we use the tools that we have, such as revocation of passports, laying criminal charges where sufficient evidence exists, surveillance, a no-fly list, a broad array of measures to secure the safety of Canadians. I can assure the member opposite and all Canadians that everything is being done.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's comparison of returning ISIS fighters to refugees from countries like Greece and Italy is an insult to these Canadians. It's also insulting to Syrian refugees who have fled their home because of ISIS and ISIS fighters, who the Prime Minister is now welcoming back to Canada with open arms. Canadians are worried about ISIS fighters coming to this country and the threat that they pose. When will the Prime Minister stop rewarding and defending terrorists who, by the way, are not refugees, and when will he put the safety of Canadians first?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, without question, every day we ensure that we have the tools at our disposal to keep Canadians safe. Any assertion that we are not doing everything in our power to hold extremists at bay is absurd. And the Prime Minister has been preeminently clear in all of his statements. We will not accept extremism in any of its forms, that we will do everything we can to root out extremism, both in abroad and domestically, in all of its causes, and we have the tools to do that both domestically and abroad.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we were reminded last week that the Prime Minister offers ridiculous answers to serious questions as often in his town halls as here in the House. In one outrageous response to a citizen concerned about his plan to reintegrate ISIS terrorists returning to Canada, the PM compared these returning terrorists to refugees from post-World War II Europe and Vietnamese boat people. Mr. Speaker, where did the Prime Minister acquire his warped view of history, and when will he apologize to legitimate refugees for comparing them to terrorists?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, what's ridiculous is both the question and its way that it's characterizing the facts. And I tell you that I find it absolutely ridiculous that the party opposite, who during their term, when we're talking about the safety and security of Canadians, cut $530 million from the RCMP, $390 million from the Canadian Border Services Agency, $69 million from CSIS, $42 million from the Communications Security Establishment, $171 from the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. Well, they cut. We're working on getting the job done.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, last week at a town hall in Winnipeg, the Prime Minister was asked to respond to the serious climate of bullying, harassment, and intimidation of workers at Canada Post. The reality is that for months, this government has ignored petitions, letters, and horror stories regarding the toxic work environment and has done very little to specifically address the situation. Can the Prime Minister tell us exactly what action he'll take to end this systemic abuse of postal workers?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Harassment and bullying of any kind are unacceptable, period. My office has reached out to the individual from Winnipeg who raised these concerns. Canada Post has policies in place to address issues of harassment, and we will make sure this policy is being followed. Our government ran on a commitment to take action on workplace harassment in federally regulated workplaces. That is why all parties worked to get Bill C-65 to committee, which will create a more robust regime that better addresses harassment and violence in the workplace, including Canada Post.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, for months now, the government has been aware of the toxic climate at Canada Post. Workers subjected to harassment, bullying, and psychological distress deserve more than empty promises. They deserve a plan to put an end to this unacceptable culture. Can the government guarantee that Canada's Post renewal will feature an exemplary vision for workers' rights? In Winnipeg, the Prime Minister undertook to follow up on a worker's concern. So what's his action plan? The Honourable Minister of Public Services.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All forms of harassment and bullying are unacceptable, period. Those concerns have been heard, and our government has undertaken to take steps to deal with harassment in federally regulated workplaces. That's why Bill C-75 has been referred to committee. The purpose of that bill is to create a more robust system for dealing with harassment complaints in the workplace, including at Canada Post.
It's been over a year since the Liberals approved the Trans Mountain expansion because it's safe, in the national interest, will create 15,000 jobs, and will add billions to Canada's economy. 4 years since the application started. The consultations and environmental, safety, and economic assessments are the most stringent in the world. But roadblocks and delays put the $7.4 billion project at risk. Canada needs the Prime Minister and the Minister to step in and act on their approval. Instead of just repeating the same lines, what exactly will the Natural Resources Minister actually do to ensure this pipeline gets built?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
First thing to do, Mr. Speaker, is agree with the Honourable Member that the pipeline was approved because it's in the national interest. It's in the national interest because of the thousands of jobs it will create, not only in British Columbia and Alberta, but throughout the country. At the same time, we announced a $1.5 billion ocean protection plan that will lead the world. At the same time, we're consulting in a meaningful way with Indigenous communities, partnerships, stewardships, jobs. That's what this government is doing.
Very good, Jay.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
But, Mr. Speaker, this weekend, the minister actually made excuses for the BC NDP, saying they're, quote, just talking to people, and, quote, asking hypothetical questions. But the reality is the BC NDP campaigned to kill this pipeline. Their plan is a delay tactic. Their proposal to limit the volume is a direct threat. These hurdles are not good faith measures to gain new information or new facts. This isn't about a squabble between two provinces. It's about the best interests of all of Canada. When will the minister stop making excuses and fight back against the BC NDP's plan to kill this pipeline?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're not making excuses for anybody. We're promoting Canada's interests. And we have done that not only in the approval of the Trans Mountain expansion. How about the approval of the Enbridge Line 3? How about support for KXL? How about the $1.5 billion Ocean Protection Plan? This is the balanced set of ideas and values that talk about the economy and the environment at the same time, something that neither of the other parties are prepared or capable of doing.
Order. Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, over a year ago, Vice Admiral Mark Norman was suspended. His home and office were raided without any explanation, and to date, no charges have been laid. Yet the Prime Minister has been interfering with this case by publicly speculating about the outcome of the investigation. Last week, he declared again that this case would end up in court. This is blatant political interference. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Prime Minister, doesn't he realize that his careless comments are tainting an active investigation into one of Canada's highest-ranking members of the Canadian Armed Forces?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, this is currently under investigation. As I stated from the get-go, that we support the Chief of Defence's decision on this matter and will be commenting further on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre. Order.
Mr. Speaker, February 4th is World Cancer Day, as a lot of Canadians from across the country live with or know someone who is battling with cancer. Let's reflect on what we can all do together. In fact, cancer continues to be the leading cause of death in Canada, with almost half of all Canadians developing it in their lifetime. This year's theme is We Can, I Can, and is focusing on how everyone can do their part to reduce the global burden of cancer. Can the Minister of Health please inform this House on what action our government is taking to support families, friends, and our communities dealing with cancer?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Scarborough Centre for her question and also her hard work on this matter. We all know that the devastation that a diagnosis can have on a family and a friend, which is why our government continues to support programs such as Kid Food Nation and Run to Quit. We also recognize the importance of funding research, which brings us to breakthroughs, and we can also make a true difference. Through the Canadian Health Institute research, last year alone, in 2015-2016, our government committed $156 million towards cancer-related research, and we will continue to support families that are dealing with this devastating illness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, after months of pressure and a disastrous committee appearance on the part of his minister, the Prime Minister relented and has reversed his decision to remove female genital mutilation as an intolerable practice in Canada's Citizenship Guide, but more needs to be done. What concrete action will the Prime Minister take to prevent practitioners of FGM from entering Canada and to prevent Canadian girls from being taken abroad to have FGM performed on them?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as I've constantly and repeatedly said in the past, there can be no doubt that our government condemns FGM. It's an abhorrent practice and it is against the law of Canada. With regards to the FGM reference in the Citizenship Guide, the claim that it has been taken out of the guide is entirely misleading, as the guide is still under development. The current Citizenship Guide is outdated and must be revised to better reflect Canada's true diversity, history and laws. The new guide will refer to Canada's laws against all forms of gender-based violence, including FGM. This feedback and the current work is with respect to listening to experts, stakeholder community and community representatives, because we want to...
Honorable Député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I respect the spirit of the Prime Minister's words last week, but we need action and a culture change here on the Hill. The Prime Minister's plan applies only to his own party. It's voluntary and mathematically impossible. My colleague for Burnaby South proposed a concrete measure that has proven its worth in other countries. More women have been elected there to all parties. Will the Prime Minister work with all parties here in the House to develop a real plan to get more women elected in 2019? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the opposition for that question. As I said last week, it's extremely important for everyone here in the House to take leadership and encourage women to run as candidates. It's clear we can have many more women here in the House. I'd like to point out that in the last 6 by-elections this government won, 4 of the candidates, 4 of the winners were women. We on this side of the House are working hard to recruit women and ensure their success. I would encourage my colleagues opposite, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the exceptionally talented creators in my riding of Laurentides-Labelle. They deserve support to present their work professionally, and our government has made historic investments in arts and culture. Recently, our government announced important news concerning the Centre d'Exposition de Mont-Laurier. Can the Minister of Heritage please update the House on what's being done to support the continued work of this important centre in my riding? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for his question and his outstanding work. Our government is proud of its investment of some $600,000 to relocate the Centre d'Exposition de Mont-Laurier. That investment will make it possible to further diversify the program and improve the quality of their educational activities. This is yet another example of our investments in our creators all across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, where is the Agriculture Minister? Chaos, favoritism, mismanagement, and ignorance would best describe Phase 1 of the Dairy Farm Investment Program. Around 700 applications have been rejected, not to mention all those who didn't even get a chance to apply before this ill-thought-out program was shut down early. Is the Minister of Agriculture going to keep bowing down to the Minister of Trade, who awarded 50% of the quotas for European cheeses to distributors instead of processors? How is this program going to be made accessible and fair to all dairy producers? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Our government is investing in the dairy sector to modernize. There's a $250 million program for producers and processors, and that will bring greater innovation to products and update equipment. It'll make the sector more competitive, productive, and competitive. Over $25 million have already been approved. 3/4 of applicants should receive funding in the near future. There's a waiting list for others. The second phase will open. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, legalizing pot is causing a lot of Liberals to lick their lips, but the government keeps saying by rote that it's to displace organized crime. But the RCMP says it won't work. The Commissioner doesn't expect this bill to squeeze out the bad guys. The Assistant Commissioner for Criminal Operations has even said it would be naive to think so. Could the Liberals be in such a rush because they just want to make sure their cronies get a slice? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians is our priority. The current approach to cannabis is not working. The criminal approach has not succeeded in taking pot out of the reach of our children. We need to control production and decriminalize possession. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, there are so many Liberals involved in the cannabis industry that even the Liberal minister in Quebec City, Lucie Charlebois, feels the federal Liberals who invest in pot need to take a look in the mirror. When the Liberal Party of Quebec is giving ethics lessons to the Liberal Party of Canada, you know things have gotten pretty bad. When is this government going to stand up for the interests of Canadians rather than in the interests of their cronies? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the previous Conservative government previously granted licenses to grow cannabis for health purposes. Health Canada continues to use a very clear approvals process that's very rigorous to ensure that those applying for licenses to grow marijuana have been thoroughly vetted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been a lot of claims made, even here today in the House, about the jobs that we created by Kinder Morgan, but there is no evidence to back up those claims. There is no evidence because the National Energy Board refused to hear the evidence of Unifor. The largest union in the oil sands, Unifor, went before the NEB to point out that building Kinder Morgan will cost Canadian jobs. The NEB refused to hear that evidence. Can the Prime Minister tell us on what independent study is he basing the claim that Kinder Morgan creates more jobs than it kills?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the energy and the environment and the economy, we know the two things go together. That is central to the national interest. In regards to energy and pipelines, there are three elements that need to work together. First of all, we need to get our resources to markets overseas safely and securely. Secondly, we put forward a historic world-class oceans protection plan to protect our coasts. And third, we put forward a real plan to reduce carbon emissions and meet our Paris targets. You can't get any of the three without getting all three. That's what this government understands.
Order. Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Ranj Pillai, Deputy Premier, Minister of Energy, Mines and Resources, Minister of Economic Development, and Minister responsible for the Yukon Development Corporation and the Yukon Energy Corporation. And the Honourable Jeannie Dendis, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Minister responsible for the Women's Directorate, Minister responsible for the Yukon Workers' Compensation Health and Safety Board. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Encourage members who are having conversations to continue those in the lobbies. And I'd ask colleagues to assist me by saying, I thank colleagues for their cooperation. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Projet de loi émanant.
Tabling, or rather introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from Capides, the Honourable Member for the Yukon. Pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 50th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, changes to membership of standing joint committees and standing committees. I have the intention of proposing the passage of this report later today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Parenting Tax Credit. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to table my private member's bill, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Parenting Tax Credit.
To the family is one of the greatest joys that any parent can experience. For many Canadians, it's also a time of great anxiety. As you know, Mr. Speaker, when parents take advantage of EI, maternity or parental leave, they forego over 40% of their salary. They take a huge pay cut to spend those critical first few months at home and provide that care for their child. Conservatives believe that when parents make that sacrifice, they shouldn't then have to pay taxes on the benefits that they receive. This bill would provide a tax credit that would offset any taxes owing on their maternity and parental leave. This also addresses a situation that many parents who receive a top-up from their employer experience when they file their taxes. They often have to pay extra taxes because the EI system does not withhold enough on their benefits. So many new parents, in addition to the new costs of providing for the children, also then have to pay that. This bill would alleviate that. So j'espère que tous les députés vont.
I hope that all members will support this important bill for Canadian families.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to table in the House of Commons my private member's bill, the Opportunity for Workers with Disabilities Act. Unfortunately, across this country, there is an inadvertent phenomenon that, as a result of our tax and benefit system, punishes some of our most inspiring workers when they endeavor to leave social assistance and enter the workforce. The combination of benefit clawbacks and taxation can often lead to marginal effective tax rates above 100%. That is, the person loses more than $1 for every dollar they earn. It's called the welfare wall, and it keeps many of our otherwise most hardest working people trapped in poverty and out of work. Conservatives, and I believe all Canadians, believe that hard work should be rewarded and not punished. This bill will inculcate one simple principle that all governments must follow, that workers with disabilities must always be allowed to earn more in wages than they lose in clawbacks in taxes. Thank you.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier, seconded by Mr. Clark, asks permission to table a bill entitled an act to amend the Department of Industry Act, Financial Assistance. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Science and Economic Development, I have reviewed the files of corporations that have received financial assistance from this government. It has come to my attention, Mr. Speaker, that billions of dollars are being distributed every year by this government in subsidies and repayment contribution. Mais, Monsieur le Président, on s'aperçoit.
Mr. Speaker, we see that many of these loans have not been repaid. We don't know how of what the state of the repayments is. Many of the loans have been granted through the Technology Canada program by the Minister of Industry. 45% of those loans, well, we don't have any information about whether they've been paid back or not. And those are loans that have been outstanding for years. This bill will seek to determine the situation of those loans and to demand more transparency. I'm against subsidies for businesses, but when businesses receive repayable loans, taxpayers deserve to know whether those loans have been paid back or not. This bill is very simple. It asks the Minister of Industry to make public how those loans are being repaid, and I hope I will have the unanimous consent of this place because it is a bill that is not partisan at all. Mr. Bernier, seconded by Mr. Clark, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, if the House grants unanimous consent, I move that the 50th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, that its report be adopted.
Consent of the House to move the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted. Carried. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce a petition that was signed by signatories ages 10 to 83. The petition is from youth petitioners and those who care deeply about youth, who call upon the House of Commons to take meaningful steps to support the future of young Canadians and fulfill Canada's obligations under the Paris Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member.
Presenting petitions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition on behalf of my constituents from Winnipeg Centre concerning water on First Nation communities. And so they ask the federal government to ensure that all First Nation communities and reserves in Canada have access to clean water, that there is new investments in water and wastewater infrastructure on First Nation reserves, and that it be accompanied by regulation, sufficient funds for capital, operation and maintenance, costs for community and household systems, and mechanisms to track progress, as well as the establishment of an independent First Nations Water Commission with the authority to monitor and evaluate water policy and outcomes that affect First Nations water quality in communities. So thank you very much, Speaker, and I hope to hear soon the response from the government concerning this very important issue for not only Canadians but First Nations people and having the access to clean drinking water, which is a human right. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a petition that is important to my constituents, but also to all people kind. This petition calls on the House of Commons to immediately reverse the 10-round magazine reclassification forced by the RCMP and remove the power to the RCMP to arbitrarily make classification decisions on firearms. My constituents believe that when it comes to firearm classification, it's important for there to be predictability, there to be certainty, and regulations to be based on legitimate public safety issues. And they're concerned when arbitrary reclassification decisions can be made, which change the classification of what was previously totally allowed property. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Est-ce que la Chambre est d'accord?
Does the House agree? Agreed.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders. Government bills. Report stage of Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing.
To question period. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge was very gracious about being interrupted for question period, and he now has 3 minutes remaining in his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we certainly wouldn't want to hold question period up, so I was happy to yield at that time. And with the 3 minutes or so that I have left, just to pick up, I spoke of the the background and the history on this bill and the issue purported by the Liberals to solve being that of a problem with fundraising, that this party is the only one with the problem. Mr. Speaker, we know that cash for access fundraising and the calls to eliminate and calls to question and be concerned about the conflict of interest inherent in cash for access fundraising were the reason for this bill. They had to do something. They had to be seen to be doing something about a practice that only this government and this party has. So they tabled the bill that we are now debating. And Mr. Speaker, this bill, as I said before question period, it was not necessary when, of course, this government could at any point just simply choose not to shake down its own lobbyists and stakeholders for money for the party by its own members of its own cabinet that have the power to dispense contracts, that have the power to hire people into the public sector, to make judicial appointments, to put out cash to subsidize businesses. These are the powers that a minister of the Crown has. These are not powers that members of the opposition have. These are not powers that leaders of opposition parties have. These are not powers that backbenchers on the government side have. These are the powers that a minister has. And, Mr. Speaker, it is the swinging back that we've heard, I'm sure we'll have some more in a minute or so, that this is something about anything other than cash for access fundraising is just silly. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude just by reiterating that I do not intend to support this bill. To do so would be to lend credibility to a government that is merely seeking cover for a practice that Canadians find odious, for a practice that nobody besides the members of the opposite party think is okay. I'm not going to allow them to use the passage of this bill to be able to say that they have somehow sanitized and legitimized the practice of cash for access. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to give a quote, in essence, from a published news report last year. Conservative leader, fill in the blank, the leader of the Conservative Party, whose party attacked the Liberal government for months for holding cash for access fundraisers, says he won't post details of his own private fundraising events. This is at one particular private fundraising event with real estate and business executives in the Toronto area. Initially denied the event even took place in the first place, but then one found out, says, well, no, he's not going to publish that information. But then later on in the story he says, I'll continue to follow every single law that Elections Canada has on these types of issues. This legislation would compel the leader of the official opposition, who would like to be Prime Minister someday, to demonstrate transparency, to show that, in fact, Canadians do have a sense or a right to understand who's attending the Conservative leader's fundraiser. Is that the real reason why the Conservatives are voting against this legislation? Because they don't believe their Conservative leader should have to share that information with Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the disingenuity of this member knows no bounds. We know that under existing law, those that contribute $200 or more are published. We already know that. The existing law requires transparency on fundraising. This bill is completely unnecessary to reveal the identities of those that contribute over $200 to a political party. Mr. Speaker, he also knows that there is a difference between a Prime Minister who, through his own office, because we know by his own admission that this is a ceremonial Prime Minister who doesn't actually do the job of executive office, it's his office that does it for him, that they have the power over contracts, the power of appointment, the power to dispense patronage, the power to dispense subsidy. Those are the powers of a Prime Minister, and that is why they need to be held to a higher standard. Without cash for action.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to ask the honourable gentleman from Calgary if he shares my concern that Canadians might be tricked by the government's bill. They might think that having transparency, quote, quote, somehow is the same as getting rid of the odious practice of cash for access, pay to play, as some of his colleagues have called it, that they might be confused by the government calling out, as one of the members just did, the opposition leader, and equating their access to that of the Prime Minister or Cabinet Minister or others, who I think we would agree have slightly different roles to play. I wonder if he shares my fear.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I do share some of those concerns, although the bigger concern that I have is that by actually buying into their statement that this is some grand transparency bill and voting for it, that we lend legitimacy to it. And my honourable friend in our exchange on Friday, he called it, well, I don't want to be seen to be voting against apple pie. But, Mr. Speaker, if you order apple pie and the server brings you a bologna sandwich and calls it apple pie, you send it back.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I might ask my colleague if he could try to understand the Liberal mentality here and tell me if he knows why the Liberals said why the Liberals don't understand why Canadians are upset about cash for access. And you know, in the end, they like cash for access so much that the only thing they're willing to modify is to make them a little bit more transparent. So does he think that that's what the Liberals are thinking and why they're doing this instead of just ending the practice altogether?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I assume that they don't simply end the practice because they are a combination of addicted to the money that they raise. It's a successful practice. And secondly, just they don't get conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we've seen this from the Prime Minister. He's breached the Act in 4 places, and he still act like nothing. You know, there's nothing to see here, nothing wrong with that. They make a mockery of their statement on open and transparent government that insists that all members govern themselves to a standard that is beyond reproach, and yet cling to talking points. And for months, this member may recall, they kept saying, well, no laws were broken. We technically aren't doing anything wrong here. So it's really, I mean, I don't know what to say. I wouldn't presume to try to assume the mentality or try to understand how they come to these conclusions. But make no mistake, this bill is just cover for cash for access.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I thought there was someone else in between. My apologies. But I'm very glad to speak right now. Fantastic. Mr. Speaker, this is a really interesting bill, and it's a really interesting topic because I often get asked by colleagues around the world what makes the Canadian system different from electoral systems such as the one in the U.S. Now, I think that one of the great things about Canada's electoral system is that we actually don't have the same sort of strain or pressure on us from corporate interests or wealthy donors that we see in the U.S. Now, I mean, anybody in here would watch the American political system and go, oh my goodness, I certainly wouldn't have to want to be in the same position as some of our legislative colleagues in the U.S., given that they spend a lot of their time fundraising. I mean, that's just something that I think is ridiculous. I like to be able to use my time to actually legislate rather than spending all of my time figuring out which donor I have to sort of acquiesce to in order to take certain position on bills or votes, as we see in other legislative systems. I think the fact that we have caps on how much people can spend in an election is very important. That individual cap level is a wonderful thing to level the playing field, to get people to enter politics, such groups, underrepresented groups such as women, as one example. But also, I think it's important to note that we don't have that corporate influence in the same way that we see in other countries. So I guess my question is this. The Minister of Democratic Institutions, she's new in her role. She comes into this role and she has the opportunity to table a bill on electoral financing reform. She could table anything that she wants. She could table something that could materially impact Canadian democracy, allow underrepresented groups to, I think, further enter this, level the playing field even more. But she completely failed. And the reason why I won't support this bill is because it does not address, I think, the biggest concern that we have in political financing in Canada, and that's that we have a major loophole that allows wealthy individuals, corporations, unions, and foreign influences to influence the outcome of our elections, and she's done nothing to stop that. And this should concern not just any party, not just my party, not the Liberals. Everybody in here should be concerned about this loophole that the Minister of Democratic Reform has done nothing to address. And that is, of course, the loophole that allows people, corporate interests, foreign groups to register as third parties in Canada and then essentially take money from anywhere without any reporting standards and then influence the electoral outcome. It is very difficult to do research on this, but in preparation for this speech, I have. So for political parties, electoral district associations, individual donations are capped at approximately $1,500 per year. Corporate donations are banned, and there are strict spending limits and even stricter reporting requirements. This system both levels the playing field for traditionally underrepresented groups like women. I also believe that it gives our electoral system integrity. It also prevents access and influence on the political system from being just held in the hands of the wealthy and of corporate interests or special interest groups. And I also think that it's important because it also limits the scope and ability of special interest groups to directly impact elections through spending. However, there's a significant loophole in this process. In Canada, an individual, corporation, or a group can register as a, quote, third party for election advertising purposes and then make expenses to, quote, promote or oppose the election of one or more candidates. As opposed to the law for financing political parties or candidates, corporations can spend money on elections via this route. Corporations can therefore influence candidates. Also, there are no limits to the donations a group can receive from an individual. Individuals can therefore, in effect, exceed their political spending limits and influence the outcome of elections. Further, a third party only has to register with Elections Canada once an election is called, which it makes it difficult to track the activities of this group with regard to their influence on our electoral process. Also, they only have to report donations that come in during the 6-month period prior to an election being called, which means that in many cases the public has no way of knowing where their money came from. There's also no requirement to state which candidate a third party promoted or opposed, making it difficult for the public to know if members of Parliament are compliant with ethics guidelines on conflict of interest. This is the part that's difficult to research. I manually sat there and tabulated all of this up. In the 2015 federal election, over $6 million was spent by third parties on election advertising. To put the significance of that amount in perspective, the entire election spend per Election Canada for the Green Party of Canada was approximately $3.9 million. Moreover, for individuals listed as contributors to third-party election advertising spending, many of these individuals had also contributed to federal political parties or local electoral district associations. I would like to present an example, Mr. Speaker, and that is in the riding of Kamloops, Thompson, and Caribou. Mr. Speaker, there was an individual in that riding. Her name is Michelle Good, and between, if you pull up her donor profile in Elections Canada, this individual donated significantly to the federal Liberal Party, but she also donated significantly to the New Democratic Party. So you can look at that. So for example, I'm looking at one instance here where this individual on September 6, 2015 donated $400 to the New Democratic Party. Here's the interesting thing. There's also a third party that's been registered under a Michelle Francis Good. And $2,363.29 was spent to advertise in Kamloops during the election period. So, I mean, this is just me looking at what I can find online, but I would think that I would surmise that the Michelle Good, who has contributed to the riding associations, the Kamloops Thompson Caribou Federal NDP Riding Association, and then registered as a third party and spent $2,300 to purchase advertising under this third party group. How does that happen? I thought we were only supposed to be able to pay $1,500 a person to be able to participate in the federal electoral process. And what you've got here in this situation, it just took me, I thought, you know what, I bet you I can find somebody who's registered as their name, I can find the donations, and sure enough, there it was. So $2,300 is a lot of money for somebody. Somebody who doesn't have access to that level of funding does not have the access that this person has to be able to influence the outcome of an election. And when you start thinking about $2,300 or $3,000 or $4,000, well, that doesn't seem like a lot. It actually is a lot in the context of the overall spend of that particular district. Now, what if I had said the Koch brothers registered as a third party? That would get the attention of a lot of people in here. But the reality is that because we've had trade unions and environmental NGOs that have taken care of this loophole, the Minister for Democratic Institutions has completely ignored this. But I'm going to tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker. Once people realize that this loophole exists, all gloves are off. Because if the Liberals don't address this problem, what I worry about is that everybody in here is going to say, we all have to use PACs to get elected. And then all of a sudden, that uniquely Canadian, I can focus on my legislation instead of fundraising, that goes away. So for the Liberals to sit in here and have, especially for somebody, for the minister to come in with a fresh new mandate, with a, hope and change mandate from the Prime Minister, to know that this happens and to not even look at it or touch it, I mark my words, Mr. Speaker, this place, after the next election, is going to be looking at this and saying, she had a point. So what I would hope is that my colleagues would actually, all in agreement, put aside partisanship and say, we don't want PACs in Canada. But if they want this to continue, like this example that I gave right here, this should not happen. That should not happen. Closing this loophole should be in this legislation. Reporting donations for these third parties needs to happen. Reporting the purpose of the electoral advertising needs to happen. Prohibiting donations from entities other than individuals needs to happen. And we need to prohibit individuals from using third-party registration status to circumvent the cap on individual donations. Why is that not in this legislation? It's a glaring loophole that will have a huge impact on our democratic system. It already did. $6 million that we don't even know where it came from or what it was used for. How can we tolerate that? That is the antithesis of democracy, and it's not in this bill. This bill is a waste of time. It's not going to change the behavior of the Liberals. No. What I'm talking about would have, and I have no idea why it's not in there.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for her speech. I guess a question in this, the timing was interesting, of course, of the introduction of this bill in that it fell right as the Liberals were breaking their promise on electoral reform. And it's the bait and switch of a party that was looking to get out from underneath that burden of having promised something and then just blatantly betrayed that promise. So then one would think that, where did this come from? Well, this bill was born out of the allegations, which I think were quite correct, that the Prime Minister and many of his cabinet ministers were finding themselves in an obvious, to everybody else, conflict of interest. We had the Justice Minister meeting with high-priced Bay Street lawyers, fundraising. You had the Finance Minister meeting with the financial industry, who have interests with his department. And these weren't just meetings, these were fundraising events. These were $1,500, $1,200 a person fundraising events. Now, if we all remember, and this is my question to my friend, then the Prime Minister's own mandate letters, much vaunted mandate letters to his cabinet that applied to him as well, not only could his cabinet ministers not find themselves in a conflict of interest, they couldn't even place themselves in the appearance of a conflict of interest. Somewhat ironic now, because the author of those mandate letters broke our conflict of interest rules. So my question is this. C-50 does what the law already prescribes, which is you have to make things public, but doesn't do anything about cash for access, nor the appearance and actual conflict of interest. Is there any hope in this legislation that future fundraising events by this government will not create the same dynamic, the same scenario, where you have ministers being lobbied and donated to by people who have self-serving interests with that minister themselves?
A member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I actually thought of my colleague who raised this question last week when in a town hall meeting the Prime Minister said in response to a question about would you ever entertain questions on democratic reform? Would you ever change the voting system? He's like, yeah, totes, man, as long as it's not proportional representation and a ranked ballot system. And I think that sort of tone to his answer is as long as it's me as a dictator kind of defining what Canada's democracy looks like, I'm good with it. So, I think it's that tone that would probably answer my colleague's question as to why this bill was introduced. Honestly, I think in my question, to answer my colleague's question, Mr. Speaker, what's going to happen with this? I think the system's going to get worse because we have not addressed this glaring, huge loophole in our political financing system. $6 million entered the Canadian system, which I'm sure any of my American colleagues watching this would go, I have to fundraise that in 5 minutes. That's a lot of money in the Canadian political context. And now that people are aware of it, it is only going to get worse. This bill should have dealt with that loophole. And mark my words, this is going to have a huge impact on the next election and not for the better.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to understand exactly what it is that this bill is proposing to do. In essence, to provide more transparency and more accountability, no matter how the Conservative and at times NDP work together to try to critique a piece of legislation, that's the essence of what it does. Whether you're the Prime Minister, a Cabinet Minister, or a leader of a political party. That if someone attends an event where they're paying in excess of $200 to be in the presence of those individuals, that there is a responsibility then to report those names to Elections Canada in a timely fashion. More transparency, more accountability. Even the Ethics Commissioner, the former one, Mary Dawson, said this is a step forward. All the desires that the member wants to see happen in future legislation, wonderful. I wish her well in getting them. But respect to the specific bill, would she not agree that it is a positive step forward?
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
This bill is frankly putting lipstick on the Liberals' cash for access pig. I mean, this bill does nothing to change the fact that if the Prime Minister wants to charge $1,500 to access him, he can still talk about government business to these people. There's no significant change. And I think that my problem with this bill is actually encapsulated best in a quote that my colleague opposite gave. He said, and this was after he was asked about the cash for access scandal when it first broke, when you're following the laws, there can't be a conflict of interest. Well, frankly, it's about judgment. People in Canada can't afford to pay $1,500 to have access to top legislators. That is not right. And this bill still allows it. It's allowing the Liberals to keep their fundraising model, okay? And it's also allowing the Liberals to keep this loophole open at the same time while saying, hope and change, democracy is alive in Canada, everything is wonderful. It's actually such a waste of time. Why are we even debating this bill? It doesn't do anything. All it does is allow the Liberals to keep on with their bad behavior, and Canadians are tired of it.
Here.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you try to understand the underlying intent of this bill, it's always interesting to have a look at the history behind it. What are the circumstances in which this bill came into being? My grandmother used to say, the more things change, the more they stay the same. This government was caught red-handed with their gala benefits that were for fundraising purposes, private cash for access evenings, and now they're trying to bring some window dressing to this. They're going to henceforth advertise these events with lobbyists who have the means to pay $1,500 to go hear them tout their upcoming legislation. I'm thinking of billionaire Chinese-Canadian business people who met with the Prime Minister, and all of a sudden the Prime Minister received $70,000 in donations. The reception was in Vancouver, but the Prime Minister's riding is in Papineau. So do they really think that publicizing an event, advertising it, is going to make things fairer or more accessible? It's still preferential access to the Prime Minister. You pay $1,500 or $1,000. That's what's unacceptable here, is the cash transaction. 61% of voters who didn't vote for this government, now listening to the debate, are probably all the more cynical about this so-called change. The more things change, Mr. Speaker, the more they remain the same.
Nick.
What's even more cynical, and I see my colleague who was on the committee with me, what's even more cynical, Mr. Speaker, is that a year ago a bill was tabled, and on February 1st, last Thursday, a bill was tabled, and that bill, not a bill, rather, it was a report. It was a report that we wanted to lead to a bill. That report was thrown in the trash. What the report sought to do, Mr. Speaker, it was the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. That special committee was supposed to do an in-depth review of our voting system, and the hope was that after spending millions of dollars consulting all Canadians, all voters, from coast to coast to coast, the thinking was that after a certain number of recommendations had been heard around more equity, more equitable representation, fairer fundraising rules, well, Mr. Kingsley, for example, the former Chief Electoral Officer, Jean-Pierre Kingsley, he appeared before the Special Committee on Electoral Reform, and he answered one of my questions, and he said, without hesitation, out of a concern for fairness, the system whereby funding per vote was provided for. The former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien came up with this system where parties get votes, cash funding based on the number of votes. I think it was $2 per vote cast in favor of a party. I imagine that Jean Chrétien was hoping to leave a different legacy from the one left by the sponsorship scandal. And Jean-Pierre Kingsley said, you should bring back that system as quickly as possible out of for the sake of fairness. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? What's unfortunate about this bill, C-50, is that that's not there at all. It's just a window dressing bill, a cosmetic response to try to make people think, okay, we got caught with these cash for access fundraising events. So now everybody's going to have to report and publicize their fundraising soirees. But fairness in a voting system is based on the fact that this is a democratic society we live in. And just because you have 20 members in your party or 60 members elected to the House, all parties should have a fair chance of being heard in a democratic debate between elections and during elections. A taxpayer, the average taxpayer, doesn't have $1,500 to spend on a cash for access event. If you look at the average Liberal or Conservative Party donation, well, the reason I say the more things change, the more they remain the same, is because this party that is currently forming government, when they were in opposition, they said they were going to restore the cash per vote system. That was a system that got rid of traditional fundraising among lobbyists. When people meet with a prime minister at a private function, it's not because they think he has beautiful eyes or because they like his election campaign. It's because they intend, and this is what Canadians condemn, $1.75 per vote in the ballot box. That makes it sensible for a person to turn out and vote. That gives them an incentive, and that was the idea. The underlying intent in changing our way of voting was because most witnesses told us that the current system is unfair. It doesn't recognize the full diversity of people's preferences in the House of Commons. The current system promotes a bipartisan chamber, and voters, Canadians, would like to see every vote count. But the government broke its promise. We tabled this report a year ago. The anniversary was Thursday, February 1st, the anniversary of the tabling of our report. The government broke its promise and decided to stick with the same system, the status quo, but they didn't restore the system of financing on the basis of votes cast in favor of each party. So if you vote for the NDP or the Bloc or the Conservatives or the Liberals or the Green Party, doesn't matter. In my riding, the chances of winning for any given party, and this is what was frustrating for voters, people would say, well, even if I go vote, my vote's not going to count. It's always the same party that wins in my riding. So why bother even voting? People don't turn out and vote if they know their vote isn't going to count. But if there's cash that comes with each vote cast, then there is an incentive, because then at least your vote counts for something. When I vote for the Green Party, if I know that they're going to get some funding based on my voting for them, that gives me a reason to vote, and that makes me feel like I can participate in democracy, that my vote counts for something, that legitimizes our democracy, instead of leaving it in the hands of this back and forth between the two main parties, and this idea that only the wealthy people can influence things. That is the crux of the debate today. My colleague from Terrebonne tabled a bill, and we would be more than happy if the government decided to take it over and include it in C-50 and restore financing based on votes cast in favor of each party. That could be the basis for political fundraising. So I would encourage all my colleagues to think about the advisability of that, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
West Ancaster Dundas.
Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your speech. I'd like to focus on two initiatives that this bill is supportive of in an effort to increase openness and transparency. That's what our government has promised, and that's what our government is delivering in this bill. And the first is that the political parties' websites, at least 5 days prior to events that will be attended by ministers, the Prime Minister, that be known to people. So this gives, notice, open notice that these events are taking place, but also the report of the attendees to Elections Canada within 30 days be made in order that everyone is aware who was at the event if the event is more than $200. So this, in my view, Mr. Speaker, provides Canadians with openness and transparency with who's attending these fundraisers. This, I think, is a very important move and initiative from our government, and I'd like to hear what the honourable member has to say with respect to these two initiatives in particular.
The honourable member for Montcalm. You know, Mr. Speaker, the problem with this bill is not so much what's in it, but what's not in it. When the government claims to want to change democratic institutions and then breaks its own promises, so to cover that up, they've done some window dressing to try to change political fundraising rules, but by making cash for access legal, does that make it any more acceptable? That's the basic question. So we have nothing against openness and advertising or publicizing putting it on the public record where your fundraising is, where your funds are coming from. I've done that, but my events weren't anywhere near $1,500 a head. So we have nothing against disclosure, but we'll be voting against this bill because it's just a pretense. It's no real improvement to the rules. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his participation in the debate. I wonder if he has anything to say about the fact that expectations ran very high around this bill, given what the Liberals promised during the election campaign. There were high expectations for democratic reform and the way our voting system works. So I wonder if my colleague has any thoughts on this government's record in this area and whether or not that record is going to improve or not, or if the only legacy from this government is going to be C-50. The honourable member for Montcalm. With a question like that, Mr. Speaker, I'd have to speak for a good 20 minutes, but clearly, if you look at the government's record to date, I'd have to say it's a 0 out of 10, Mr. Speaker, and I hope they give themselves a good shake and be a bit less condescending towards the 61% of voters who didn't vote for them. When it comes time to work at committee, this government that claims to be so democratic, they should give access to us, members who are duly elected. Just because there aren't 12 of us and we're not an officially recognized party doesn't mean we're not duly elected representatives. And we've been shut out, and this government said they wanted to change procedure at committees, but they didn't change the procedure. Nothing's been changed. We're still shut out. There's no respect for duly elected members of the Green Party and the Bloc Québécois, as if it's the party banner that determines what kind of democratic parliamentary democracy you're entitled to. But this is not how it works elsewhere in Westminster models, and that's part of their record. It's unacceptable, because if a member doesn't have a right to speak or a right to vote at committee, that's where the real democratic parliamentary dynamics occur, what's left for the constituents? All I can do is speak here for 10 minutes if another party is kind enough to give me their spot. within the context of hours of debate if I'm lucky enough to get the floor, because sometimes there's time allocation and we don't get to speak at all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-50. I am deeply concerned with this bill and by the unethical behaviour that is demonstrated by this current government opposite to me. The piece of legislation before the House is in fact a poor attempt to appease Canadians after the Liberals were caught and called out for holding numerous so-called town hall meetings or meet and greets with the Prime Minister or other members of the Cabinet. Now, these were parties where individuals who wanted to attend were expected to pay upwards of $1,500 or more in order to enter into the door. These parties were held with elite people like the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister, the Justice Minister, and the list goes on. Now, I can just imagine the price chart at the door when people walk in. $1,200, you get 30 seconds with the Prime Minister. $1,500, you get 60 seconds with the Prime Minister. And maybe if you come in with a group of 10 people who are each willing to pitch in $1,500, you'll get a whopping 2 minutes of the Prime Minister's time all to yourself. Now, Mr. Speaker, the selfies are complimentary, of course. Now, apparently this is the Liberals' way of consulting in an open and accessible and transparent manner. These are the types of buzzwords that they like to use all the time to describe the work that they do. But I stand here today to use my voice on behalf of millions of Canadians who believe otherwise. Canadians who are actually frustrated with the elitism and the hypocrisy that is demonstrated day in and day out by this current government. The Liberal government has said that they tabled this legislation in order to make their cash for access events more transparent. What the Liberals fail to understand is that these fundraisers, in their very essence, are unethical. Changing the rules that surround them does not change the fact that they are altogether wrong. This legislation does nothing to condemn the use of power and manipulation to draw money out of people for the sake of privileged access. This legislation simply seeks to ensure that the Canadian public are made aware of such elite activities. Bill C-50 simply proposes that all fundraising events that are attended by ministers, party leaders, or leadership candidates are advertised at least 5 days in advance. So, in effect, the Liberals are mandating to themselves that they must advertise their events. That's an interesting measure of accountability, Mr. Speaker. It also requires political parties to report to Elections Canada the names of those who attend. Well, Mr. Speaker, anyone who donates over $200 already has to have their name made known. Now, all in all, this bill does nothing to ensure that ministers and the Prime Minister are accessible to all Canadians equally, which is, in essence, a key component of a democratic system. The Liberals are still granting themselves permission to hold cash for access events that cater to the elite and prevent common Canadians from having a voice. Justin Trudeau claims that he is listening to everyone, that he is... I apologize.
Just remind the honourable member to refer to members in the House, or either by their title or by perhaps their riding name works just fine as well. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
All right. So Mr. Trudeau claims that the Prime Minister Trudeau.
Yeah. Yeah, we can use certainly the Prime Minister is fine. Members do refer to the former Prime Minister Trudeau. Yes, that has been inflected in speeches from time to time, provided that particular clarification is in the midst of the speech. That works. But certainly for the current Prime Minister, yes, either the title or the riding name.
The Prime Minister claims that he's listening to all Canadians and that ultimately he makes decisions based on what is best for Canada as a whole. But in fact, what we see is actually very specific attention being given to individuals who have cash in their pocket and are willing to pay for his listening ear. Now, it's not too far of a stretch of the imagination to assume then that the Prime Minister is in fact actually giving these individuals very key attention and actually giving their causes and their concerns more legitimacy than perhaps the average Canadian who can't pay for this same access to the Prime Minister. Now, of course, the Prime Minister and his cabinet will deny that this is the case, but Canadians can actually put two and two together. There are lobbyists purchasing extremely overpriced tickets in order to gain access to our government leaders, and I doubt any of them are attending just for the selfie. Furthermore, when lobbyists attend these elite events, they are not required to report it, nor is there any way of monitoring their activity. In all seriousness, it can be assumed that anyone paying such steep prices to attend these events has a certain expectation as to the influence that they are being granted. And if their only motivation is, in fact, just to contribute to the financial well-being of their preferred political party, then why wouldn't they just simply do this from the comfort of their own home like everyone else? Now, speaking of everyone else, let's talk a little bit about the average Canadian, who is unfairly discriminated against by the allowance of cash for access fundraising. Single moms, small business owners, low-income families, seniors would all stand to benefit from having a bit of time with the Prime Minister or any one of those in the front bench here. Now, unfortunately, very few of these Canadians can afford the going rate for a ticket to these elite events and thus are forced to wait outside while those who can pay enjoy their special access. Now, within my constituency of Lethbridge, I have the privilege of hosting a youth advisory board. This consists of 8 very intelligent, highly engaged young people from my riding. They meet with me monthly in order to share their views on federal pieces of legislation and key events that are taking place in our country and in the world. The aim of this group, the aim of this initiative, is to empower these young Canadians to use their voices to speak out and to advocate for the issues that matter most to them. Now, it's my goal to impress on them that no matter their age or their background, that they have an equal voice in our democratic system. It is because of the implications for these youth and for all young Canadians that I am especially disappointed with the Liberals on their approach to cash for access fundraising. How can I tell my constituents that they have a voice and an opportunity to impact the decisions of the federal government when the Liberals have actually chosen to take equality out of the equation simply to earn cash for their political initiatives? Political fundraising in and of itself, political fundraising in and of itself is a democratic concept. It is allowed. It allows citizens to support their ideological beliefs by contributing to the political party that best represents their values. But cash for access events do not respect democracy and uphold the standard that has been set out in our country. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong to have people pay to be listened to. These events consist of people buying access to government officials who have the power to make influential decisions on matters of policy and funding. And this is profoundly undemocratic. This bill has been brought forward to appease rightly outraged Canadians. The Liberals got caught, so now they're trying to smooth things over. Their motivation isn't to protect Canada's democracy. Their motivation is to offer a lackluster response to getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Changing the so-called transparency rules, as the honourable member across the way mentioned, that surround this practice does not make it any more acceptable. If legislation were passed tomorrow that made voter fraud legal, you and I would still take issue with rigging an election. Not because all of a sudden, because it was illegal and now it's legal, but because our shared belief that it's wrong, it's morally and ethically wrong. Similarly, even if we change the rules around specifics having to do with political fundraising, it does not change the basic moral fabric of the issue at hand. You can't legalize your way into moral safety, no matter how strong the majority government at hand is. In the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister for Democratic Institutions, he wrote that sunshine is the best disinfectant to concerns about our political process. It's a nice ideal, isn't it? Now, I wish it were true. The Prime Minister believes that increasing transparency around these events is the solution. As long as he advertises to the constituency that he is putting his hand in the cookie jar, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Wrong. The events and their underlying principles are the issue, not simply the secrecy around them. Sunshine doesn't make unethical behavior all of a sudden ethical. Being forced to pay money in order to speak with an influential government official is wrong. It is wrong if it is done at a private event or a public one. It is wrong whether those in attendance pay $200 or $1,550. It is wrong whether it is advertised 2 weeks in advance or not advertised at all. It is simply unethical and undemocratic and therefore wrong.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention today. I listened to it and see her passion for the need to be transparent. And I mean, that's what this entire place is built upon. That's what our democratic institutions are built upon. The concept of being transparent and open, and that's exactly what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. It takes the rules that we currently have and it puts into it a level of transparency with respect to the events and how they're handled, how they're advertised, with respect to providing a report of the attendees. That's what we're seeking to accomplish here. The irony, Mr. Speaker, is that the Leader of the Opposition won't even disclose who was at his events, fundraising events, during his leadership. In fact, back in the spring, it wasn't until the Globe and Mail was able to bring it out that there had been a fundraiser for real estate and investors. And it was later on that they discovered that this event actually did happen. So why how can the member get up in this House and purport so much need for this transparency when her own leader won't provide that information? Will she encourage her leader to provide that information so that this House can scrutinize in the same way that we are allowing others to scrutinize our activities?
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, there's a very significant difference here at hand, and let me point it out. It's quite glaring to most, I believe, but clearly not to the member opposite, so let me help him out. This side of the House is in government, and this side of the House is in opposition. This side of the House makes decisions that govern Canada. This side of the House asks questions of that government and the decisions that they're making in order to hold them accountable. That side, the government side, they put policies in place, they create legislation, and that legislation that they put in place can in fact facilitate the well-being of individuals and groups and lobbyists across this country. That side has the power to do that. This side, Mr. Speaker, doesn't have that ability. We ask the questions, they give the answers. They make the mistakes, we hold them accountable. That's how this works. That side over there is the one that people are going to pay thousands of dollars to bend their ear for in order to influence the policy that they're making, the legislation that they're putting in place. And that is undemocratic. That is unethical. That lacks morality.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of what I've just heard from my colleague, it would seem that she is completely against the concept of fundraising activities in order to ensure privileged access. Given the answer she's just provided, it seems that she's against the very concept itself. I was wondering if she could explain how Cash for Access events were organized prior to the Liberals coming to power. If she is completely in disagreement with this concept, why did the Conservatives not forbid it if they are so against it while they were in power?
Mr. Speaker, the legislation that is before this House has one purpose and one purpose only, and that is it's meant to be used as a guise for the Liberals to cover up a problem that they themselves have. Now, no one else in this House has this problem. Just them, just that side, right over there. And so they created this bill in order to get away with this problem. So they thought that if they make it transparent, if they use words like open and honest and look at us, we're doing such a good job, Canada, pat us on the back for putting our hand in the cookie jar, then they thought, well, surely we'll get away with this. Canadians have seen past that. They've watched the Prime Minister make one unethical decision after another, steal one tax dollar after another, thousands of tax dollars after another thousand, hundreds of thousands of tax dollars after hundreds of thousands have already been taken. That is what this Prime Minister is up to, and he's been caught. And now he's trying to get away with his unethical behavior by putting a piece of legislation in place that says, we're open, we're transparent, look at us, we're so good. No, they're not good. Canadians can see past it, and now they're being called out on their unethical behavior and illegitimate piece of legislation.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues. What we're seeing, it's interesting to see this in the House today, because the exchanges we're observing, the exchanges that are happening during my speech.
Order. We're on resuming debate. Another member, notre l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member has been recognized. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly has the floor. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The exchanges between the Liberals and the Conservatives is going to reinforce the point that I wanted to make. What we're observing is that we had a Conservative government in the last legislature that increased cynicism and made changes to the electoral law that made it harder for citizens to vote. And now we have a Liberal government that is feeding citizens by making cosmetic changes that aren't going to solve a serious problem, a problem of perception which they themselves created. We've been debating this throughout the entire day, and there are Liberal MPs who are saying that the leader of the official opposition did the same thing, he's just as bad, and the Conservative leader saying Liberal MPs and ministers were meeting with people at Cash for Access events. After nearly 7 years as an MP, I am starting to get tired myself of having to make speeches on issues that just feed cynicism. When we go door to door and we discuss people, and my colleague this morning from British Columbia mentioned it, there's this notion that people tell us that they're not interested, they don't want to give money to a political party, they don't want a membership card. And in the worst case scenario, they don't even want to vote because there's this cycle of cynicism that is being fed by what we see in the news or by legislative changes that don't go far enough. Of course, we're going to support it simply because one step in the right direction is better than nothing. But it must be recognized where all of this is coming from. Bill C-50 is the first gesture, and unfortunately, I have a lot of consideration for the minister. It seems to be the only gesture or heritage that Liberals are going to leave in the electoral reform file, considering the big promises that were made, the broken promises, and the lamentable failure in the file of electoral reform, which happened right before this bill was tabled. Is that a coincidence? I ask you, Mr. Speaker. Nonetheless, all of this is a big problem for the functioning of our political system in a broad sense, not just for funding. We realize there are changes that are being made that are making things harder. My colleague for the Bloc Québécois mentioned it, and other colleagues as well. He's not the only one. We talked about the per-vote subsidy, money that had been granted every time that a candidate received a vote. Other members raised similar ideas and went even farther, talking about ways that we could change the way that we work in terms of tax breaks for donations. This debate is intended to find ways to improve how political funding is done. If we look to Quebec, all of the major changes that have been brought there were subsequent to revelations of corruption, which lasted for years. All of the changes that were made to how politics was funded and the ways donations can be accepted, all of those are legitimate issues, and we can have a healthy debate in order to try to obtain the money that is, for better or worse, necessary for the functioning of a political campaign, to produce information to inform citizens about various political positions, for telecommunications, for campaign offices, to communicate with voters, to hear their concerns, and to share our positions with them. That is a reality, whether we like it or not. However, I think it is important to find a way to work together in a nonpartisan way in order to repair the system, or at least create a system that inspires Canadians' trust, which is not currently the case.
And there are a whole series of reasons for that, Mr. Speaker. Partly it has to do with changes that have nothing to do with actual political donations, but with the functioning of the political system. Now, in the last legislature, we had C-63, which had to do with electoral reform. And, of course, that leads to cynicism and makes everything more difficult. But then there's also the public perception that we're dealing with today. So people have perceptions of ministers who go to meetings with stakeholders who are directly working on their file. And then they give the maximum donation under the law to attend an event with the minister. And the problematic thing here, and I agree with the Conservatives on this, is that, you know, we know that party leaders all want to become Prime Minister. We know that opposition members want to be in government, and that opposition members could certainly end up in cabinet within a couple of years if there's a change in the election. But we need to recognize, and this is something that we have to remind the Liberal government of every time, is that there is a conflict of interest. Ministers have decision-making power. They have the power to hire people, to award contracts, and to spend money, and to make really important decisions. So their power and access to them is very different than access to a backbencher or an ordinary MP. Now, that's why we have rules about conflict of interest, generally, and also specifically about political financing. But for the government to deny that things are different for ministers, and for them to say that, oh, everyone is exactly the same, is an insult to the intelligence of everyone participating in this debate. There are people who really want to change the system and ensure that we have a political financing system that allows us to both have successful election campaigns, because, of course, people want to see the candidates who are there on the ground, and, you know, that requires money, whether you like it or not, but also to ensure that this unrolls in a way that creates public trust. We talked earlier about the American example, and it's true that if you look at other countries, like the U.S., where money plays such a huge role in politics and such a problematic role, it's clear that the limits on election spending really is very small. We're dealing with very small amounts compared to the U.S. So there are good things in our system. But just because we compare ourselves to another system like the Americans and we look good in comparison, that doesn't mean that we should throw in the towel. Often when these scandals are uncovered by journalists, well, all too often you hear the government House leader and the Minister of Democratic Reform saying, well, you know, we have a good system. Spending is reasonable. The limits are strict. There are maximum values on the donations that can be made by citizens and so on. But it's not by comparing ourselves to the worst models or to the U.S. that we're going to have the right solution. You know, in the U.S., there's sort of a free-for-all on political spending. Corporations and unions and anyone can spend as much money as they want. But it's not because there are models like that exist that we should be satisfied with our situation in Canada. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier in my speech, when you go door to door, having done that myself, I can tell you that there's so many issues that remind me of why so many citizens are cynical. And I know that's the case for my colleagues as well. And if people really want to get rid of that cynicism and really want to heal this problem related to political funding scandals, well, then we need to engage in a real debate. We can't be satisfied with a bill that's simply a smokescreen to hide the Liberals' broken promises concerning electoral reform and to hide the scandals that the government has been caught in. We need to stop the finger pointing, saying, you're the worst, no, you're the worst. We need to sit down and really try to reform this system and see which measures can be changed. So there are all sorts of questions that we could discuss. And for us at the NDP, when we talk about electoral reform, of course, we do have one main objective, which is true electoral reform and a proportional system. But there are also all of these related questions, and they all need to be treated with a serious approach. Unfortunately, that's not what we've seen from this government or the last.
The honourable member.
The honourable member.
And the islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention. My question really builds off of my question from the previous member, where in her response she stated that she saw a different level of accountability between the one side of the House and the other side of the House. And this bill attempts to extend that accountability to leaders of the opposition party as well. Her rationale was that he doesn't have the influence that members on this side will. Well, if it's up to us, he'll never have that influence that she talks about. But nonetheless, there's always the possibility that one day he would have that influence. So I'm wondering if the member could provide his insight as to whether or not he thinks it's a good idea to extend these provisions so that they do include the members of the leaders of the opposing parties amongst the others that are indicated in the bill.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Colleague was too busy doing the heckling he was doing of the previous speaker to have heard what I said in my speech, but I specifically mentioned that while I recognize that we all have an obligation in this place as candidates and certainly as members of parliament to have the strictest laws and rules in place to ensure that we're not finding ourselves in positions of conflict of interest or cash for access, as the term that is used, to pretend that there is not a difference between an opposition MP, regardless of whether he or she may one day be in cabinet or even in the prime minister's seat, that the immediacy of a minister who within weeks or months of having participated in said fundraiser will have the power to give out contracts, to hire people, to spend money, to make all kinds of regulatory and political decisions that are completely different from, say, any decisions that I may make after an election 2 years down the road in the event that there's an NDP government. I should be so honored to be part of that cabinet. And so the point, Mr. Speaker, is to acknowledge that when you are in government, there is a constant and immediate power that exists. And certainly to my colleague's question, I recognize that extending that to party leaders and others who are in slightly more influential positions than a simple opposition critic and such is understandable, and certainly we're not going to disagree on that point. But I think this notion that the government keeps putting forward, that as they have with every conflict of interest issue that has marred them since they have been in power, that somehow we are all equal in this place and that they don't recognize the power that they hold, is quite disconcerting for me, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Honorable Secretary Parlementaire de la...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would beg to differ with my colleague from across the way. I think leaders of opposition parties carry a great deal of weight. They, in fact, do hirings. These are individuals that want to become prime ministers. Imagine, you go into, whether it's a leaders' debate or anything of this nature into the future, are the NDP and the Conservatives jointly arguing that Canadians don't need to be concerned. They don't have to worry about who's paying $250 in order to be able to meet with the leader of their political party. Why would they want to hide that information? What this legislation does is it ensures that there is transparency for the Prime Minister, ministers, and leaders of political parties. Those are individuals that have a great deal of influence today, and they want to become prime ministers. Why would you not support that level of transparency? This is something I believe that Canadians would want to see, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Thinks so little of the power that he has in cabinet. We would certainly like to do the job for him, because basically he's saying that opposition MPs stand on the same footing, and certainly he's not wrong in the sense we meet with stakeholders. But again, the fact is that when the Minister of Justice attends a fundraiser at $1,500 a head, with people who are in the law profession, who are directly engaged as stakeholders with the issues that she has legal, regulatory, political, financial power over, within days, weeks, and months and years of that fundraiser taking place, to not understand that notion, as opposed to myself as the public safety critic meeting with stakeholders who are concerned about that government's policies and what direction we should be going in, is absolutely crazy to me, Mr. Speaker. And let's be clear here. To simply divulge the fact that these cash for access things are taking place is at best a cosmetic change. We'll support the baby steps, but at the end of the day, the public already knew about these things. They're happening anyways. If they're really serious about fixing it, then they should be doing more, and that's not what we're seeing here.
Before resuming debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, taxation. The Honourable Member for Sainte-Sainte-Bagotte, health. And the Honourable Member for Chilliwack-Hope on ethics.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many years ago, during the 2006 election, one of the most important issues of the day was accountability and transparency. The Liberal government at the time had been implicated in the most severe case of political corruption in modern Canadian history. You may remember this as the sponsorship scandal. I know I remember. For years, Liberal-linked advertising firms with government contracts kept high-profile Liberal organizers on the payroll and generously financed the Liberal Party of Canada, all in return for little or no work, as was later found in the investigation. This operation could be best characterized as a machine, which infected and controlled agencies across the government. The purpose of this machine was to place the resources of the government at the disposal of the Liberal Party of Canada. And after years of Liberal corruption and independent investigations, Canadians had had enough. And in 2006, they elected a Conservative government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper to get to the bottom of things and root out the corruption. We introduced the Accountability Act, an act which dismantled the machine built to abuse taxpayer funds and power for the benefit of the Liberal Party. It also helped ensure that future governments, including a Conservative government, would never again abuse the apparatus of government for the benefit of their political party. This Accountability Act created measures to protect Canada from political corruption. We created the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the Commissioner of Lobbying, and others to ensure that all future governments were held to account. And I find it quite rich to listen to the speeches of my Liberal colleagues who claim that they respect officers of Parliament and us Conservatives do not, when it was in fact our previous Conservative government who created these officers of Parliament to clean up the Liberal mess. Not only did Conservatives implement accountability by creating these new officers, we created stiff new political financing rules which limited political donations to individuals, banned corporate and union donations, and capped those donations at just over $1,000. In fact, if Conservatives had not implemented these tough new rules the Liberal Party would still be holding cash for access fundraisers for thousands of dollars, and Canadians wouldn't even have the right to know about it. And this brings me to the fundamental point of this debate. On one hand, we have Conservatives, our record of holding government to account, even when it is not in the best interests of our own party. And on the other hand, you have the Liberals with Bill C-50, always trying to find ways to avoid playing by the rule and spirit of the law. In fact, this entire bill would be completely unnecessary if Liberals started acting in the way that Canadians expect of their representatives. I mean, no sooner had the Liberal Party regained its former place of power than they set about reconstructing that infamous machine. The machine used to leverage taxpayer funds and power for the benefit of the Liberal Party at the expense of the Canadian people. Ministers began holding fundraisers, a perfectly acceptable and necessary activity for politicians. But these were no ordinary fundraisers, held in church basements or Legion halls across the land. No, these were exclusive fundraisers for the ultra-wealthy to pay the Liberal Party for exclusive access to decision-makers. Did these ministers break the law? No, but they showed their true colors. They showed that once given power, they will always leverage every angle to the benefit of their own party at the expense of the interests of Canadians. And that is exactly why people elected Conservatives in 2006, because Conservatives see the opportunity to abuse power, and we make laws to prevent that abuse. The Liberals, on the other hand, see an opportunity to abuse the spirit of the law, and rather than take real action to eliminate that abuse, will go to any lengths to justify it. And that is simply not acceptable, and Canadians deserve better. Bill C-50 is a joke. It is a public relations stunt designed to fool the Canadian people into believing that the Liberal Party has changed. Conservatives know better, and Canadians are not fooled. Let's take into account what this bill intends to implement. All fundraisers where tickets of $200 or over must be advertised prominently on the party's website, together with a list of those in attendance, how much they are required to pay. This provision is simply unenforceable, and it goes to the heart of my argument on why this legislation is a public relations exercise designed to make it appear that the Liberals are doing something about cash for access, while giving them a free hand to continue with these tainted fundraisers. Take, for example, the fact that any political party could host an exclusive fundraiser, a fundraiser at which no funds may be required to attend, but one where the expectation and obligation to donate may be very strong. For example, an exclusive invitation to a group of wealthy business people or lawyers doing work with the Government of Canada would not require the Liberals to disclose the details of the event, including the participants or how much they are required to pay, as long as it's less than $200. But at the event, it could be made easily known that the Liberal Party would appreciate those in attendance to support the party through financial donations. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, the sad fact is that neither the Accountability Act nor Bill C-50 can prevent parties from engaging in this kind of behavior. No amount of laws, short of having a member of the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner at every political fundraiser, can prevent these activities. The best solution for preventing future abuses of political power for financial gain is for politicians to take a stand and refuse to tolerate cash for access. The public has placed their trust in us and in turn expect nothing but the highest standards of personal and professional accountability and to make decisions that are in the best interests of the people. And I believe Canadians deserve better. And I know as members of Parliament that we can do better. And in fact, there was a time not so long ago that the Prime Minister promised Canadians better. He stated in his open and accountable government document the following, I quote, "Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have potential to involve conflict of interest." I continue, "Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect nor appear to affect the exercise of their official duties and access of individuals or organizations to government." End quote. This is the standard that Canadians want from their representatives. And I am ashamed that our Prime Minister has paid lip service to this and broken yet another promise to Canadians. No longer do we have a government that places priority on ethics when it comes to political financing, but we have a government that places priority on the illusion of ethics. And that is exactly what Bill C-50 intends to create, the illusion that the Liberal Party of Canada has changed in any way from the days of bagmen soliciting funds from those in business with government. It's time to stop the illusion and to give Canadians what they really deserve, accountable government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague started by hearkening back to 2006. I too can remember 2006. In 2006, we had just signed the Kelowna Accord, which would have led to a much better relationship with Indigenous Canadians across this country. In 2006, we still had the Kyoto Accord, which would have led to greater environmental standards in this country and in tackling climate change around the world. In 2006, we had just signed early learning and childcare agreements with the provinces. In 2006, we had a government that was focused on economic growth in this country. Finally, we have that again after 10 dark years under the Conservative government. In addition to having all those things and a government that is focused on the economy, we have a government that is focused on fundraising in transparent and methodical ways that is allowing communities to understand the process by which political parties undergo to receive funds in order to fight campaigns. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely ridiculous to me to listen to the Conservatives talk about transparency and not support this bill. Why won't they support it?
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's eminently clear to me that the Liberal Party would like to do anything else than talk about their ethical violations or their fundraising, cash for access fundraisers. I know that in our party, we don't dangle out our members and say, for $1,500 you can access these top decision makers. That's not what the Conservative Party stands for, not now, not in 2006, and not ever, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. La députée de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to have an opportunity to ask a question of our new colleague. I wonder if he has anything to say about the government's intentions with this bill, considering the fact that this form of fundraising gives preferential access to senior government, to ministers, in other words. And they're pretending to make the system more transparent, but it will still allow for that kind of preferential access to the high-ups in the Liberal Party. Is it because that works so well as a fundraising option for the Liberals? Because is it something that the Liberals couldn't even imagine getting rid of because it's so useful to them? The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question, the only member in this House who's younger than I am, and proud to serve with him here in this House. And I'll say this, that it's very clear to me that Liberals are desperate to hold these cash for access fundraisers, especially considering that the Conservative Party of Canada yet again destroyed them in fundraising this year. And we're not even the government party. We don't even need to dangle out our ministers and sell cash for access. We have Canadians who actually believe in this party and in this party's principles. So we don't need to engage in this sort of cash for access, you pay me something, I give you something. We don't need to engage in that sort of activity. Bill C-50, as I said, it's a public relations exercise. The government got caught with these cash for access fundraisers, but they can't get off. They can't get off of this, and so they need to have this bill to make it appear like they're doing something about it, and Canadians are not fooled.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do very much appreciate my honourable colleague's comments, although the referral to age, I don't really want to hear more about that. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could please comment on what's going on currently, whereby the Prime Minister has breached and broken 4 parts of the Conflict of Interest Act, said sorry, but refused to make right the wrong that he's done. Could my honourable colleague talk about, when we think about ethics, we think about honourable behaviour in this place, how the Prime Minister is really disrespecting Canada and Canadian taxpayers' dollars by what he's done?
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for that very good question. And I think that, it just goes to show that some things don't change. We have a party in government that will use all apparatuses of government, whether it be personal jets or meal allowances or the power of ministers to fundraise and to cover costs for personal pleasure. And Canadians really do expect better of their government, and they expect better of their Prime Minister. I mean, we had over $200,000 on security and jet costs. I perfectly understand, but we had $32,000 on a government jet and over $1,700 on booze and meals. And the Prime Minister needs to pay this money back. It's an illegal vacation. He needs to pay the money back.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is always a privilege to be able to rise and to be able to speak and contribute to debate in this place on behalf of the people of Portage Lisgar. I do have to say it seems too often, though, these days, I feel that I'm standing, whether it's in question period or during debates, and we're talking about ethical lapses that this government is showing. And I have to tell you, I find that disappointing. I think that Canadians are disappointed, but it seems like more and more often and more frequently we are talking about some of these conflicts of interest and ethical lapses. Now, I have to say, sadly, with C-50, there is no exception to this pattern. Now, we hear the Liberals portraying themselves as being cloaked in virtue as they discuss this bill on political financing. What Liberals, and especially the Prime Minister, are very good at is talking a good game. Saying all of the right things actually is the Prime Minister's forte. Doing the right thing, not so much. The Prime Minister, on so many issues around ethics, says one thing with his words, and he says a completely different thing with his actions. C-50 is no different, and the backstory to this legislation is even more telling. The House will recall, Mr. Speaker, how the Liberals were creating for themselves a big ethical crater, because as soon as they got into government, literally the moment they got into government, they began setting up and holding their cash for access fundraisers. Remember the Minister of Justice being the guest of honour at a fundraiser held at a Bay Street law firm in Toronto, which was targeting members of the legal community. Yeah. The very people that she was making decisions for and about, including appointing to the bench, she was selling access to herself to these individuals. It was absolutely shocking, Mr. Speaker. They remember the parliamentary secretary, the MP who was the Liberal point man on legalizing pot. He was the main attraction and was then lobbied by marijuana advocates and investors at a fundraiser. Remember the Prime Minister himself traveling the land and appearing at more $1,500 fundraisers than any of us can count. These weren't just one-offs. There wasn't just one fundraiser he went to. The Prime Minister, as we all know, has gone to more fundraisers and $1,500 a head fundraisers than any of us can count. And then, of course, there's the ultimate cash for access trade-off, where the Prime Minister and his wife actually called and asked the Aga Khan if they could use his private island for free, while at the same time he was asking them for public money. Wow. Free island holiday for access to the Prime Minister and a personal benefit to the Prime Minister. Wow, but I'll get to that one a little bit later on, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has done more cash for access events than any of us care to count. But we all remember the one that came to light where the Prime Minister sold access to himself when he met a wealthy tycoon who was the principal investor in a bank which was seeking federal approval to begin operations. Bad idea. He was yet at another one of these events when the Prime Minister met a Chinese billionaire who also was asking for some government favors, and lo and behold, Just weeks later, he made $250,000 donation for a statue of the Prime Minister's father and a donation to the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation. You give me this, I'll give you that. You give me cash, I'll give you access. You give me cash, you have my ear. On another occasion, a Quebec businessman in the vaping industry bought a ticket to speak to the Prime Minister about Bill S5. In fact, the gentleman told the Globe and News, and I quote, he said, "I saw an open door and I walked through it. I walked through every open door I see. I took out $250 of my own money to accomplish what I needed to accomplish, and I got access," unquote. I'm adding this. He got access to the Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the problem with Bill C-50? Well, in a nutshell, what it really does is just formalize and tries to legitimize these cash for access fundraisers and attempts to confer, as I said, a veneer of legitimacy upon them. What Bill C-50 simply does not do is makes these fundraisers legally unethical, but they are unethical. Changing the rules to allow deep-pocketed individuals to meet the Prime Minister to bend his ear on government business is still wrong. If the Prime Minister actually would like to shut down his cash for access fundraisers for the Liberal Party, you know what? All he'd have to do is just stop doing them. He could tell his cabinet the same thing. Stop doing these fundraisers. In fact, maybe he could just follow his own guidelines. And let me read from the Prime Minister's own open and accountable government. He told his ministers principles for fundraising and dealing with lobbyists, best practices for ministers and parliamentary secretaries. Ministers and PSs must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government. Wow. Everything that I just described moments ago is contrary to what this Code of Quotes for the Open and Accountable Government Act does, Mr. Speaker. So this doesn't require legislation. It just needs conviction and integrity. It needs men and women and a government who are authentic and genuine and don't just say the right words but do the right thing. That's not what these Liberals and that's not what this Prime Minister seems to do. Why couldn't the Prime Minister have just said he would follow the rules like everyone else? Why couldn't the Prime Minister have just said, I put this out, it makes sense, I've asked my ministers to follow these guidelines, we're going to follow them? Obviously, Mr. Speaker, it's because the Prime Minister thinks that rules don't apply to him. We have seen this over and over with the Prime Minister. He thinks that there's one set of rules for one group of people and another set of rules for him. Now, Mr. Speaker, that brings me to another point, and it's regarding a provision in Bill C-50 that I actually want to highlight for this House. Clause 2, which is in the bill, would, amongst other things, enact a new section, 384.4 of the Canada Elections Act. Now, I'm going to just summarize briefly what this would do. It would basically put into legislation that if a registered party received a contribution that does not comply with the Act, they would have 30 days to either return that contribution to the donor or pay it to the Receiver General. So the principle behind this is that in the event of a breach of the fundraising rules, the message is clear and the law is clear, pay the money back. That is in the bill that we are currently discussing. If a party receives money that they are not entitled to, they can't just say, oh, I'm sorry, and then smile. They have to pay it back. That's not actually a revolutionary idea. That really isn't. And although we have some concerns with Bill C-50, this provision actually makes sense. So this is not revolutionary. If you're caught taking something that doesn't belong to you, you give it back. You pay it back. You make restitution. We teach our children when they take something that doesn't belong to them, they have to make amends. That includes saying sorry, but it also, and more importantly, and many the toughest part of saying sorry is actually making it right. Mr. Speaker, these are rules and lessons that we as parents, we as society, and certainly as leaders in this place should be adhering to. However, We are seeing a stunningly hypocritical exception to this principle, and that's with the Prime Minister. When the former Ethics Commissioner handed down her report, which determined that the Prime Minister had violated the Conflict of Interest Act, the House will recall that what he did cost the taxpayers over $200,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, if he is truly sorry and if he truly wants to be transparent, if he truly wants to put actions behind his words, he needs to make right the wrong that he has committed. He needs to, I believe, pay back the taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, I believe that he also should look very seriously and offer and make the actual wrong right by paying back the value of that holiday. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the principles of making restitution. If somebody takes a painting that does not belong to them, they have to give that painting back or pay back the value of that painting. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, there's one thing to talk about legislation like this. We've seen the Liberals are still having their cash for access events. This bill will do nothing to stop it. We have good rules in place. All it needs is men and women of integrity and honor to follow those rules and then to show leadership. And when they have done something wrong, stop doing it and make it right. And that's what we're asking the Prime Minister to do. I would think all Liberals would agree, everyone in this House. We're asking the Prime Minister to not only be sorry, but to make right the wrong that he's done. And, Mr. Speaker, I expect that the Liberals won't be wanting to ask me questions about that, but I would ask that they would think about that and in their own meetings with the Prime Minister, ask him to do the right thing, make this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So let's look at the facts. The facts are, as of right now, everything in this bill, the Liberal Party already practices. So by actually adopting this and making it law, it will only become applicable, the openness and transparency, to two more individuals in this House, the Leader of the Conservative Party and the Leader of the NDP. Why would the member be against having that openness and transparency for her leader and the Leader of the NDP unless they have something to hide?
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, that's my exact point. What the Liberals did is we identified the problem a year and a half ago that there were cash for access events going on that were wrong. Yeah. So instead of the Liberals actually correcting it, they said, gee, what can we do? Oh, I know, let's advertise and let's invite the media. Let's put that into legislation and then we'll support it. Mr. Speaker, I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what. When we were in government and when we will be in government again, we did not do cash for access events. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we did the opposite. I remember our former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, by his example and by what he told us as ministers to do. He said, you stay away from those lobbyists, you stay away from the people that are in your portfolio. Do not go to fundraisers. So instead what the Liberals do is they do fundraisers and then they say, let's make a law that actually validates what we do. Mr. Speaker, not a good question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I actually want to pick up on that point. I look at this summer, and as people are aware, there was a horrific BC wildfire season. Communities were devastated. The Prime Minister went up, he did a photo op, and from my understanding, then went down to Vancouver and did a Cash for Access fundraiser. I want to contrast that with our leader, who came up. He did a community event. He did a fundraiser for the food bank to help people that were wildlife victims. That shows the difference between these two men and their sense of ethics. One, cash for access for my party. The other, let's try and make things a little better for the people that are so devastated by the wildfire. So I want my colleague to talk a little bit more about really this is just a simple fact of ethics and doing the right thing.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, I think one of the things that we know with our leader, the leader of the Conservative Party, this is an individual who really understands the struggles that everyday Canadians are going through. Our leader, Mr. Speaker, was raised in a very humble, average Canadian family. There's no family fortune. There's no millionaire stockpile of money somewhere for him. And so one of the things that has been able to do for our leaders, he understands what it means for Canadians to have to pay the mortgage, to make a car payment, to maybe save some money for their kids. So when he's thinking about what he can do to help Canadians, he wants to help with those kinds of things, whether whether it's putting more money in their pockets or helping with worthy fundraisers, like for the victims of the forest fires, Mr. Speaker. I think that's one of the challenges with our current Prime Minister is he really isn't like a lot of average Canadians, and he was born into a lot of, and that is not a bad thing, but Mr. Speaker, he doesn't seem to have the understanding of what the average Canadian is going through. And he feels, it would appear that he feels very entitled to all of this money and all of this cash for access. You know, we've heard him recently quite blatantly referring to himself as the Prime Minister. You know, he likes to refer to himself in the third person. He may need to actually realize that, you know, even he is the Prime Minister, but Canadians are concerned about his ethics, his lack of understanding. We saw his response to veterans recently. He needs to get back in touch with Canadians, and I'm so grateful that our leader is doing that, because that's where he comes from.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the member's recent comments, you know, my parents were both teachers. I certainly paid my way through law school and 8 years of education, and yet I held a fundraiser, and the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice at the time came, and we made an agreement that we wouldn't talk about cannabis because, yeah, it was interest to me, interest to him, interest to some in the audience, but we weren't going to talk about it. The ticket price was $150, okay? And it was $20 for monthly donors. And of that list of 80 people who came, I knew 78 people on that list, and the 2 people I didn't know bought tickets under a different name, and we found out who they were, we gave the money back. So I'd ask the honourable member, does she think that's inappropriate?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I think that's actually very responsible, and I think that if the honourable member's Prime Minister, if his leader, if the Liberals would govern themselves to that kind of detail, to me that shows there's a real desire to not have a type of cash for access. I recall we would do the same thing when we were in government, Mr. Speaker, whereby if we would do fundraisers, we wanted to ensure that stakeholders who are part of our departments were not part of those fundraisers. So I think that shows responsibility. Certainly we would understand, I mean, if there was someone who fell through the cracks, but I think that's what all of us would want to endeavour to do. The examples that I cited and what we're seeing is the exact opposite of that, where we have a Prime Minister, you know, even if the Prime Minister would remove himself, here's a simple solution. Prime Minister, don't do these massive fundraisers, and then ministers, don't do fundraisers with your stakeholders. I think that would go very practically a very long way to clean it all up. And it's simple, and I think that we actually should all be able to do that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm enjoying the minutiae of this debate, and I have actually a quick solution for this whole problem is why don't we just lower the upper limit for donations? It's $1,550. Why don't we just drop it to $200? And then we wouldn't have this debate at all. And neither of these sides are really interested in that. Mr. Speaker, I think this year I had 1,200 donors through my fundraising efforts through my EDA. My average donation was $50. I can tell you that most average Canadians are not going to be able to give $1,550 per year to any kind of donation. They're going to give what they can to support their parties. But you're not going to hear those kind of arguments from either side of the House here, Mr. Speaker, is that in Quebec, for example, the limit is $100. So we could end this whole debate if the Liberals would say, yeah, we'll change our bill and we'll lower the limit to much lower than $1,550. But we're not going to hear that here, Mr. Speaker. We're just going to get a back and forth about who's more corrupt. Mr. Speaker, the thing is also is this is a very minor bill. Really, you know, the big changes to electoral finance happened really were led by the province of Quebec that brought in the first limits on spending and then eventually increased transparency until we have some of the best finance laws in the world. So this is a minor bill in a parliament of minor bills, Mr. Speaker. I've got to say that when you read history books about the histories of parliaments, if you read about, oh, this was this parliament where this major thing happened, you know, here's the parliament where we brought in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, or here's the parliament when we got women to vote. I mean, the kind of bills we're debating in this parliament are nothing of that scope. This is, and I think any Canadian that's watching this today would say, oh, isn't this kind of a minor tweak to existing laws? And I would say, yeah, That's what's going on here. This is what parliamentary time is being spent on. There's no grand ideas coming out of this parliament, and I kind of find that sad, Mr. Speaker. I think that, somebody that's a student of democracy, I think when we look through the history of democracy, we have these moments where things are done because we have imagination within the House of Commons to imagine how we could improve how we make decisions and govern ourselves, Mr. Speaker. There's need for change. Two great academics out of Harvard have now shown how democracy is declining around the world, and what's most scary is that young people now are losing faith in their democratic processes. Is that it's not only that they're not voting anymore, is that they're finding that they actually, some would prefer authoritarian processes over democratic processes, and this is a widespread problem. We know this from the World Values Survey, Mr. Speaker, that is recently released and is quite concerning. However, we can't get any data on Canada because we don't participate in that survey, Mr. Speaker. So, we can be bold about how great our democracy is, but we don't even measure it when we don't even pay attention to what's happening here because we don't participate in international surveys. This is a big problem. So, Mr. Speaker, pardon me for yawning through these debates, but they really are not going to do anything at all to improve our democratic problems. So one of the problems we have, Mr. Speaker, and I've talked a lot about, is underrepresentation in this House of Commons. I think it's about 28% of the seats in this House are filled with women, who make up over 50% of the population. And we've had lots of back and forth about how we need to encourage more women to run for office. And yeah, that's the thing, but that's assuming that this is a supply problem, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous to think that there's so few women in this House of Commons because of lack of supply. There are members in the parties. I'd say we've got anywhere between 50 or 100,000 members each in our political parties. Are you saying that out of that 100,000 members, we can't find 338 women, or even half of that, 170 women to run for each party? That is ridiculous. So the problem is it's demand, Mr. Speaker, is that parties block women from becoming candidates. And that time and time again, this is what academic studies published in refereed journals are showing. Now, the situation we have here in the House of Commons is I put forward a bill that would, private members bill, that would help remedy that by using electoral finance law that we could have put into this bill, but we didn't. So what instead we're going to have is a parliament after the next election that's going to look almost exactly the same as this one in terms of gender representation. Is that because we've taken no actions in this parliament, I bet you we don't get anywhere near the 50% threshold. We'll probably have around 30% of the seats in this House filled with women. How do I know that, Mr. Speaker? Because both of the major parties have decided to protect their incumbents. So that basically means we've got a gender freeze in this House. Unless there's a massive turnover of seats where one party, say our party, runs 50% women candidates, and we take over all the seats in the House here in the House of Commons, that means if we stay the same in terms of the percentage of seats and how they're distributed, that means we're not going to have any more women in here, Mr. Speaker. That means when you come back next time and sit in that chair, and I think you do a very good job, I would say that you're going to look out over this House and you're going to see the same gender distribution because we failed to take action in this House. And that is a terrible thing, Mr. Speaker, and from all the rhetoric we hear from the other side about feminist prime ministers and because it's 2015, there's been no action on that side. And there's been opportunities to take action which have been dismissed and sneered at. But, Mr. Speaker, that's the side of the House that has to live with the lack of change. That's the ones that say that, we said we would do something, we promised it, and we didn't. It's the same with proportional representation, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said 1,800 times this will be the last election with the first past the post system. That change has gone by the wayside as well. So when we look at the 2019 election and all the dust clears from that, and we look at this House and we say, what does the House look like in 2020? It's going to look exactly the same. The parties might switch around a little bit, but in terms of representation, it's going to be exactly the same. We also will not have proportional representation. And let's go to another problem we're having, Mr. Speaker, and that is with the nomination of candidates. We're having all kinds of problems where candidates are not being screened correctly or getting people slipped through the cracks in parties that are, of course, their integrity is in question. Mr. Speaker, this because if you look at what's happening in Ontario, and you see it all over the place in political parties, is that these parties they're more concerned about electoral success than they are about often with the integrity of their candidates. And of course, this is a problem that's been found all over the world, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. fixed this problem in the 1920s after the Tammany Hall disasters, where you would see massive corruption within their institutions. And what did they do? They took their party nomination processes and they let the state do them. They have primaries. And that is something, why don't we ever consider that here in the House? We've got these minute little details of bills that really don't mean anything to Canadians, but what we could do is clean up our system and have primaries, not party-run primaries, but state-run primaries. Elections Canada would oversee how parties select their candidates. They would make sure that the processes are fair, that the voting is fair and beyond reproach. You won't have stacked meetings. You'll have nomination processes where they'll be fair, and more than that, the citizens can trust in them. So, Mr. Speaker, I've given you 3 ideas of things we could work on. We could work on bills where we work on gender parity in this House. I've given you an idea about, of course, proportional representation, which the NDP has always fought for, and that side has promised but never delivered. And then, Mr. Speaker, I've given you an idea about how we could fix our nomination processes by having primaries. And this is all about taking democracy where it needs to go. This is not defending a system that has perhaps served us okay in the past and stacked up well against other systems. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. When this Prime Minister took office in 2015, we were 48th in the world in terms of the number of women, the proportion of women in our House. Since that time, we've dropped to 65th place. So there's 65 countries in the world that have more women in their legislatures than we have here in this place, Mr. Speaker. And that's a problem. How can you be, because it's 2015, how can you be the world's most feminist Prime Minister when you have dropped from 48th to 65th place in terms of the percentage of women and do nothing about it? I applaud the gender balanced cabinet. I think that's a great idea, but it's only a symbol. It's not locked into our institutions, Mr. Speaker. This is not something the next Prime Minister can come in and have no women in the cabinet. So we need to change our laws and we need to change our rules so that we can ensure that we set a world example, that we set the tone and the timber for the world to follow, and we don't lag behind like we are, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the minutiae of the debate and the rhetoric I've heard, but the bill is a very minor bill when we have major problems that we should be fixing. Thank you very much for your time.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for his intervention on this bill. I didn't get a sense at all, though, through his intervention, whether he's actually supportive of the steps that will be taken in this bill to make political fundraising more transparent, to make party leaders, to make cabinet ministers, to make all federally elected representatives more accountable in the way that they engage party members and people within their communities to add a level of transparency and openness to the political fundraising system. I'd just like to know whether he supports the pieces in this bill that will improve transparency and the process in which we're undertaking.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Yes, I support this bill. But I'm not going to go home and brag about it because it's so minor. It's like they'll say, well, did you support the Liberals' bill? Yeah, but you're not even going to notice it. It's going to be a very small change to our system. So you've challenged me to support your bill. I would challenge the member across to come up with something more bold that we can actually debate in a way that matters. So, like, okay, you took this money for your fundraiser, you took money for that your fundraiser. We're only talking $1,500 here, right? Like, it's not a huge deal. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just challenge them to do better, but I will support the bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
So just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. It really doesn't have a whole lot to do with changing our democratic institutions and the way we elect and actually have a functioning modern democracy. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have him to comment on the fact that there is such massive public subsidy of the $1,500 in the sense that the first $400 gets 75% of taxpayers' money, and then there's a subsequent decrease. But it still is much more, say, for example, than a bill I had that actually provided the same thing for charitable organizations, where they are actually tied to a much lesser amount in terms of giving. But the reality is, you'd think there'd be the highest degree of accountability, openness, transparency, and expectations for the result that the taxpayers would get, when the mere fact is that for every dollar under $400, does they get 75% back. And so it becomes a massive public subsidization for the parties in this current ecosystem that we have. So I'd ask the honourable member to comment a little bit about the fact that the public is so much invested in this in massive subsidization.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, most countries in the world, they kind of move in this direction. They realize that if they allow unions, large businesses, wealthy individuals to take control of the system, of course, the laws and budgets favor those folks. I mean, I would be much more in favor of, for example, a much lower contribution limit, the same level of taxation limits, but also to bring back the per vote subsidy, which would, of course, eliminate a lot of this problem. Again, it's practiced in most places. I don't know why we're discovering it for the first time again and again and again here, but I would say that we owe more to taxpayers than this, and we owe them bigger bills than this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Burnaby South for his comments. I want to start by saying that I think that he has definitely been a champion for getting more women in this place, and I commend him for doing that and his work on that. I would start by commenting that this is the first time in Canadian history that we've had a gender-balanced cabinet, which is a major step forward. And I think there are so many more things that we can be doing to improve the dynamics of, or the balance of women and men in this room, and I look forward to working with him on that. I wanted to seek a little bit of clarification on one comment that he was making earlier on in his speech, and that was about the limits of campaign contributions. Not that long ago, there was no limit. In recent memory, we've made some significant changes, and we've seen, fairly restrictive limits starting to come in. I thought I heard him talking about having a limit in the area of $200. Can he expand on that? Is that, his own personal position, Mr. Speaker, or is that the position of the NDP? I'm curious if he can build upon that.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, this is a debate chamber, so I'm throwing ideas out there for debate. I'm hoping this bill will make it to committee, and then there can be more discussions there. I'm just bringing forward facts that I've seen in other places, that there are lower limits, and I've been listening to the debate all day, and I hear this back and forth, and it seems stuck. So my thought is that lowering limits is one possible way to explore that when this makes it through, it should be talked about in a committee, and why not have witnesses come in from other jurisdictions that have these lower limits? I would think, again, my own example, the last 3 years of my fundraising, I've raised, I don't know, $500,000 or something, and I think most years I have between $1,000 and $1,200. The average donation was $65 in 2015. It dropped to $35 in 2016, and now it's back up to $50. I think that, and that's the vast majority of donors are around that level. I have a few around $1,500, but they're usually like my mom, But I mean, it's not, and I think what we're talking here is something different. When we have $1,500 a plate dinners, this is, of course, a way for this money to make it in. And if we dropped it to $200 or something, that wouldn't be the case at all. So I would make an argument to at least study it on the committee. I don't think my party would object, but it's not official policy. So thanks for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and join this debate today. I have 10 minutes to talk about the government's ethical challenges, and that is far too little time, Mr. Speaker, on a topic like this. But I'll do my best. We're talking about this issue of political fundraising, and of course, this is a sensitive subject for the Liberals after the fourth quarter of 2017 results. It's surprising that they want to have a discussion about political fundraising because Conservative Party has done so much better, despite being in opposition, than the Liberal Party has in fundraising. But the Conservative Party benefits from fundraising that relies on smaller individual donors, people who believe in what our party stands for. And obviously, we're in opposition. There's no conceivable benefit that they could get from, in terms of a sort of quid pro quo type of thing. People donate to our party, and generally people should be donating to political parties because they believe in what those parties stand for and they want to express their support for the ideas that those parties represent. But liberal ideas aren't so popular right now, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the government has had to rely on other ways of fundraising. And here we come to their dubious cash for access fundraising program. What very much appears to have happened, and there's been a great deal of criticism about this, is that we've had ministers, we've had the Prime Minister meeting with people in the context of fundraising who have done business, are looking to do business, or get some kind of benefit from the government at these very high dollar fundraising events, in some cases the maximum $1,500. And people pay this money presumably in hopes of being able to talk to a minister or to the Prime Minister about the specific issues that they are dealing with the government on. And this is very different from what was done under the previous government. I know the guidelines because I was a candidate at that time. And we had very strict guidelines in terms of how and to whom we could advertise any fundraising event. We couldn't even highlight the area that a minister was working in. We had to simply advertise them as an MP. And they were events that were not dealing at all with the specific subject matter of their ministry. Yes, we had fundraising events where ministers spoke, but they were open, they were low-dollar events, and they provided opportunities for anybody to come. But specifically, they were not about trying to bring in people that were clients of, potential clients of, or people who had some kind of special economic relationship with the government. And as I recall, there was one exception, and it is the exception that proves the rule, where there was one minister who made a mistake. Actually, it wasn't even the minister, but somebody else that organized an event for the minister. And as soon as this was I believe it was a heritage minister, as soon as the mistake was identified, an apology was given, the money was reimbursed, and that was the only case, and it was immediately rectified, and it was something that Conservatives recognized shouldn't happen. On the other hand, we have this government that thinks this practice is acceptable. They think it's acceptable for, hypothetically, the Justice Minister to have a $1,500 a person event where the minister is speaking about how to get a judicial appointment. Come, pay $1,500 and hear the Minister of Justice speak about how to get a judicial appointment. Come to this $1,500 event with the Heritage Minister where we'll talk about how to access arts grants. And it's only advertised to people that are in the artistic community. Or myriad other possible examples. The Minister of National Defense is going to speak to those who are involved in making defense equipment, and you've got to pay $1,500. These are hypothetical examples, Mr. Speaker, but the government doesn't see anything wrong with the idea of explicitly fundraising to people who are involved in doing business and want to pay for that preferential access. Very clearly, it's legitimate for government to be meeting with industry, to be sharing information with key stakeholders, but they need to do that outside of the context of party fundraising. These things have to be separate. That's the position that we've taken. That's what the Conservatives did when we were in government, and we were able to have, as I've mentioned, a very strong fundraising program because we asked people to donate not because they were getting something in return, but because they believed in the ideas that we were standing for. But the Liberal Party, again, has a different approach to how they've done this. And I think we've seen time and time again that they have a lack of concern for conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, whenever issues of conflict of interest are raised, they'll say, well, don't you trust the Ethics Commissioner? Let's leave it to the Ethics Commissioner. But then when the Ethics Commissioner rules that the Prime Minister broke the law, when the Ethics Commissioner rules that the Finance Minister has to pay a $200 fine because of failures in terms of his disclosure, when those things happen, they say, okay, well, now let's just move on and by the way, trust the Ethics Commissioner. But you know what? People of this country, voters, are going to hold the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, and other members of the government accountable for choices that they have made, and in those cases very clearly where the Ethics Commissioner has illustrated, has shown in reports that they have behaved inappropriately. So this government, in response to their problems with ethics, they came forward with C-50, this political fundraising bill. This is an insubstantive public relations exercise. And I might add, Mr. Speaker, it's actually not a very effective public relations exercise. Conservatives and New Democrats have spent all day speaking and highlighting the government's ethical problems. So next time they're trying to devise a public relations exercise to cover their lack of ethics, maybe they should go back to the drawing board. But nonetheless, this is a public relations exercise, a very insubstantive bill that aims to deal with cash for access fundraisers. But it doesn't in any way prevent the government from continuing with the practice that they've been doing. Instead, it requires some greater degree of financial disclosure in the context of these things, but it still allows them to happen. It still allows for situations where the Prime Minister, ministers can charge $1,500 to people that are directly dealing with the government, with their departments, and then discuss issues related to the business of government in the context of their fundraisers. There's nothing in this law that in any way changes that. It just requires some marginal greater degree of the release of information. So the government is saying, okay, well, there's been criticism of our practices, so we're going to continue with those practices, but we're going to pass a law that doesn't in any way materially change those practices and hope people think that something has changed. Well, I have a suggestion for them, Mr. Speaker. Rather than put forward this public relations bill that doesn't actually substantively change anything, why doesn't the government focus on changing their behavior to bring it in line with the standards that Canadians would expect when it comes to conflict of interest? Because that's the problem. The problem isn't the law. The problem is the actions of the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet. And if the government is going to try and respond to their own ethical failures with new legislation, I think, frankly, they can do a lot better. Mr. Speaker, here's a proposal that I would have for a change in the law to do with ethics. Why don't they introduce meaningful sanctions for people who break the law? That's the biggest question I get from Canadians with respect to the Prime Minister's behavior. They say, if I drive too fast, if I park illegally, I've got to pay a fine. But the Prime Minister, he costs taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars in security costs that wouldn't have been incurred as the result of an illegal vacation that he takes, that the Conflict of Interest Commissioner finds to be illegal, and yet there is no sanction. Most of my constituents, Canadians who I talk to about this issue, think that if you're going to have a change in the law with respect to the government's ethics that responds to these issues, let's have a law that introduces meaningful sanctions for those who break the law, especially for the Prime Minister and for cabinet ministers when they break the law. The Finance Minister, for his own troubles, was fined $200, which, not to delve too deeply into his personal finances, doesn't seem like a lot of money. It doesn't seem like it's going to have a big deterrent effect in terms of future behavior. So maybe that's something that the government should consider in future legislation. But certainly with respect to the problems around fundraising, with the government's Cash for Access program, this bill absolutely changes nothing. It does not address the fundamental problem, and the government has clearly indicated that they think there isn't a problem, that they're going to persist with the kind of behavior that they have undertaken up till now. This is completely different than what we ever saw under the previous government, and it begs the question, why doesn't the government think that people who aren't paying for access would be willing to donate? Why do they think that it is necessary for them to engage in these shady types of practices? Now, Mr. Speaker, we had one suggestion from an NDP member, musing at least, about the possibility of a return to the per-vote subsidy. And I want to say that on this side of the House, we certainly do not support having taxpayers subsidize political parties. Let's be very clear that it was Conservatives who lowered the contribution limit substantially and who eliminated corporate and union contributions. We did that as part of the Federal Accountability Act, one of the first pieces of legislation that was brought forward by Stephen Harper. And also, we eliminated the per-vote subsidy. And our democracy is doing fine. We are well served by the present system, and there is no need to return to taxpayers giving money to political parties.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed my my colleague's speech, myriad, good use of that word, gotta say. So, okay, you don't agree with me on, the member doesn't agree with me on per vote subsidy, but I'm wondering if you could perhaps comment on lowering the limit of contributions from $1,550 to, say, $500. Would that, does he A, think that would solve the problem, and B, would he support that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't personally see an immediate need for that. I think the issue here is around conflict of interest. And frankly, we'll always see cases, regardless of what that contribution limit is, where people try and get around these things. I know that we had a case involving a Liberal leadership candidate when limits were first set on contributions, where you had two members of the same family as well as their very young children that all happened to give the maximum. So I think obviously it's important to make sure that the person giving is actually the person giving, and that there's not an effort to circumvent this. Whatever rules we put in place, I think we always need to be sensitive to the fact that rules are not enough. It's a question of character. It's a question of the willingness of cabinet ministers to and the Prime Minister and others to abide by the principles behind the conflict of interest law. And I think that's been the problem in this case. So it's an interesting proposal from the member, but I don't think changing exactly what that contribution limit is would be a panacea. I think that we need to see a better behavior from those who are supposed to be leading this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm following up on the question from my honourable colleague from Burnaby South, and to my friend from Fort Saskatchewan, rather from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The claim that he has just made, that his party does not support taxpayer money going to political parties, flies in the face of the reality that the taxpayers of this country, like it or not, and I think many of them wouldn't like it, have to actually pay for the horrible attack ads that are on our televisions, whether we like it or not. Now, the per-vote subsidy allowed a voter to say, I'd like a token amount, less than $2 a year, to go to this party that I'm voting for. They're the party of my choice. But the generous taxpayer support, you donate $400 to a political party, it costs you $100. I'd love my church to get that kind of rebate on the donations made for charitable purposes. But even more raising is the amount spent in campaigns. So the more that's spent on terrible attack ads on our television sets, the more money that party gets back. And specifically, Stephen Harper changed the rules so that by having a longer writ period, they got even more money back. So let's just be, I know this is a place where everybody lives in glass houses, but let's not forget the Conservative Party has done a lot of fundraising that was somewhat sketchy in the past, that the Conservative Party has been taking and twisting the laws to get more money back from taxpayers, not less.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in this case my house is made of bricks. The member spoke about other mechanisms by which political parties get money. Let's be very clear. There is, with the removal of the direct subsidy to political parties, the mechanisms that exist are there is a deduction. When you make a contribution to political parties, you get a deduction. And there's also a rebate for money spent during the writ period. Now, if memory serves, there was actually a Conservative private member's bill in this place, in this Parliament, that sought to equalize the deductions for charities with political parties. So I think the member has a good point there, that there is some unfairness in the process. And an NDP member may have had this in a previous Parliament, but my memory suggests that it was this Parliament, at least, the member for Provencher, who had a private member's bill in this Parliament. But if the member from Windsor-Tecumseh likes to endorse this Conservative idea, then that's great. I may have gotten his constituency wrong. In terms of what the member said about attack ads, I just want to be clear that, of course, political parties do run attack ads. I don't know if the Green Party ever has. But there's also not-for-profit organizations that run ads critical of political parties. Not-for-profits as well as political parties engage in different kinds of political speech. I don't think we should get into micromanaging the deductions that different organizations get just because of the level of criticism that they levy. But a mechanism that has a deduction for contributing to a not-for-profit organization, a charity, a political party, I think is very different than a direct taxpayer subsidy, because a deduction simply says that if I'm giving money to an organization, I should get some of that back because it's a not-for-profit. That's different from a direct subsidy to that organization.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to admit that when the topic of political financing reform comes up, many Canadians' eyes glaze over. It isn't the most exciting subject in front of this Parliament, and yet today we've heard, I think it'll be 18 or 19 speakers on this topic, pointing out both the strengths and the weaknesses of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I wish the House rules permitted the same level of debate on some of the very important private member bills that come before this House, and perhaps we can work together to see that happen in the future. However, Bill C-50 is important. We only have to look south of the border to see what happens when there are no controls over who donates to elected representatives or how much they can donate. During the recent U.S. debate over net neutrality, another exciting subject, companies and groups on both sides of the issue lobbied with their wallets. According to OpenSecrets.com, of the 535 members of Congress, 495 received campaign contributions from groups who lobbied the Federal Communications Commission on net neutrality. The telecoms opposed to net neutrality donated millions, and the Republicans fell in line. The result will be a more limited, more expensive Internet experience for Americans. Thankfully, here in Canada, we have largely constrained such obvious vote buying, but that hasn't always been the case. In advance of the 1872 election, Prime Minister Sir John A. Macdonald and his colleagues sought out campaign contributions from a Montreal shipping magnate named Hugh Allen. Allen donated, which would have been a fortune back in 1872, $350,000 to Macdonald's Conservative government, and he was rewarded for that donation. The Canadian Encyclopedia says, after the election, a railway syndicate organized by Allen was rewarded with the lucrative contract to build the Canadian Pacific Railway, the transcontinental railroad promised to British Columbia when it joined Confederation. Known as the Pacific Scandal, news of the Rail for Cash deal eventually forced the resignation of the Macdonald government. More recently, former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney was implicated in a scandal that became known as the Airbus affair. My own province of British Columbia used to be the case study for what happens when there are insufficient campaign financing laws. In fact, a year ago, the New York Times called British Columbia the Wild West of Canadian political cash, citing the former provincial Liberal government for its many conflicts of interest and describing the unabashedly cozy relationship, and this is a quote, between private interests and government officials in the province. They cited BC for having no limits on political donations and repeated criticisms that under the Christie-Clark regime, and I quote, the provincial government has been transformed into a lucrative business dominated by special interests that trade donations for political favors, undermining Canada's reputation for functional, census-driven democracy. Thankfully, the new NDP government under Premier John Horgan immediately brought in political finance reforms, including bans on corporate and union donations and limiting individual donations to $1,200 per year. It's good to see civil reforms brought to the Wild West. Meanwhile, with the current federal Liberal government, we've seen the Cash for Access scandal, where lobbyists were sold exclusive access to the Prime Minister by simply buying high-priced tickets to Liberal fundraising events. During the last election, the Liberal Party made a promise to close political financing loops altogether. As we look at Bill C-50, the legislation before us today, we see only a timid attempt at that direction. This bill will force some party fundraising events to be advertised 5 days in advance, and it will ensure that the names of those attending the function are published. The new rules apply to events attended by cabinet ministers, party leaders, and some leadership candidates. The NDP offered amendments at committee to include parliamentary secretaries and senior political staff, but the Liberal members voted down those amendments. Observers should note that Liberal government's parliamentary secretaries are subject to the Conflict of Interest Act, but with Bill C-50, however, they are exempt from the transparency rules aimed at cash for access events. At the end of the day, cash for access events will still go ahead. We'll just know a little bit more about them. So, is the government closing political financing loopholes and meeting their campaign promise? Not at all. What should this bill contain? A 2016 Globe and Mail editorial titled "Money in Politics: How to End the Corruption and Conflict of Interest" said that individual donation limits should be low, possibly as low as $100. These rules should apply at all times, including election years and during party leadership campaigns. So that's from the Globe and Mail editorial. While I'm not sure about the amount, lowering the limit would absolutely take big money out of the political picture. No longer could wealthier Canadians expect to meet with cabinet ministers or the Prime Minister because only they can afford the steep price tag. On another issue, a 2017 Senate report titled "Controlling Foreign Influence in Canadian Elections" found that, and I quote again, "current law does not sufficiently protect Canadian elections from being influenced by foreign entities, whether through direct interference or by providing funding to third parties." Their recommendations, well worth the consideration of this chamber, include a provision that more clearly states that any attempt made by foreign entities to induce Canadian electors to vote in a particular way should be prohibited. Removal of the 6-month limitation on the requirement to report contributions made to third parties for the purposes of election advertising, and a requirement that Elections Canada perform random audits of third parties' election advertising expenses and any contributions they have received. So that's from the Senate report. These are provisions I would like to see examined further, Mr. Speaker. Currently in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, I am often asked about issues that constituents have learned about through media websites. Unfortunately, in many cases, these web news sites turn out to be politically prejudiced, often racist, and in some cases are heavily influenced by foreign elements. They mislead, they scaremonger, and they prevent fact-based political discourse. Finally, I would like to point to Bill C-364, introduced by the member for Terrebonne. His bill would sharply restrict individual donations while bringing back a formula for public subsidies to campaigns. While C-364 has not yet had a rigorous review by this House, it is certainly raising some excellent issues that I would like to have seen considered within Bill C-50. Too often, money equals power. But in this place, money should have no influence. While I will be supporting this bill as at least a first baby step in the right direction, I am disappointed that the Liberal government has missed this opportunity to truly strengthen Canada's political financing laws to truly prevent influence peddling and cash for access. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Speaker, I enjoyed and agreed with my colleague's speech, as I often do. I was wondering if you wanted to elaborate more on why the Liberals and Conservatives seem to be so scared of even contemplating lowering the maximum donation limit from $1,550 to a lower limit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank you, my colleague. I guess the question actually has a fairly obvious answer. When you're looking for money, $1,500 as a maximum donation, or $1,550 as it currently is in Canada, sounds a lot more attractive to parties than, say, a $200 limit, depending on who's doing the supportings. And I'm quite comfortable, I think, from an NDP perspective, and again, This isn't a party position, but I very, very much appreciate donations of $200. I appreciate donations of $25, and I wouldn't be at all adverse to seeing limits lowered to the maximum that can be contributed.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was interesting to hear the previous Conservative Speaker talk about the fact that there was no, I guess, public subsidy with regards to the contributions for individuals, but we know that, the matter of fact, it is. It is done through a tax deductibility, which then, when you have an increased campaign period like the last election, more money from taxpayers then is actually going back. And it's interesting with regards to the threshold. It's 75% for the first under $400, and then after that it declines to around 50% until the maximum. And it's interesting as well, Mr. Speaker, is in municipal campaigns in Ontario, there is no tax deductibility. There is no public subsidy with regards to getting money back from contributions. So I'd ask my colleague about whether or not, if they still, say for example, weren't going to cap it at $200, perhaps what should be done is maybe after the $200 to eliminate that actual subsidy from taxpayers as one of the potential models, is to quit making other people pay for other people's donations.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I've only been a member of Parliament now for 2.5 years, and prior to that I was mayor of Cranbrook, and I can tell you that I do think the municipal system needs to be fixed in two ways. First of all, we need some maximums to donations to municipal elections. Currently, at least in British Columbia, there are none. You could donate $1 million to get a candidate elected in a city of 5,000 people if you had the money. And secondly, there are no cash tax donations at all for municipal elections. And so when you're out encouraging people to send some money your way, they really, really have to support you fully in order to write you a check. So I think there need to be some changes at the municipal level. But in terms of the per vote subsidy, I guess one of the reasons, and again, I wasn't around when that was in place, but one of the aspects that I like about that is that actually it's almost like a bit of proportional representation, but it's done through votes, so that if a party gets a certain number of votes, they get a certain amount of cash back, and it's done in proportion to the number of votes they get. So maybe since the Liberal governments have abandoned completely proportional representation, which left many of us who feeling totally betrayed, bringing back the per vote subsidy is one way to get a little bit of proportional representation back into Parliament and how we do business here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Le President. Je l'ai aujourd'hui.
I'm rising today to speak to Bill C-50, an act to amend Canada's Elections Act.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday my office got a call from a constituent. She was unhappy about the government's lackluster action on Trans-Canada pipeline expansion. She wondered how she could get a hold of the Prime Minister. She had some other things to say as well. The members opposite should remember that sunny ways just aren't cutting it for many Canadians. She wasn't interested in paying $1,500 to get to meet the Prime Minister, though. Ralph Klein could have been describing this Liberal government's attitude when he joked that Edmonton isn't really at the end of the world, although you can actually see it from there. It might seem like the end of the world from Ottawa, but we in Alberta are hurting, as is Canada, with the resource industry and no pipeline to Tidewater. When the energy industry is suffering needlessly, that's Canadian jobs and prosperity gone out the window. So she still wants to know who she can talk to and how she can get to the Prime Minister. So, the situation we've got with that pipeline not getting to Tidewater, that means in the U.S. they build a hospital a week and a school every day. Or if you're in Ontario, build a car for $30,000, but you only have one market, and they take it for $15,000, then sell it back to you for $30,000. Or that's why the U.S. can buy cheap oil at discounted 50% prices from us and then haul it back to New Brunswick and sell it to us for 100%. But I digress just a little bit. My constituents want to know how to get a hold of the Prime Minister. Well, we all know that's a tall order. The leader of G7 country can't sit by his phone all day and take calls. However he might do that, he can't. So what's the answer? How does she get a hold of the Prime Minister or senior cabinet ministers? Well, the answer could be that it might take a while, but she will get a response if she writes a letter or email. It will come in time, but that's just too long. And in Canada, you must get an answer without having to shell out $1,500. So this bill is supposed to make sure no pay-to-play takes place in this country. That's important. Canadians expect that. Anyone who believes in integrity of democracy should demand no less. Got a friend named George, and he sees the world pretty black and white, not gray. He understands what right and wrong is. So he has a real problem with politicians, and he's a friend of mine, and he has a problem with me, saying, don't you guys understand what's right and wrong? To him, this is a black and white issue, and it's wrong. So making your case to elected officials isn't a privilege only available to those who can afford to do so. So last year, Maclean's ran a story about what the Prime Minister learned from watching The West Wing growing up. Apparently, the show was a formative influence on him. Well, maybe you remember Season 1, Episode 5, when President Bartlett's Chief of Staff invites various fringe interest groups to meet with senior officials. He calls it the Big Block of Cheese Day. The idea is that everyone has the right to appeal to their government, not just the well-connected or the wealthy, not just people who own helicopters and private islands. That's an aspirational example. Maybe the Prime Minister skipped that episode. Frankly, it's alarming that we can even need a bill like this in Canada. Why does this government need legislation to remind itself to act ethically? I got a friend named Karen who I've worked with for many years. She sees the world as black and white when it comes to ethics and morality. She's a strong, strong ethical person. Again, she's been involved in politics, but cannot understand why we don't get it, why it's unethical. Can this government not tell right from wrong? It's troubling that they need parliamentary to pass legislation to remind them of such a basic standards. But since they seem to think they do, I've been troubled by some of the headlines over the bill over this last few months. Globe and Mail, May 31st, 2017. Liberals' fundraising bill fails to quell cash for access charges. In iPolitics, October the 3rd, 2017. Liberals' fundraising bill needs teeth, says the official. In the CBC, October 17, 2017, cash for access fundraising law should be widened, says the Ethics Commissioner. What? The Ethics Commissioner? This bill, which shouldn't be necessary in the first place, doesn't even stop cash for access. It's an ethics bill that the Ethics Commissioner has misgivings about. An event just needs to be advertised before it's held, and then a report on the event has to be submitted afterwards. Cash for access can continue. This legislation wouldn't stop it. The bill just gives this practice an air of legitimacy, an air of it. As the member for Calgary Shepherd mentioned in his speech on this bill, it's just window dressing. Well, we need more than window dressing. We need a real commitment to ethical behavior. The Prime Minister is the first Canadian Prime Minister to break a federal law while in office. He violated multiple sections of the Conflict of Interest Act, and he refuses to pay back the expenses he charged taxpayers for his illegal vacation. The member of Red Deer Mountain View made a good point in his speech. The member noted that when the Prime Minister was still just the member of Papineau, he was forced to repay money that he had inappropriately charged to his member's operational budget. Why is this situation any different? When you break the rules, you make amends. That's what expected by normal Canadians, the average Canadian. The Prime Minister needs to show that he doesn't think he's above playing by the same rules as the rest of us. He needs to pay that money back. Needless to say, Canadians expect a higher ethical standard from their Prime Minister. They expect the standard the Prime Minister outlined for his cabinet in their mandate letters. Those read, and I quote, "You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and in both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny." This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. The key points here are that a minister's actions are expected to bear the closest public scrutiny, and they need to go above and beyond just following the law. The reasoning here should be obvious. Just following the law isn't enough when it comes to ethical behavior. If you believe unethically, you can't just use the law to cover up for your actions. So what happened? A few cash access scandals, an illegal vacation later, and we have new laws being drafted to make up for these ethical lapses. I have a friend named Sue that I worked with as a colleague and was in leadership position. And to her, ethical was the foremost thing that we all needed to practice in our professional lives. It was black and white. You had to understand that those ethical things, and you had to make your decisions that way. And she was very much respected for her leadership. When I use public transportation, there are signs indicating that some seats are reserved for those who might have trouble standing. What if those signs weren't there? It wouldn't suddenly become ethical to remain seated while someone holding an infant struggled to stand. You wouldn't just say, "Sorry, I won't give up my seat unless you pass a law enforcing me to do so." But that's what the government's doing here, passing a law. Rather than relying on their own integrity to do the right thing, they're passing a law. That's why this legislation won't make any difference. Being required to advertise an event, report on it afterwards, won't deter those who are determined to practice cash for access. You have to have moral guidelines and principles. It's right or wrong. Cash for access is wrong. It's morally wrong. Absolutely. The best way to stop cash for access is just stop doing it. It's really that simple. No law needed, just giving up your seat on the bus, basically ethical behavior. If you look at rankings of professions in the country, you will see nurses, farmers at the top of that list. They are believed to be acting ethically. Who's at the bottom of that list? Politicians are at the bottom of that list because the average Canadian doesn't think we act ethically, and this is example why. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I must emphasize again that issues my colleagues and I are raising today are fundamental to a strong democracy. Canadians are the inheritors of a great democratic tradition, centuries-old Westminster parliamentary system with its roots in Great Britain. In some respects, we MPs are the guardians of this proud democratic legacy. Canadians trust us to live up to the highest democratic principles. When the government is caught practicing cash for access, that trust is broken. It must be regained. I'm sorry to say that for many reasons I've tried to outline today, this legislation isn't the way to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, I'm sorry, it's St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the member for Bow River, for his remarks. The member alluded to the fact that cash for access is wrong. The Prime Minister seemed to say as much during the last election when he said his government would be the most open, the most transparent, the most accountable government in Canadian history. He disavowed cash for access fundraising events with open and accountable government, and then turned around and had cash for access fundraising events, more than 100 in 2016 for the Prime Minister and Liberal cabinet ministers. So in the face of that record, how can Canadians believe anything the Prime Minister has to say?
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it goes to that when I say the ranking of politicians to where they are in the average Canadian's eyes. When we continue to do these things and are unethical, the moral principles of right and wrong, we operate in the gray area far, far too much. We're not with moral principles operating as right and wrong. And we don't need laws to make us ethical. Laws don't make us ethical. You either are or you aren't. But this gives an example of where we're not ethical in the average Canadian eyes, and that's why they rank us at the bottom and put those other professions much higher than us. We need to improve on that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-50 is another effort by this Liberal government to simply pull the wool over Canadians' eyes. Bill C-50 brings nothing on the table at all on political financing that was not already laid out. The Liberals like to use the word transparency. In fact, it is included in almost everything they produce, including the famous mandate letters. So let's look at the meaning of the word transparency in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, shall we? Number one, the quality of being transparent, such as A, the quality that makes it possible to see through something, the transparency of a piece of glass, for an example. B, the quality that makes something obvious or easy to understand, the transparency of their motive. He says there needs to be more transparency in the way the government operates. Whoever he is, I agree. But then let's go to C. And C says a piece of thin, clear plastic with pictures or words printed on it can be viewed on a large screen by shining a light through it. So, while the rest of Canada has been interpreting the word transparent as clear and easy to understand, the Liberals have been putting their own words on transparency, that you will need to shine a light on just to see them. So let's, in fact, get the light out and shine it on them. Let me first, in my own effort to be transparent, say at the outset that I have relied heavily on the remarks of my colleague, the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, that were made in this place on June 8th of last year on Bill C-50. It's hard to improve on his remarks, Mr. Speaker, but I think they're worth repeating here tonight. For instance, he noted that on November 7th of 2016, BC multimillionaire Fay Pan hosted a fundraiser right at his West Vancouver mansion. And he made the case to the Prime Minister at this event that he had to pay to get into it, and he also noted that he had to host just to allow a Chinese investment in a seniors' care and real estate development and ease rules for rich immigrants from China. So what a better way to get preferential access than to have it right in your own house. This took place as the federal government had been reviewing a $1 billion bid by China's Ongbong Insurance Group to buy one of BC's largest retirement home nursing care chains. Right. According to an article that was published in the Globe and Mail December 2nd of last year, actually it was in 2016, the Liberal Party has repeatedly told the Globe and Mail individuals wishing to discuss government business at party events are immediately redirected to instead make an appointment with the appropriate office. Well, the host of this fundraiser, Mr. Pan, told the Globe and Mail in an interview that the Prime Minister was approachable and friendly when he raised these issues, including Chinese companies' keen interest to invest in Canadian health care for seniors. Mr. Speaker, this is a long, convoluted story, which is readily available on the internet, but the end result, as reported again in the Globe and Mail of February 21st, 2017, that the Liberal government has green-lighted the sale of one of BC's biggest retirement home chains to a Beijing-based insurance titan with a murky ownership structure in a deal that gives China certainly a big foothold in Canada's healthcare sector. On paper, a majority stake in Vancouver's based retirement concepts believed to exceed over $1 billion in value, is being sold to a Chinese-owned company called Cedar Tree Investment Canada. That is the deal that federal officials in Ottawa announced that they had improved. However, as we all know, Cedar Tree is the company that China's Ongbong Insurance is currently using to make the acquisition. So shining a light on it becomes that much clearer. No business person is going to pay $1,500 plus in a return for a glass of wine and a piece of cheese, only to be redirected to make an appointment with the appropriate office. They could do this without forking over $1,500 plus and achieve the same result. The goal, though, of Bill C-50 is to legitimize pay-to-play or cash-for-access events. The Liberals have a majority of government in this House, and the bill will pass, but it passed the smell test with Canadian taxpayers. They can say it was the expressed will of Parliament that this practice be continued, but let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, it is not the expressed will of this Conservative members of Parliament here. It is only the will of the Liberal Party because they are the only ones that have the Prime Minister and Cabinet in power. So stay tuned for the Liberal outcry when this changes and they can no longer benefit from this smoke and mirrors bill. Over 100 of these in the last year, cash for access in the country. These soirees, though, are not limited to traditionally fundraising either. For an example, Chinese billionaires have been attending Liberal fundraisers even though they're not allowed to donate because they're not Canadian citizens. One of these individuals, by the name of Zhang Bing, is a member of the Communist Party. He attended a May 19, 2016 fundraiser at a Toronto home of a Chinese Business Chamber of Canada chairperson, Benson Wong. This was according to, again, the Globe and Mail. A few weeks later, as we've noted on this discussion throughout the day in the House, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Zhang and a business partner donated $200,000 to the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation and $50,000 to build a statue of the current Prime Minister's father. A pretty good meeting he had. I am sure these donations were made out of the goodness of their hearts, and a thank you for the glass of wine and, yes, the piece of cheese. There's another example that was pointed out by my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, of pay-to-play. The finance minister was scheduled to attend a fundraiser at a cost of $1,500 to get into the door in Calgary on November the 2nd, and that was the home of Shaw Communication President Jay Maher. The telecom firm has directly lobbied the finance department 8 times. Is there a conflict here, do you think, Mr. Speaker? It appears that making an appointment with the appropriate office was not working, so would be hosting a Liberal fundraiser proved to be more profitable for the telecom firm. As they say in the movies, stay tuned. Mr. Speaker, let me echo this sentiment, and the system that is designed to give the incumbent party an ongoing, perpetual systemic advantage is inherently morally wrong. That is, leaving aside the fact that giving preferential access to cabinet ministers when the average Canadian doesn't get the chance is absolutely contemptible. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to say that Canadians deserve better than a Prime Minister who believes that there is one set of rules for him and another set of rules for everyone else. We all deserve to live with the confidence that we do not have to shine a light on every word uttered in government of the day to get the true meaning of their remarks. We all deserve better than this current government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Colleague, I thank him for his great speech. At the end, he said, that this new system that they are bringing forward with this bill will bring forever, until we come back and delete this bill, but until we win the next election, it will make so that the governing party has a systematic preference for raising money and then hence making them more strong for the next election. But I wanted to ask the member, don't you think also that it's more than just a privilege and giving them more strength, but it's also close to corruption? I would ask the member, does he think that's almost close to real corruption? Thank you, sir.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, I talked about that in my speech, the access because of $1,500, not only giving $1,500, but hosting a Liberal event right in their home. So, you know, by writing a check for $15 and mailing it in is a lot different than hosting right in your house. And when you're in your house, we've seen these allegations in the last 18 months of the Liberal Party going, whether it's in Calgary or in Toronto or in British Columbia. Yes, this does not pass the smell test. Canadians know better than this, and they're upset with this legislation, no question.
Absolutely.
All right. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. The
honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To all citizens of Beauport-Limoilou who are listening us this evening, good evening. I'm always happy to be here to speak in this House, because especially to all the people listening to us in Beauport-Limoilou, I really want to make sure that you're aware of what's happening right now with Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill, I need to tell the citizens that this bill seeks to legitimize and to formalize a type of tangible corruption right here in Canada, which was enforced not only in the 1990s until the 2000s under the reign of Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne. So not only is that true, but also this is a system that since 2015 the federal Liberals have tried to apply more than 100 times. And right now they're trying to officialize this bill and put it into legislation by legitimizing this approach as part of a bill in this House. Let me tell you what this system was that was put in place by the Liberal government of Ontario in the 1990s. Through the Liberal Party of Ontario, two people were working to set up this system, Mr. Speaker. And there was Mr. Butts, who was working to put this system in place, and there was also Ms. Telford. So imagine, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know this already, but the Canadians listening to us might not know this. But imagine that Mr. Butts is currently the Prime Minister's principal secretary in the Langevin bloc, because I'm going to keep calling it that. I'm very proud of it. Because Mr. Langevin was a French-Canadian who fought throughout his career for the right of Quebec to have a place in the ministerial cabinet, to have the voice of Quebecers heard at the beginning of the 20th century. He was a great pride of the Macdonald government, so I think it is an affront to have his name removed from that building. But I digress. Mr. Butts is the principal secretary of the Prime Minister, and Ms. Telford is chief of staff of the Prime Minister. So that is an institution that should not exist anymore. What did these two people do when they set up the system in Ontario? It's very simple. They ensured that all ministers and backbenchers, as is my case, anyone who wanted to advance their careers, they said, well, it's very simple. If that's what you want to do, if you want to move up in the political world, then you have to be part of this system. It doesn't matter what issues you're interested in, for example, the Constitution or the thriving of the French fact. That's not important. It doesn't matter if you're interested in your riding or your citizens. What's important is to ensure that the party coffers are always as full as possible to win elections, not because of proper political practices, but because of the millions of dollars spent. So under this system, there were quotas for each minister, for every individual who wanted to become a minister. these quotas were some $500,000 per year for the Minister of Finance of Ontario, $500,000 for the Minister of Health. A well-orchestrated system that seeks to ensure that cocktails and fundraisers that the ministers held had to do with their personal portfolio. And that surprised me when I heard from the Liberals on the other side. They are simply incapable, well, they don't have the will, obviously, but they're simply not capable either of explaining what the difference is, a very tangible difference between partisan fundraisers and cash for access, as the Liberals have done over and over between 2015 and 2017. I've held fundraisers just like all other members of Parliament, with Conservative Party members or with citizens who want to meet the MPs to find out what we can do for Canada, what our political philosophy is. They want to find out what our ideas are for this great nation. I've never held a fundraiser where there's 30 people from the same office or 30 people from the same profession and who currently have contracts or other business dealings or lobbying requests with regard to a federal department. Every time I held a fundraiser, there were all different Canadians who were interested in politics, who came to meet the Conservative members and to find out more about our political party. But the cash for access fundraisers are part of a system that were expressly designed for the Prime Minister's office. So they say, you, Minister of Justice, you, Minister of Finance, you have to raise this much money per year. And under that system, Mr. Speaker, every minister organizes, knowingly and very specifically, in detail, lists of guests from organizations who are lobbyists so that they can raise money. I'm going to give you two tangible examples. The Minister of Justice in 2016, I don't remember the month as such, but it's been debated today. She organized an event in Toronto where the majority of people were there to lobby her for changes to the criminal code, for changes to the judicial system. But more than that, it's because they wanted to become judges. That's why they were meeting with her. I'd like to know if there was even one Liberal member there, or if there was one ordinary citizen from Toronto to find out the political philosophy of the Liberals, if there even is one on that side of the House, except just to be in power, because that's all they care about. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice had to apologize for that event because it was so flagrant. Same thing for the Minister of Finance in Halifax with the Port Authorities, who met with businessmen who had very important interests to raise with the Minister of Finance. They weren't members in due form and who came to meet with the minister, and it wasn't citizens of Halifax who wanted to find out what their 36 members were doing. It was people who had a specific goal, and they wanted to lobby the government, and they knew that by paying $1,500, well, now it's $1,575. They knew that they would have direct access to the minister so that they could tell him about their problems and what they wanted from the government. These are two very blatant examples that... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Luckily, they came to the attention of editors-in-chief of major dailies in Canada. Because if there's one thing we can say, Mr. Speaker, it's that... journalists in general, well, this government is well treated by the media, but those two key events as part of Cash for Access were so blatant, they were so egregious, that it was a form of corruption, and the media was all over it. And when the Liberals, because the Prime Minister even said that, yes, this was a practice that shouldn't be encouraged in Canadian politics because it lacked transparency, because it increased cynicism, because it discouraged Canadians from participating in democracy. Well, when the media raised that, Well, they decided to fix the problem by bringing forward C-50, Mr. Speaker. And as we have said at the beginning, it seeks to legitimize and formalize CAC for access. Why? There were a few questions that were raised by one of my colleagues here from Simcoe. I can't remember exactly the name of the riding, but it was said, is there anything in Bill C-50 that would prevent such a fundraisers to be held again? No. Is there anything to deter these people from doing the same thing again? Because the donations corresponding to the maximum amount are publicized anyway. So the answer once again is no. So this is simply smoke and mirrors, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing in this bill that is going to prevent access to cash to access, this phenomenon, which is a type of corruption made in Canada, and it's going to continue. Nothing in this bill will change that. What the Liberal government is doing is legitimizing and formalizing this tangible corruption, and to ensure that this will become systematic. This type of practice will be systematic in Canada. We need to regret that. We need to deplore that. And as the member for Beauport-Limoilou, I oppose this project very firmly. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank for his speech. I was wondering, because he talked about the fact that the journalists talked about this a great deal when these fundraisers came to light, as he said. And I was wondering if he thinks that the only reason the Liberals decided to act this way is because they were caught red-handed. And if there hadn't been a revolt, because there was a certain form of public revolt, people found that shameful, that the ministers were being bought, and that there was no shame about holding these fundraisers. I was wondering if my colleague, that if they hadn't been caught, there probably wouldn't be this Bill C-50, and if he thinks they would just continue, they would have just continued to do the same thing. So this is just a very timid response to this problem that was raised by the media and by an angry public. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Mr. Speaker, they were caught with their hand in the cookie jar. And if they hadn't been caught, they'd be doing the same thing. Because right now, they've just paused things. And they'll start again after this gets through third reading, because they will have made official a form of corruption in Canada. That's what the Liberals are doing. Just let's look at the cannabis legislation. It was illegal. But now their friends, business people, are going to be able to benefit from all these new products, which will now be legal on the market. This therapeutic cannabis and now recreational cannabis. They'll be making billions of dollars on legal cannabis. The government will make tons of money on this through taxing a drug, and all this, Mr. Speaker, cannabis legalization and this bill, it's just for the Liberal elite and their friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Beauport-Limoilou for his speech. He is quite right that the underlying objective of Bill C-50 is to sanitize the Liberals' sordid cash for access racket. And, Mr. Speaker, even though this bill does virtually nothing substantively to improve political financing laws, the Ethics Commissioner did recommend some very, very modest amendments to the bill, including parliamentary secretaries, as well as there had been a recommendation to include staff that would include the likes of Gerald Butts, who headlined a fundraiser for the honourable member for Charlottetown. So if this government was truly interested in really strengthening political financing laws, why would they have rejected amendments recommended from the Ethics Commissioner?
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Only reason why they didn't accept any amendments in the committee hearings with the experts or with all the arguments brought forward by the official opposition of Her Majesty, it's simple, because the way they wrote the bill was to make sure that they could continue cash for access starting next month for sure. That's the only single goal of this government, to start back cash for access, put money in the coffins, and get back to power in 2 years. It's the only single idea.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2, 3, and 5 to 11. Monsieur Richards, appuyé par Monsieur Albus.
Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved that Bill C-50 be amended by deleting Clause 1.
All those in favor, please say yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Okay, the recorded division on this motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motions number 2, 3, and 5 to 11. The next question is as follows. The question is on number 4. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 4. Mr. Cullen. Oh, sorry.
The recorded division is deferred till tomorrow at the end, after oral questions.
The honourable government house, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it at 6:30 at this time.
Do we have unanimous consent that we call it 6:30 for the night? We have unanimous consent. It being 6:30. Yes. In accordance with Standing Order 38 du règlement, une motion portant ajournement de la...
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded.
Now do adjourn. The honourable member for Sherbrooke, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to follow up on a question I put, which was originally put to the Minister of Revenue, but it was answered by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Heritage Minister, and it seems that the same person will answer this evening. This has to do with the agreement with Netflix. I think everyone's becoming familiar with the Netflix situation and on its very advantageous fiscal situation, tax situation. I'd like to get back to the government's really warped logic with respect to this issue. Last week, the government kept repeating the same hollow words about its agreement with Netflix in order to give Netflix a tax holiday where there is no guarantee on the part of Netflix that they will be investing in Canada, but they do get a tax holiday because of this tax agreement presented by the Heritage Minister. Now, what I want to deal with is the tax advantage given to a foreign company to do business on Canadian territory without having to follow the same tax rules as its competitors. So they'll be doing business with Canadians, with consumers, and when they sell a product to Canadian consumers on Canadian territory, they will not be taxed. They won't have to ask for the GST. Now, the government is agreeing that this is allowing this company to sell its products and that they don't have to collect the GST. Now, by this warped, twisted logic, there is that they could do it because other countries have done it. Netflix, although it's a U.S. company, you can find it all over the world. And in some countries, they do collect and pay the sales tax. But so we could do it in Canada. It's not impossible. It's entirely possible. And the Minister of Heritage said, oh, it's too complicated. We'd need an international agreement. But that is not true. It's false. The thing is that the government does not want to levy a new tax on consumers. It doesn't want to levy the GST, and according to the twisted logic of the government, it's a new tax. It's as if when Target came to Canada, it's this huge multinational which sells goods and services. They came to Canada and they could have said, well, Target or Walmart, you're a foreign company. You will not have to charge the GST because it would be a new tax. A new company settling in Canada, setting up business in Canada, they wouldn't have to collect the new tax, and Canadians wouldn't have to pay it. They've used that very same logic with Netflix. Here's a foreign company that's present physically in Canada. So it's Walmart has to collect the GST, has to charge the GST, but not Netflix. Can the government explain this logic, how it came about, how the GST has become a new the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Heritage Minister.
My honourable colleague from Sherbrooke for giving us a chance to talk about the many, many benefits of the agreement with Netflix. And let me say first that this government strongly believes that the establishment of a new Canadian business in the film and television production sector by Netflix is wonderful news for Canadian creators and producers, and ultimately for our cultural industries as a whole. The approval of this significant investment in Canada under the Investment Canada Act is yet another indication of our government's strong commitment to growing Canada's creative industries with new investments that create more opportunities for creators and producers across the country. In fact, this major investment, a minimum of 500 million Canadian dollars over the next 5 years on original productions in Canada, will provide them with an even greater access to financing, business partners, and ultimately new ways to connect with audiences from across the globe. We believe that such an unprecedented investment by a digital platform in Canada, actually a first of its kind for Netflix outside of the United States, is yet another confirmation to the world that Canada is a great place to invest, attesting to the creative talent of this country and the strong track record of our cultural industries in creating films and television productions that really stand out. Il est important, je crois.
I believe it important to not confuse Netflix's cultural activities, where Netflix has agreed to invest $500 million in TV products in Canada, with its streaming service from situated in the United States. This will mean two distinct types of cultural activities. It's also important to repeat that all businesses, including those producing films and televised series, who set up and operate in Canada, will have to comply with the Canadian tax system, and this includes the GST. As any that would have to set up production in Canada, Netflix will have to comply with all rules and regulations relating to the GST.
That Netflix announced just last week that it has acquired the award-winning Canadian film Les Affamés, written and directed by Robin Aubert, one of the most unique voices in Quebec's cinema, to be made available on the international market as early as this coming March. This represents the first of many Canadian films and television series to be acquired or produced by Netflix as a result of its significant investment announced last fall. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that the Parliamentary Secretary is making a distinction between Netflix Canada and Netflix Canada. But what I was talking about was about the subscriptions to Netflix in the U.S., which is not subject to the GST. So Netflix USA, that's what I'm talking about. When they sell a product to Canadian consumers, why do they not have to collect the GST? Why does a foreign business benefit from an exemption which Canadian businesses do not, with respect to subscriptions to Netflix on the part of Canadian consumers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the new production of TV series and other cultural products represents an enormous opportunity for our people. Netflix, over the next years, will be investing at the least $500 million in our original productions made in Canada, both in French and English, which will be distributed on Netflix's international platform.
A strong track record of investing in Canadian producers and content, with recent examples like Anne and Alias Grace with the CBC, Travelers with Showcase, and Frontiers with Discovery. We believe that this significant investment in Canada demonstrates that Netflix is committed to continuing to be a meaningful partner in supporting Canadian creators, producers, and the Canadian creative expression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, on October 17, 2017, I rose in the House to put a question regarding opioid overdoses. I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, that this is the cause of death of more than 3,000 people in 2016. A horrible figure, which is only going to increase, according to Public Health Services Canada, and which is attributable to opioids. And this year, we should surpass 4,000 deaths. There are thousands of Canadians who have died from an opioid overdose. This is not yet an emergency, nor an overdose emergency. This is a social emergency because of a bad anti-drug policy. I want the government to realize the gravity of the situation and put in emergency networks for public health. It's been some months that experts have been asking the government to declare a state of emergency and to acknowledge the gravity of the crisis. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the magnitude of the threat, it seems to be neglected, because in Vancouver alone, the number of cases of overdose has increased by 43% last year. In other words, 350 more people died. In Quebec, the crisis is also a terrible one. There are young people who have died from drinking a drink with opioids in it. Please allow me, Mr. Speaker, to thank all the organizations and all the frontline workers in the country who have been dealing with this major health issue, the opioid crisis. I'd like to salute them for the extraordinary work they do through treatment centers and through, in my riding, La Maison d'Alcôve, which since 1985 has been helping people with addiction issues such as alcohol addiction and drug addiction. This center is an addiction center which can take in people and deal with children who are dealing with overdoses. Their work is essential, and I want to thank them very, very sincerely for their work. What frontline workers and first responders realize, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to work together to attack the roots of drug dependence, and this with support services, and also by dealing with homelessness and providing access to crucial services. Recently, the Mayor of Vancouver asked the government to implement a national policy given the magnitude of the crisis. If various means have been implemented to deal with the death rate because of opioid overdose, especially in cities, there still remains a great deal to be done. I ask the government to bring in a pan-Canadian program, as has been advocated by groups under the umbrella group of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and groups in the major urban centres. We have heard this cry for help. Mr. Speaker, I think it's time to do everything we can to make sure this crisis does not become a national epidemic. Jagmeet Singh feels that we should deal with this, with opioid abuse, as a health issue and not as an addiction issue.
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and her work on this issue. We're facing a serious crisis with the number of cases going up. It's a crisis that represents a new type of public health challenge. In the past, the focus was on the breakout. Now this issue of opiate-related overdoses is a complex one. It will take time and efforts to address the crisis.
Been calls for the declaration of a national public health emergency. Action has been taken on a national level and in partnership with provinces and territories, all without the need to declare a public welfare emergency under the Emergencies Act. Current federal legislation would not confer any additional powers through such a declaration. En réponse à cette crise, on a réalisé.
We've responded to this crisis by making significant new federal investments, enacting new legislation, and fast-tracking regulatory action. For example, we've made over $100 million in new federal investments to support the Canada Drug Substance Strategy, and have provided urgent funding to Alberta, BC, and Manitoba.
Streamline the application process for supervised consumption sites. We've approved more than 25 new supervised consumption sites, which are saving lives every day. Récemment, le gouvernement a annoncé la mise en place.
Recently, our government announced drug checking services and has further improved them for use at supervised consumption sites. Furthermore, we have authorized temporary overdose prevention sites in Ontario where the Minister of Health indicated they have an urgent public health need.
Reducing regulatory barriers to treatment. For instance, Health Canada is allowing the import of medications for for urgent public health needs that are not yet authorized in Canada. De plus,
furthermore, we are supporting a pilot project to support the provision of safer treatment alternatives to replace illegal and often deadly drugs.
le gouvernement continue sa collaboration.
The government continues to work in close partnership with provincial and territorial counterparts.
Canada's Chief Public Health Officer co-chairs the Special Advisory Committee on the Epidemic of Opioid Overdoses, which continues to be a key mechanism for collaboration among senior public health officials leading crisis response efforts in their respective jurisdictions. Ce comité, qui est en activité depuis le mois de...
This committee, activated since December 2016, has made significant progress with respect to improving timely data sharing on opioid deaths. To date, quarterly reporting on opioid-related deaths has been implemented and national-level data have been publicly released 3 times, with another release anticipated this spring.
Fostering collaboration between various public safety, public health, and municipal officials within jurisdictions to advance collective efforts. The federal government has placed public health officers in provinces and territories upon request to support jurisdictions in strengthening their data and surveillance system. Puisque l'environnement dans lequel nous vivons et travaillons évolue sans...
Recognizing the constantly evolving environment within which we live and work, the government continually reviews and strengthens its ability to prevent, detect, and respond to public health events. With this in mind, the Minister of Health is committed to moving quickly on her mandate to review Canada's framework for dealing with public health emergencies in collaboration with the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
In undertaking this review, the Minister of Health has asked Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada to identify any additional measures or powers that would help her address the current crisis and any similar crisis in the future. However, Mr. Speaker, our work is not done. Qu'il s'agisse d'aplanir les obstacles réglementaires, d'accroître l'accès aux services de traitement.
Whether it is reducing regulatory barriers and increasing access to treatment.
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, despite the answer, I believe that the government isn't taking or doesn't understand the scope of the crisis facing our country. We have in the NDP attempted to warn the government of this very serious crisis as it concerns public health. And as I said in the past, we are not alone because 13 of the largest cities in Canada, including the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, have also urged the government to implement a pan-Canadian program to resolve this crisis, but too little is being done by the government. Thousands of people, however, continue to lose their lives each year. I urge the government to earmark funds to fight this crisis in Budget 2018. It is of the utmost importance to act quickly to prevent our fellow citizens from losing their lives. When will the government deal with this measure and to take action to fight drug addiction, opioid addiction, and when will the government...
Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We recognize that opioid-related overdoses continue to claim the lives of thousands of Canadians, devastating families and communities across the country. Notre gouvernement a placé la lutte contre cette...
Our government has made this an important priority. It's a top priority to respond with, and we've responded with authorities and tools. To date, we've made new investments, enacted new legislation, and fast-tracked action.
Territories to increase access to treatment by supporting innovative approaches to address this crisis and implementing measures to address the stigma related to opioid use. Et je peux vous garantir, Monsieur le Président, que tant qu'on aura...
And I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to work hard to come up with solutions in conjunction with our partners.
Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last October, I asked the Finance Minister a question about when he had sold his shares in Morneau Shepell. He had about $20 or $30 million in Morneau Shepell shares, which he told Canadians that he had put in blind trust. And of course, we found out that wasn't true, and it kicked off quite a fall for the Finance Minister. And here we are, 4 months later, and the Liberals are once again embroiled in an ethical scandal, where the Prime Minister this time has been found guilty of breaching the conflict of interest provisions that are provided to ministers and members of Parliament. He's been found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner of improperly arranging his personal affairs, guilty on the charge of accepting illegal gifts, guilty on the charge of illegally accepting a ride on a private aircraft, and guilty on the charge that he engaged illegally in discussions about government business. We know the finance minister had similar issues. He was found to have breached the code as well for failing to disclose the nature of the foreign corporation that held his French villa. So they're certainly kept Mary Dawson, the previous ethics commissioner, quite busy. She's, of course, her term has expired, and we have a new ethics commissioner. And he's still now going to be investigating. We anticipate that he will continue the investigation into whether the Minister of Finance was in a conflict of interest when he introduced pension legislation, Bill C-27, that could have directly benefited his former family company, Morneau Shepell, while he was still in control of those shares in that company. So I'm wondering if the parliamentary secretary can confirm whether the ethics commissioner has met with the finance minister. The new ethics commissioner has met with the finance minister to discuss that Bill C-27, potential conflict of interest, and whether or not he has answered those questions about whether that directly benefited his personal company.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this takes me back to the former session, and I need to remind my colleague, was that when the Minister of Finance came to Ottawa, he sat down to work with the Office of the Commissioner of Ethics to ensure that he would be complying with the rules in Parliament. And one of the recommendations made by the Commissioner at time was to put in place a wall, if you will, which is what the minister did to ensure that he was not in a conflict of interest. He took a further step, and as the Minister of Finance did, has always done, in fact, he will continue to work in conjunction with the Commissioner. Now, it's what he's done since October 2015 when he was first elected, and my colleague has seen the news, I'm sure, when the House wasn't sitting, and he will acknowledge that the Commissioner of Ethics has stated that the allegations that were raised too often in this House were not founded, the ones leveled at the Minister of Finance, and I hope, therefore, that he will start looking at what is of concern to Canadians instead of continuing these criticisms.
Mr. Speaker, that it is true that the Ethics Commissioner cleared the Finance Minister of one of the allegations that were made. He also continues to investigate whether or not the Finance Minister did receive, was in a conflict of interest when he tabled legislation, Bill C-27, which would change the way that pensions are administered in this country, and only a very few companies in this country are set up to administer those types of pensions. One of them happens to be Morneau Shepell, his former family company. So can the Parliamentary Secretary confirm whether the Finance Minister has met with the new Ethics Commissioner to discuss those allegations of conflict of interest?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, tel que je l'ai mentionné.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, since he was elected, since he came to Ottawa, the Minister of Finance has worked in conjunction with the Commissioner respecting the institution, and will continue to do that. So that he follows all of the rules in the House and will follow the recommendations from the Commissioner, as he did in 2015 when she recommended him putting in place a blind trust, which was the best possible measure of compliance, and it was put in place by previous Conservative ministers opposite.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc
The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.